if I must." "How could you ever bring yourself to do it? You love him almost as much as I do." "It is not something we do lightly," Maricia said. "A Fey cannot take the life of another Fey without losing his own soul and becoming Belrisen." Vadam Mar descended the final flight of stone steps to the bottommost level of his subterranean palace. 10 rings of power glinted at his fingers, and Selkar glittered darkly at his wrists. The voluminous, deep purple folds of his robes dragged behind him. His sash had long ago become so heavy with the jewels of his achievements that he had ceased to wear it for all but the most ceremonial of occasions, and this was business, not ceremony. He turned to the left of the stairs and walked down the long, shadowed hallway, past several dozen empty cells. Once they had all been filled, as some of the cells in the right corridor still were, but over the centuries, all but a precious few of his Fey pets had died, and lately even Belrisen were hard to come by. The guards outside the last cell at the farthest end of the long corridor opened the heavy cell door banded and bolted door as Vadam approached. He stepped into the room and summoned light in the sconces high on the walls, illuminating the cage and the mate pair within. Even before he'd entered, they had backed into a corner of their cage, and once again, predictable as time, the man had pushed his mate behind him, as if that puny gesture could protect her. Vadam smiled without a trace of humor. "Shanasorin von Soleil, my beautiful Elfea, I am not happy that you've both been keeping secrets from your master." The man tossed his head, throwing the long strands of hair out of his face so he could see his enemy more clearly. His broad, naked shoulders squared, and his eyes issued an open, almost sneering challenge. "What secrets would those be, Vadam?" Lord von Soleil's voice was rusty with disuse, but the deep rumbling tones of it were as proud as they had ever been. Vadam knew the legends of Shanasorin von Soleil. He had been raised on them as all Elden children were raised on stories of their enemies. He knew that the great von Soleil, Lord Death, had been the most feared Fey warrior of his time, commanding thousands of his brethren in battle, leading them to victory in some of the world's most savage and bloody battles. The mages had feared him as much as they feared the Terran souls. Lord Death was invincible, ruthless, impervious to pain, privation, and even defeat, until he had met and claimed his true mate. In that one irreversible instant, Lord Death had become forever vulnerable, but until Vadam, no mage had ever dared turn that vulnerability to its best advantage. It was Vadam who had conceived the plan of capturing a mate pair for study, experimentation, and breeding. The other mages had called him a fool, but he had persevered and plotted, winning several of the younger, less hidebound mages like himself to his side. He had planned the capture of Elfea, laid the trap, buried himself and 5 other mages beneath the stink of rotting corpses, while his fellow conspirators had driven the von Soleil mate pair into ambush during the height of the Mage Wars. It was Vadam who sprang the trap, Vadam who captured Lord Death and catapulted himself into the upper political ranks of the Mage Council. He had been the obvious choice to replace the High Mage, Demian Raz, after that man's idiotic decision to murder Rain Terran Soul's mate resulted in the decimation of the Eld race. And it was Vadam, the High Mage, the visionary, who had devoted the last 1,000 years of his life to that aim so grand, so glorious, that even now his enemies doubted he could ever succeed. Those doubters would soon bow down before his greatness. His ultimate triumph was at hand, and in just a few short bells he would claim his prize. Vadam smiled coldly at his too proud captive. "What secrets, Lord von Soleil? Are there so many that you don't know the ones of which I speak?" Not waiting for a response, he purred the answer himself. "The child Shan, the one you stole from me 2 decades ago, the one you and our lovely Elfea somehow managed to convince me had no magic in her, though she's been claimed as true mate by the Fey Risen himself, my child, Shan." Chapter 13. Cold kiss, bright steel, sharp bite, black blood, red death, my friend Fecha. The Blade, a warrior's poem by Evanaris Velbar. I have worked 1,000 years for victory, and you have tried to rob me of it." A whip of earth lashed out, opening a slice of skin across Shani-Soren von Soleil's back, adding another runnel of blood to the countless wet trails already there. The man who had once been named Lord Death barely flinched. Over the years, pain had become a familiar friend. If Vadim Mar flayed the very skin from his bones, Shan doubted he would do more than groan, even while his body writhed. Except for Althea. It was agony for her to watch his punishment, and her agony wounded Shan in ways the High Mage's worst blows never could. When he would have slipped forever into the hazy, sweet freedom of madness, she kept him anchored. The irony of it had not escaped him over the last centuries. In the true dichotomous nature of Shetanitsa, she was both Shan's greatest blessing and greatest curse. Vadim Mar knew it and used that truth to his best advantage. A lash made of earth was both painful and bloody, unlike fire, which cauterized the wounds even as it made them. Althea had never liked to see Shan's blood running over his skin, not even before the Mage Wars, when most wounds had been slight nicks inflicted while he taught Fey younglings the complexities of the dance of knives. "It looks worse than it feels, Althea." Love and sorrow flowed through him, healing and wounding all at once. "I know, beloved." It hurt her to do nothing, not even take the edge off his pain, but they had long ago agreed that she should never attempt even the smallest bit of magic in the High Mage's presence. Not that it would matter much longer. The child's true nature was stirring. The bonds he and Althea had placed on her were weakening, just as the fear of her own magic they had regretfully instilled in her was waning. There was precious little time before she revealed what Shan and Althea had struggled so long to hide. Rain Terran's soul had claimed the girl as his true mate. He must protect her now that Shan and Althea no longer could. Shan had never known Rainier Valendaris well, but his father Rajal had been a good man and a fierce warrior, a blade Shan had trusted at his back. God's willing, his son would be the same, strong and fierce enough to face the mages and win. A sharp knife ripped into Shan's side, and he convulsed in sudden, breathless pain. Vadim had tired of toying with him and had begun the torture in earnest. Althea's silent scream made Shan's soul howl. He felt a distant, troubled stirring, an awareness forged between himself and the child by Vadim Mar's darkest evil. Shan could usually block the link, but he'd never been able to sever it, even when he knew firsthand the horrors it inflicted. He pulled back, holding the pain to himself and Althea alone, but the torture had only just begun. The pain would get far worse, and then he would not be able to keep his agony and rage from spilling over. "Oh, child, I am sorry." The king's carriage bounced over the cobbled streets. Inside the royal conveyance, Ellie sat alone, huddled in one velvet-cushioned corner, furious at the Fae for their ways, furious at Rain for not telling her, furious at herself for not thinking enough to ask. Every Fae tale she'd ever read was a story of balances. For every light, there was a shadow. For every smile, there was a tear. For every gift, a sacrifice. If she did not complete the true-mate bond, Rain would die, and Bel, with his two ancient eyes and carefully hidden hope, would strike the killing blow, destroying both his best friend and his own salvation. Rain and Bel both accepted the possibility without question and without complaint. Perhaps life was more precious to mortals because they had less of it to enjoy, but she didn't want even one more person dying on her behalf. Certainly not Rain or Bel. The carriage slowed as it pulled up before the Baristani home. A moment later, the door opened, and Bel helped her descend the narrow steps. She paused in the street to look up at the welcoming lights shining from the windows of her family home. Her parents were still awake, and the Fae hadn't yet woven their 25-fold weaves around the house. As she approached the front door, the familiar reek of onions and bacon made Ellie's back stiffen. She knew that odor. "You look a fine slut, Ellysetta Baristani, all dressed in your fancy silks and satins." Den Brodson stepped from the shadows. Fae blades hissed out of their sheaths. "No, it's all right." Ellysetta waved her guards back. They didn't cover their steel, but neither did they dismember Den on the spot. What a shame the Fae hadn't included an anti-Den thread in the spirit weave that kept the rabble-rousers out of the neighborhood. Since his parents lived nearby, he must be able to pass through the weave at will. She lifted her chin and met her former suitor's sullen glare. "What do you want, Den?"
"The bride your dishonorable betrothal-breaking real shard of a father promised me would do for starters."
Ellysetta bit back a searing retort. With her strangely heightened senses, she could feel his anger, his hatred. His dark, acid emotions set her on edge. She struggled to remain calm. The evening had already been difficult enough without her adding to the disturbance. Still, she'd had more than enough of Den Brodson and his groundless claims. "My father is a fine and decent man. The betrothal was broken legally in a court of law, and your parents are wealthy beyond their dreams because of it.
My father was bribed, his mind twisted by that Fey sorcerer's tricks. There was nothing lawful about it."
"Your father saw more gold than he would earn in 1,000 lifetimes,
and he grabbed it,"
she corrected sharply.
"There was no sorcery involved. You bear my mark. No longer."
She turned her head to show him her unblemished throat.
"And I only bore it because of your deceit, so don't bray on about Fey sorcerer's tricks."
Den growled a nasty oath and spat on the ground.
"Their magic may have removed the mark, but we both know who claimed you first, Ellie."
"Why did you want me as your wife in the first place? It's not as though you ever harbored any feelings for me, except the thrill you got in bullying me when I was a child."
"What do you know of my feelings?"
"Enough to know that you had no tender ones for me."
"I would have treated you kindly."
"Meaning you'd only have beaten me twice a week instead of daily?" Her unsettled emotions coalesced into anger, and she glared at him.
"You're a greedy little bully of a man, Den Brodson, with precious few kindnesses in you, if there are any at all. You've never loved anyone in your life, least of all me." "Love?" He barked an ugly, mocking laugh. "Is that what this is all about? You think the Terran soul loves you?"
If he'd meant to hurt her with that, he'd failed. "No, I know he doesn't love me, but he needs me, Den. And that's enough for now."
"He doesn't need you. He needs your magic, and he needs your womb, Ellie, to breed more Terran souls for the Fae. The fact that you come with them is just a little inconvenience he'll have to deal with to get what he wants. Keep that in mind on your wedding night."
She laughed with genuine amusement. "Was that supposed to hurt my feelings, you pompous little bloat toad? Half the women in this city, including most noble women in court, would kill to have Rain show them a fraction of the devotion he showers on me. Do you honestly believe any woman would choose you when she could have the king of the Fae?" His face darkened, and he took a threatening step towards her.
"Pitchka, no woman talks to me that way."
He was on his back in the street before he moved another inch. Kieran knelt over him, a razor-sharp red-handled blade held at Den's throat, icy menace gleaming from blue eyes that normally shone with laughter.
"Little sausage, I've lost all patience with you. If you live past the next minute, you will never come near the Feyriza or her family again. Do you understand?"
When Den nodded very carefully, Kieran gave him a slight smile that was even more frightening than the deadly look in his eyes.
"K'bay, a wise decision. The first for you, perhaps."
Without taking his eyes off his captive, Kieran asked,
"What would the Feyriza like me to do with this annoyance?"
Before Ellysetta could answer, the front door of the Baristani home opened and Sol stepped outside.
"What's going on here?"
Ellysetta drew a deep breath. "Nothing, Papa," she said. "Den just thought it might be a nice night to make trouble. Kieran has convinced him otherwise." She met Kieran's gaze. "Release him," she ordered. "If he comes here again, take him to the palace and let the king's justice deal with him." She turned on her heel and climbed the stairs to enter the house, trying desperately to quell the fear rising inside her. For one frightening moment, when Kieran had asked what should be done with Den, a terrible voice deep inside her had responded, "Kill him."
There's no way Dorian can invoke Primus now without risking open rebellion. Crack!
Rain spun away and paced to the high arched windows overlooking the carefully manicured acres of fountains and gardens at the rear of the palace.
I've been a poor Feyrizan, too caught up in my own misery to do my duty.
Nay, Rain, Dax countered.
If anyone is responsible for the deterioration of our relations with Celeria, Marissia and I are. We've come every year since the Mage Wars, never realized what was happening. We were too complacent,
thinking both Serana's blood and Celeria's royal family would ensure our alliance. You are not the defender of the Fae, I am. The responsibility is mine. His jaw clenched. You and Mauricia should leave tonight. Take 100 men and go. Ellysetta and I will follow as soon as we can complete the marriage rites. He gave a curt, humorless laugh. At least our father agreed we could hold the ceremony tomorrow. We're not leaving until you do. Dax frowned suddenly and turned to his crewmate. Mauricia, you are not well. The Shadowland had retreated to a chair in the corner of the room. She was rubbing her temples, her skin paler than usual. There are too many strong emotions around me tonight. It has been very difficult to block them, and I haven't managed as well as I'd like. Dax was at her side in an instant, curving his arm around her waist. Shit, Tony, why did you say nothing? Come lie down. You should rest. She patted his arm and smiled wearily. There will be time enough for rest when we reach the Fading Lands. Concerned by the Shadowland's pallor, Rain added his insistence to Dax's. There is time now, Mauricia. We can do nothing tonight to alter our course. I don't think I could sleep even if I tried. There's too much anger, too much sorrow, such pain. She closed her eyes. Rain and Dax exchanged a worried look. Mauricia, Rain! The blast of spirit hit Dax, Mauricia, and Rain simultaneously, the urgency unmistakable. Talisa's quintet calling for the Shadowland, Rowan summoning his king. Rain, Dax, and Mauricia bolted for the door and raced down the palace corridors towards Canavar Burial's chamber. The High Mage brought his whip down in a brutal blow, shredding flesh from bone. Shan's body arched, every muscle seized in agony. His scream was a roar that echoed off the carved rock walls of his prison. Beside him, sobbing, Althea screamed too. Despite his best efforts, pain blasted beyond his control, screeching down the link that tied him to the unfortunate girl in Celeria. Clad in a simple blue-gray night shift, Ellysetta paced her room. Jeweled hairpins lay scattered like rain across her dresser, and her hair tumbled down her back in an unruly mass of curls and braids. Her silk ball gown lay crumpled in a heap in the corner, the golden fey crown tossed carelessly atop it. Kill him. Except during her childhood exorcism, when pain had driven her to the brink of madness. She'd never consciously had such a desire in her life. Where had it come from? How could she ever have even thought such a thing? So coldly and with such frightening venom. Kill him. Dear gods, if her father hadn't come outside, she might have given voice to the thought, and Kieran would have obeyed her. Den would be dead at Kieran's hand, but by her command. She pressed her hands to her temples. Her head hurt again. It was throbbing with a steady, squeezing pain that set her teeth on edge. Without warning, agony slashed across her nerves, flinging her to the floor. She clapped her hands over her ears to block out the screaming, but the horrifying sound came from within and would not be silenced. The attack didn't last long, a handful of seconds at the most, and when it ended, Ellysetta scrambled to her feet and ran, racing down the stairs, past her startled quintet, and through the kitchen to the tiny walled garden at the back of her parents' house. There she stopped, hemmed in, heart pounding. Desperately she dragged in deep gasps of cool night air and shivered as a clammy sweat that had broken out across her body evaporated. Calm down, Ellie. Calm down and get control of yourself. It was hopeless, of course. Once an episode started, nothing could hold back the violent seizures that ensued. Demon possession, the priest had proclaimed when she was a small child. Something not right in her soul had left a doorway for evil to gain access. The sounds of fighting reached Rain's ears long before he turned down the final corridor. He rounded the corner at a dead run to find Lord Burial's door barred by Talisa's quintet and scorch marks from blasts of fire on the walls around them. Rowan lay dazed against one wall, and Adriel stood in a crouched fighting stance in the center of the hallway, teeth bared in a snarl, red facia in each hand. Rain absorbed the entire scene in an instant and launched himself at Adriel. A five-fold weave spun from his fingers, knocking the venomous blades to the ground and melting them to harmless slag, even as Rain slammed into Adriel. They landed hard on the marble floor. Adriel's collarbone snapped and he grunted in pain, but Rain still pinned him with both muscle and magic. Fey warriors were taught from early adolescence to fight through pain, through debilitating and even mortal wounds, to keep fighting until their hearts no longer beat. A sudden driving pain and shrieking roar in his ears made Rain gasp, and he almost lost his hold on Adriel. When had the younger man learned to do that? Quickly, Rain wove a block, tight threads of spirit barricading his mind from illusionary and mental attack. Immediately, Adriel struck again. The air around Rain thickened, and a breathless feeling invaded his lungs. Adriel was weaving the oxygen out of the air around his king. Rain narrowed his eyes and growled a warning. "Careful, Fey, or you'll make me do something you'll greatly regret." He rebuffed Adriel's weave with a firm, steady push of his own. It wasn't an easy task. The Fey's mastery of air was as strong as Rain's own, perhaps even stronger since Adriel had spent his years honing his primary talent, while Rain had worked to master 5. But despite that mastery, Adriel was wounded, his concentration scattered by the recent Shaitanitsa claiming. Galen groaned. His head was pounding, and he couldn't be sure if the most recent fall had knocked him unconscious or merely dazed him. He opened his eyes and stared up at the narrow slice of starlit sky visible between the hulking buildings on either side of the dark alley. The twin stars of the Great Serpent constellation still shone almost directly overhead. He'd been merely dazed then. He took a breath and wished he hadn't. Something was rotting in the darkness, and it wasn't just him. He rolled over onto his hands and knees. A soft, bloated lump squished beneath one palm. All at once his stomach revolted, and his body convulsed in racking heaves. The spasms passed. The agony slowly faded, and his head drooped down between trembling shoulders. He panted in deep, uneven gasps. If the Eld could see him now, the Dark Lord, weak as a babe, puking his guts up in a rank little alley, that would give those soul-twisted mages a good laugh. Galen started to wipe his mouth, then thought better of it when he caught wind of the better-to-remain nameless muck coating his hands. Gods, this was ridiculous. Pathetic. When he found the High Mage's daughter, his stench would bring her guards down on him long before he got within range of attack. He rose to his feet, wobbled, and slapped a hand against the dark wall to steady himself. His feet shuffled forward, and he staggered out of the alleyway into the dimly lit streets of one of Celeria's lower-class districts. Keeping to the shadows, he made slow progress through the narrow, winding streets. Old memories and instinct would have steered him towards the royal palace and Mauricia, but he resisted the temptation of seeing his sister one last time. She was in the palace under guard of her Chakur and close to 100 Fey. In his current state, there was no way he would reach her alive to issue a warning. Nay, his first task must be to slay the High Mage's spawn. He stretched out his senses, seeking the pull of Fey magic, the natural affinity that drew him to others of his kind. He sensed the concentration of the Fey in the palace, and another concentration in a humbler district of the city. Galen turned and staggered towards the west end, clinging to walls, forcing his feet to move step after dragging step. He followed his senses into the heart of the west end until he reached a barrier that shone to his eyes with a faint lavender glow. Spirit weave. He examined the weave, recognizing the redirection pattern meant to keep unwanted mortals out. Beyond the barrier, he saw a faint lavender glow on a rooftop, then another atop a building just across the street. Fey warriors cloaked in spirit to hide them from mortal eyes, guarding something, guarding someone. He stepped back into the shadows and marshaled his strength, managing a loose weave to hide his presence from them. It wasn't a strong weave. The Seldor shrapnel in his body prevented that, but it was enough to make their eyes skim past him without seeing, unless they knew just where to look. Leaning back against a brick wall, he considered his options. He detected some 50 or more Fey guarding the small house. He was so weak he would never survive a direct assault on the Fey. He patted the pocket of his torn and blood-stained tunic, feeling the bulge of the 2 Saraizu Kir he'd removed from the dead Fey. They died, presumably, in the service of the Terran Soul's mate. which would have forged some small tie to her. He would use that to draw her out, away from her guards, and then strike. But where? A cool, fresh scent teased his nostrils, water clean and pure, the Velpin. Sudden thirst overwhelmed him. The river's magic-purified waters would cleanse him and soothe the worst of his wounds. The Fey magic permeating the Velpin's depths would revitalize his flagging strength. He would draw the woman to him there. He lurched to the left and shuffled painfully down a tiny side street, out of the path of the warriors, and towards a cool renewal of the river. Ellysetta wrapped her arms around her waist and tipped her head back to look up at the square of starlit sky that shone down through the crowded buildings. Dizziness assailed her, and her vision blurred. A second set of stars seemed to superimpose themselves over the first, wavering. She smelled something rank, something awful. Sudden nausea gripped her, and she fell to her knees, retching violently in the grass beneath her mother's carefully tended orange tree. When her stomach had emptied itself, she knelt there panting. "Ellysetta." Belle touched her shoulder, and she turned on him, snarling like a wild animal. He actually backed away from her. "Leave me alone," she snapped. "You are ill." "No doubt you've already told Rain." Her tone was ugly, and she didn't care. A terrible anger had come to life inside her. "He has blocked himself. I cannot reach him." Belle never took his eyes off her. "I thought you and I had become friends. Can you not talk to me?" "Hasn't there been enough talk for one night?" Awkwardly, her bones aching as though someone had taken a stick to her, she rose to her feet. A breeze blew across her face, and she became aware of a faint chill on her skin. She lifted a hand, touched her cheek, and brought away cooling wetness. Tears. She was weeping and had not even realized it. "Ellysetta," Belle insisted. "The Fae blame you for nothing, nor will we even if you don't accept Rain's bond, and we want nothing more from you than that which you are willing to give. The gods weave as the gods will, and we Fae accept what comes our way. You are a blessing to us all." She ignored him in favor of the new need that drove her, thirst. She was so thirsty. Belle took hold of her shoulders, shaking her. "Ellysetta, talk to me." He was in her way. She frowned at him, and he was gone. Gods, she was so thirsty she could drink a river. "She's in pain," Adriel cried, struggling to free himself from Rain's grip. "And they won't let me go to her." "You haven't the right to go to her," Rain answered. "And if you'd killed her brother, Faye, you would have lost her forever. Adriel, think. It's the bond madness driving you. Believe me, I know. Find your center and hang on with both hands. Talisa is safe. Maricia is with her." Rain didn't release the younger man until the glow of magic had left Adriel's eyes. And even then he remained watchful, not releasing the full measure of his power, just in case he needed to summon it quickly. "Let me go in. Let me see her. Adriel, she is calling for me." The torment in Adriel's eyes was plain to see. "Tisca, Rain." It wouldn't be long before Lord de Seabourn learned of the fight outside Lord Burial's chamber. Adriel hadn't been exactly subtle in his approach, and palace walls were notoriously thin, especially when it came to intriguing gossip. Still, if Talisa was calling for Adriel, and the husband wasn't here to prevent it, who was Rain to keep a Shaitan from his mate? "Quickly then," Rain murmured. "And if de Seabourn comes, you go out the window. He can't find you with her. Be patient until we can find a way to get out of this without starting a war. Just as I had to stand in Dorian's court to appease his nobles, you must honor their laws and customs too." Their eyes met. Two Shaitans, both unbonded but tied forever to foreign true-mates. Adriel nodded and slipped into the room. Rain waved Rowan inside as well in case Adriel might need the calming influence of his older brother. The others went to work erasing evidence of the confrontation before melting away into the shadows. Talisa's quintet followed Rain into Lord Burial's chamber, closing, bolting, and warding the door behind them. Talisa lay on a plum silk fainting couch, her cheeks wan, her eyes closed. Maricia sat beside her, healing hands splayed and glowing, but Dax was holding his true-mate's shoulders, which Rain knew was a sure sign that Maricia was unwell. Dax only did that when his Shaitani needed his strength to augment or bolster her own. Lord Burial was pacing the room like a caged Terran. He halted abruptly when he saw Adriel come in and hurry to Talisa's side. "What's he doing here?" Talisa called him, Rain said. "Talisa!" Can stared at his daughter. "I never knew she could do that." Rain saw Talisa's eyes open, saw the relief on her face when Adriel knelt and clasped her hand in his. Chances are neither did she, though I'll wager that over the years you've had instances when you've known that she was hurt or in trouble. "Yes, but I've always had a sort of link to the ones I love," Can said. Rain nodded, unsurprised. "We call it spirit, one of the two mystics. All Fey have at least a rudimentary control of spirit. I'm Solarian, not Fey. If Duralbel Serranus is your ancestor, you're Fey enough. Serranus blood has always been strong. It's even produced Terran souls in the past." Mauricia sat back. "Well," Can asked her, "what is wrong with my daughter?" "What's wrong with my Shehetani?" Adriel echoed. "There is nothing wrong with her," Mauricia said. "The pain she feels belongs to another, as does mine. I should have known, but it's been so long since I felt it." The Shadowland drew a deep breath and met the dawning realization in Rain's eyes. "Dorisen, an incredibly strong one." "Galen?" Rain asked. "I don't know. I can't bear to open myself enough to find out. I built as strong a block as I can, and still I feel his soul tearing at me." "What possible reason would he have to come here?" Can asked, frowning. "Surely he knows the Fey are here and that Mauricia would sense him." Rain thought of the two Fey slain when he'd sent them north and the rumors of Dalrisen raids along the Eld-Celeria border. If Galen had joined forces with the Eld, there was one person in Celeria he could use to cause the Fey irreparable harm. Ellysetta. Rain reached for her, then realized his block was still in place. He tore the weave down and tried again. His heart stopped. He could not sense her. Bell groaned and picked himself up off the ground. His ears rang and his vision was blurry from the force of his head cracking against the stones that paved the narrow courtyard. "Let that be a lesson to you, Beliard Valjaloni. When the Fey Risa says leave her alone, listen to her." Grimacing, he shook his head and leaned over for an instant until the dizziness passed. Ellysetta's thrust of air had been quick and brutal, plowing into him like the whip of a Terran's tail, flinging him across the courtyard and slamming him into the wall on the far side. It had been stupid of him to grab her. A boy who had yet to pass his first level in the dance of knives would know better. "Bell." Rain's voice whipped at the insides of Bell's aching skull. "What's happening? I can no longer sense Ellysetta." "She's here with me." He glanced at the spot where she should have been and froze. Ellysetta was gone. A mile from his prey's house, when he was certain he was clear of detection by Fey sentries, Galen released the weave that hid his presence. He slumped against a wall, gasping as sweat rolled down his face. The cell door shrapnel burned like live coals in his flesh. He was spent, with nothing left to keep him standing but sheer force of will. He didn't even have the strength to hold his torment in check. Though he wasn't fully broadcasting his pain, too much of it was slipping through his mental barriers. The warriors wouldn't sense it. Empathy was solely a Fey woman's gift or curse, as was more often the case. "Mauricia, forgive me." She would know he was here. She had to feel him by now, and the pain would grow worse the longer he remained. He had to get to the Velpin, restore what strength he had left, and kill the High Mage's daughter before the Fey could find and slay him. Pushing himself away from the wall, he started off again. He followed the Velpin's sweet scent unerringly through a maze of narrow cobbled roads and alleys, each shambling step bringing him closer to the promise of relief until at last the street opened to a grassy park and a tree-lined embankment overlooking the river. Stone steps led down to a ledge where the local women could do their wash. Clutching at the wall, he eased his battered body down the steps. But he was too tired, his strength sapped, his dragging feet tangled. He tripped on the last step and toppled forward, plunging into the river. His head struck the side of the ledge, and his ironic last thought as the water closed over him was that at least the stench would be gone when his body was brought to Mauricia. Why was she standing in the middle of the West End's river park in her night shift? Ellysetta turned in small, dazed circles, stunned by the feel of the soft grass beneath her feet and the cool night breeze, fresh with the scent of the river on her face. The last thing she remembered was the initial warning pangs of a seizure, the strange double vision that had made her sick, and the terrible thirst. She pressed a hand to her heart, frowning. She didn't feel the same as she usually did after an episode of demon possession. Her head ached. That was typical. But her body ached too, 100 burning pains like tiny hot pellets scattered beneath her skin. She closed her eyes and unfamiliar images flashed in her mind. Tall, waving grass. 2 girls racing towards her, laughing, arms outstretched. One looked like the Shadowland Maricia, but younger. The other was oddly familiar as well, and the sight of her bright pale eyes and happy smile made Ellie's heart swell with joy. Then the scene changed to something horrible. Ellie's eyes snapped open and she fell to her knees sobbing, "Rain, help me!" The call was as much instinct as conscious thought. "Ellysetta, where are you?" Relief nearly left her prostrate as the reassuring sound of his voice filled her mind. "By the river in the park near my home. Something's happening to me." She flinched as more images crowded her mind. "I'm afraid." "Stay there, I'm coming." "Hurry!" "As fast as my wings can fly, Sheatani." From the river, she heard a faint splashing, a weak cough, and she crawled forward on her hands and knees, pulled towards the source of the sounds like steel to a lodestone. "There's someone here, by the river. I've got to—" "Nay, stay where you are." Dimly she heard the fierce roar of a Terran, saw a gout of flame scorch the night sky in the distance. But it was the dark figure in the water that claimed her attention, overriding her will and pulling her inexorably to his side. A man. As she stumbled nearer, she could see the cuff of his black tunic caught on a mooring hook, could feel his grim desperation as he struggled to keep from drowning in the river's steady current. "It's a man. He's hurt. In pain. Oh, gods, so much pain." There was no way she could pull him out of the water. The best she could do would be to free his arm from the mooring hook and pull him to the relative safety of the embankment steps. She grabbed the dark-clad arm, surprised to feel leather beneath her fingertips. Solarians didn't wear leather tunics. That was when she saw the glint of steel flashing beneath the surface of the water, blades crisscrossing a leather-clad chest. "He's Fey!" "Get away from him! Don't touch him!" "He's got to be one of yours! He's wounded! Bleeding!" Grasping the man's arm with both hands, Ellie planted her feet and pulled the dead weight of his body out of the main river current to the stone steps leading down into the water. "It's all right," she murmured aloud. "You're safe. We'll get you help." She reached out to turn him on his side. His head lifted. Piercing blue eyes, pale as ice, stared up at her, glowing faintly. "Ellysetta, nay!" The man's hands closed around her wrists. His bare skin, wet and cold from the river, touched her own. Agony, like nothing she'd ever felt, poured into her, and she screamed. The High Mage's lash bit into Shan's side just as something else bit into his soul. Bitter black agony screeched up the link between himself and the girl in Celeria, overwhelming all physical torture with something far, far worse. Dalryzen, soul lost, an emotional wasteland devoid of all but despair, pain, and the remnants of wrecked dreams. Once it had almost claimed Shan's soul, but Althea had saved him. Now it loomed again, pulling him in, an irresistible well of blackness. Connected to him as she had been since the day of their bonding, Althea's shriek overlapped his, her fear and pain echoing and amplifying his own. Rain plummeted out of the sky. He'd begun the change back to man form as he started his descent, but the sudden onslaught of pain wrenched away his control. His body melted helplessly into human form and he crashed to the ground, slamming down hard, feeling the jarring crack of bone as several ribs gave way. He let out a short cry, but the pain of his injury was nothing compared to what he felt through Ellysetta. The howling bitter emptiness of the soul lost, the anger without focus, the dead dreams and grim despair. Time and reality shifted in a dizzying rush, and suddenly he was a young, fierce Terran soul winging over a battlefield, raining deadly Terran flame upon the enemy, battering their protective mage shields. The battle was fierce and bloody. Fey warriors fell by the hundreds, but so too did the enemy. A desperate call alerted him. To the south, a troop of vicious Morellian mercenaries, led by 3 shrouded demon princes, were decimating Silurian infantry and elvish bowmen at an alarming rate. Rain dispatched 25 quintets to aid his embattled allies, even as he swooped low to scorch a small knot of mages. The mages threw up a shield in time to avoid death, and managed to hold it, despite the punishing fire he rained down upon them. Hissing, Rain banked left, flew high on an updraft, and circled around for another pass. That was when the mage's true battle plan was revealed. 3 Dalrysan demons coalesced into lethal shadowy life, directly in front of the Fey line Rain had just thinned by his command to aid the Silurians and elves. Soul-poisoned demon blades cut through the lines of seasoned Fey warriors like farmers scything wheat. The mages followed in their deadly shadow. Within moments, they had broken through to the tents erected behind the battle lines, where Shadowlands worked to save as many of the wounded and dying as they could. Sariel was no Shadowlan, but she had some minor healing talent, and she could weave peace on any man, a skill that had its own special value in a place of death. A gentle girl, whose laughter was stolen by the ugly brutality of war, she had not had time for more than a split second of horror and a single brief call before fire and a black mage blade claimed her life. "Eitan!" Husband, lover, protector, friend, mate, but not true mate. Abruptly, not even that. Not protector either. He was the one who thinned the ranks and left the women vulnerable to attack, left Sariel to face her death. Trapped in his memories, reliving the madness, Rain watched helplessly as the scene repeated itself. Only this time, as the mage lifted his black blade, it was not Sariel beneath the knife. This time it was Ellysetta who stared up in horror as the sword descended upon her all too vulnerable neck. Ellysetta who screamed, "Shaitan!" Shadows flashed with glints of steel as scores of Fey warriors raced into the small park, weapons drawn. Bel was in the lead. He saw his king, his friend, fallen on the ground, shouting for Ellysetta. Eyes locked on some scene visible only to him, a swirling cloud of magic gathering about him like a storm as he summoned the change. "Marisia, we need you." Bel summoned the Shadowlan on a blast of spirit, then barked commands to the 5 quintets, ordering them to surround their king. "Weave your strongest cage around him. We can't let him fly, no matter what it takes to stop him." Bel sprinted past his dearest friend, racing to aid the woman he'd pledged his soul to protect. She was on the steps, clutched in the grip of a Dalrysan Bel knew and had once admired. She was screaming, a shrill wail of torment and terror. "Velsaranus, release her!" Dalrysan though he was, Galen Velsaranus was still Fey. Any Fey who took Galen's life would lose his own soul. Bel never once paused as he pulled 2 wickedly sharp red-handled Fecha free of their sheaths and leapt forward to kill the Dalrysan who had laid hands upon Ellysetta Barastani. Behind him, Rain's shouts changed to the chilling, full-throated roar of an enraged Terran. Held in the vice-like grip of the man she thought to save, Ellysetta's consciousness wavered uncertainly in a mirrored hall of madness. She was Ellysetta Barastani, yet not. She was a man, naked and howling beneath an Elden mage's lash. She was a woman screaming as tears of blood poured from her eyes. She was Galen Velsaranus descending into madness as he watched his sister, the person he loved beyond all others, die in one swift, shocking moment at the point of an Eld assassin's blade. She was Rain, locked in an agony of old memories and new nightmares, teetering on the brink of destruction. She was herself, shrieking from the horrors that battered her mind, even as a violent rage swelled within her, fierce as any Terran's fury. The pain must stop, would stop. Bel was in mid-leap when Ellysetta's screaming abruptly ceased, and a fist of air slammed hard against his chest, batting him to the ground. All breath left him, and the red Fecha flew out of his grasp. "Kill him!" Bel shouted the command to his brother Fey, demanding the sacrifice without a second thought. "He's got the Feyriza!" "Nay, you will stand down." The command came from Ellysetta, but her voice was different, resonant with power, her order irresistible. Blades fell harmlessly from Fey hands. Behind Bel, the warriors guarding Rain gave a shout. "The Terran soul! He's free! Our weave is down! We cannot call magic!" At first Bel thought it was Galen Velsaranus using dark Dalrysan magic to control them all, but then Ellysetta turned her head ever so slightly towards him, Her face was expressionless, her eyes glowing. Fear shivered up Belle's spine. Ellysetta. The soul that looked out at him from those glowing eyes was not the gentle spirit that had claimed his devotion. Ellysetta, you must let us stop Rain. In his present state, he's a danger to us all. He tried to summon his magic, but nothing came to his call. He could sense the source within him, rich and powerful, but it was as if the flows of his magic had been redirected to her. It must stop. With strength beyond her slender form, she turned the doll Ryzen on his back and ripped the wet leather of his tunic down the middle, baring the pale skin of his chest and the myriad bleeding wounds that marred it. She laid her hand over the doll Ryzen's heart, and a brilliant weave blazed to life, intricate and bright as the great sun. Belle raised a hand to shade his eyes against the stabbing brightness. The weave spread out like a net above the doll Ryzen's chest, then dropped, sinking into him, and every finger span of Galen Velseranus's exposed skin glowed like a candle shade lit from within. The doll Ryzen cried out, a sobbing, ragged sound. His body convulsed in a rigid arch, muscles clenched and straining. An anguished moan rattled out between gritted teeth, the sound of torment beyond bearing, and Belliard Velgelani saw something he'd never believed possible. The scar bisecting the Dark Lord's brow, the mark of his lost soul, began to fade. Belle raised astonished eyes to Ellysetta. The picture of her at this moment would be indelibly burned into his mind for all eternity. Her eyes so fierce in a face of pure serenity. Her body stiffened, her head reared up, and her eyes blazed with a sudden flare of blinding light that lit the river's edge bright as day for a moment's span. Then the light in her eyes and the glow in Velseranus's body winked out, gone as quickly as a snuffed candle flame. "Rain, where's Rain?" Ellysetta's voice was a thin whisper. Then she gave a tiny sigh and crumpled over the doll Ryzen's still form. Chapter 14. Vadim Mar backed away from his two Fey captives. The cold sweat of terror, something he'd not felt in centuries, trickled down his spine. The Von Soleil mate pair lay motionless on the dirty stone floor of their cage. The sudden blaze of light that had enveloped them was gone, and the broken shards of what had been Seldor manacles and earrings lay scattered around their whole, unblemished bodies. The High Mage backed out of the cage, slamming the door shut and locking it with shaking hands. He shouted for the guards waiting outside the chamber, "Get the manacles! Pierce them both! Hurry, before the male wakes!" As Shanasorn Von Soleil woke unrestrained by Seldor, Vadim shuddered. The Fey Lord had been unshackled only once since his capture, and then only to test the success of Vadim's experiments. The crazed beast that raged into life had slain 4 mages and 2 platoons of guardsmen. A barrage of Seldor barbed arrows had done little to slow him. A knife in the chest of the Shadowlin was the only thing that had finally brought him back under control. The Fey Lord and his mate flinched, but never roused, as the guards snapped needle-barbed Seldor manacles into place. Only then did the tension begin to leave Vadim's body. What had happened just now? Where had that blast of concentrated power come from? Vadim had never known anything that could vaporize Seldor within a Fey's skin. He'd never heard anything like the commanding voice in his mind that said, "It must stop." Even the memory of it made him shiver. One of the guards paused a short distance away and cleared his throat. "What shall we do with the captives, Most High?" Vadim took a breath and struggled to keep his voice level. "Have the servants tend them." "Shall we separate them, Most High?" He thought of the flash of power, of the astonishment of Seldor disintegrating into harmless, brittle shards. If that were to happen again while the Von Soleil mate pair were together unconscious, yes. "Put the female back in her cell. Inform me when either of them rouses." Vadim waited for the guards to remove Althea from her mate's cell, then wove magic around the Seldor bars. Whatever power had decimated the Fey captive's Seldor piercings would not find it so easy to shred a 6-fold weave, especially as that 6th thread was a thick rope of Azran. Just to be safe, however, Vadim added a shield of blackest Faraz witchcraft. "Primary to me, Ravel. Choose 25 men to guard the Dal Ryzen.
The rest of you, see to the Terran soul." Bell barked the commands of the common Fey thread. The stunned silence and frozen stillness of the warriors in the park ended as Bell's orders spurred them into quick action. Bell hurried down the remaining steps and gathered Ellysetta's limp body in his arms. Her skin felt cool and clammy to the touch, and her pulse stuttered rapidly beneath his fingers. "Keel, check Bell Serranus. Is he alive?" The blonde warrior knelt beside the prostrate Dalryzen and laid a hand on his throat. "He's breathing and his heart's beating. He's alive." Then Keel swore an astonished curse. "Spit and scorch me, Bell Serranus' Dalryzen scar. It's gone." Bell confirmed. Keel's gaze flew to the girl Bell held in his arms. "Did she... Does this mean what I think it means?" She did. And I think it means exactly that, but restrain him anyway in case I'm wrong." Bell shifted Ellysetta more securely in his arms. "But how is that possible? How could she have restored his soul?" "I gave you an order, Fey," Bell snapped. "Restrain Bell Serranus now, quickly, before he wakes." He carried Ellysetta across the park to where Rain lay motionless and laid her beside him. "Marcia, where are you?" "Not far. What happened? There was so much agony, so much rage, and now I cannot sense anything." "I'll explain when you get here. Just hurry." When Marcia arrived, the sight of her brother Galen, unconscious and surrounded by an impenetrable shield, made the Shadowland stop in her tracks. "Dear gods, Galen!" She gave a small choked sound and started towards him, but Dax held her back. "Nay, Sheatani, do not go near him. See to Rain and the Feyriza." "Dax, his scar is gone, and I cannot sense his pain. How can that be?" "I don't know, beloved, but I do not trust it. Come away." Dax pulled her away from her infamous brother. After a brief resistance, Marcia went with him. Rain needed her. He was just waking, and she could feel his dull pain throbbing at her. He was her primary concern. His bones were broken, but more alarmingly, his internal defenses were all but decimated. Ellysetta's torment had ripped through his shields and nearly driven the Terran into madness. His first waking thought was fear for her safety, and that fear made the Terran surge against the last thin threads of Rain's control. Quickly, Marcia poured her strength into him, helping him to rebuild his tattered barriers as he came back to consciousness. Only once she was sure he could keep the Terran in check did she turn her attention to his broken bones. She had barely begun to fuse the bones back together when Rain grabbed her wrist, his eyes snapping open. "Stop!" She sucked in her breath and drew her hands away from Rain's side. "The bones aren't knit. You're not fully healed." "Conserve your strength for Ellysetta. Something is wrong with her." Pain from his broken bones stabbed deep enough to draw a quiet hiss as he sat up, but he waved Marcia off and gathered Ellysetta's limp body to his chest. Lines of worry bracketed his mouth as he laid his hand on Ellysetta's bare skin. "I cannot sense her at all. Let me try to reach her." Marshalling her strength, Marcia summoned the full complement of her Shadowland's powers, pooling magic within her until it filled her body and pulsed like the very blood that sped through her veins. She sent her consciousness into Ellysetta on a rich flow of healing magic. The younger woman's life force was strong, her colors bright and vibrant, but the essence that was Ellysetta was absent. Marcia called to her softly, infusing her mental voice with hypnotic compulsion in an attempt to draw her out. But utter silence greeted her efforts. She called again, strengthening her summons. "Rain, call to her. Bell, you too. You have a connection." As their voices replaced hers, she felt the faintest flutter of a response quickly snuffed out. She sped towards the source of that faint response and came to an abrupt, shocked halt. What should have been the bright glow of Ellysetta's consciousness was hidden behind rope after rope of glowing magic. A weave. Lord of light, bless us all. She's built a fortress around her mind. Rain, I've never seen anything like it. It was a Shadowland's spirit weave, but in a pattern so dense and so complex that Marcia could not begin to fathom it. Cautiously, she sent out a rippling tendril of her own power to test the barrier, and started with surprise as a shining thread fell away. She moved closer and realized that the dense weave was actually many lighter weaves,
layer after layer of spirit that formed a deep thicket around whatever it was protecting. Consciousness returned to Galen, but not by one flicker of an eyelash, nor a minute change in breathing did he let it show. Wariness honed by centuries of battle had made such still wakings second nature to him. He was still alive. He'd laid deadly Dalrysan hands on the Terran soul's mate, yet he still drew breath. How was that possible? Surreptitiously he extended his senses to evaluate his surroundings, only to find them rebuffed by humming walls of power. Dense, five-fold weaves surrounded him, caging him in. He risked opening one eye and saw the warriors ringed around him, saw through the glow of their weaves the Terran soul clutching his mate's limp body against his chest. Mauricia crouched beside them. His heart clenched as he drank in the sight of his sister, as beautiful as the last time he'd seen her beloved face 1,000 years ago. Dax, Beliard Velgelani, and Rain Terran's soul knelt beside her, worry plain on their faces. He'd not succeeded then. He'd not slain the High Mage's spawn. He braced himself for the cold fury, the Dalrysan hate that had driven him here with such relentless, deadly determination. It did not come. Only then did Galen realize what else was missing. The pain, the anger, the despair. He raised shaking hands to his face. Disbelieving fingers sought the cursed mark of the outcast, the brand of his lost soul. It was not there. Realization swept over him. Directly on its heels came horror, then devastating grief and guilt. He stared at the unconscious girl, the miracle he'd come to destroy, and tears he'd not shed in over 1,000 years spilled helplessly from his eyes. Dear gods, what had he done? Mauricia sent out another thrust of power at the threads of the outermost weave. After a brief protest, they unraveled and dissolved. Encouraged, she moved on to the next. Layer after layer, Mauricia picked apart the woven strands of spirit and released their stored energy. Progress was quick at first, but slowed as each successive weave proved to be denser and more resistant to her efforts. Time passed without notice. Weariness crept over her, and she found herself reaching for Dax's strength to supplement her own. She dissolved a particularly troublesome weave and nearly wept at the sight of the next. Knit tighter than any she'd ever come across, it was a veritable wall of power, intimidating, unbreachable. Weariness and despair swamped her. "Mauricia!" Alarm colored Dax's call. "I can't do it. It's impossible. And I'm so tired." She just wanted to sleep. "Mauricia!" This time Dax sounded distant, muffled. She was dimly aware of a tugging sensation, but dismissed it. She would sleep. Just close her eyes and sleep for a while. A surge of power rippled through her, jerking her back to awareness with a faint protest. "Nay, let me sleep." "Later." It was Rain, his voice hard and commanding. "You are the Shadowlan. You must do this." "But I can't. Look at that weave. It would take days to unravel." Another surge of power joined Rain's. "The Fey Ryza needs you, Mauricia." That was Belle. "We will give you our strength." "Doesn't matter how much strength you give me. I can't do it. Don't you understand?" "Let me help her." For what seemed like the 1,000th time, Galen pleaded with his stone-faced captors. "Scourge you of your blindness. She restored my soul. Let me at least try to mend the harm I've wrought. Put red to my neck and kill me if I even breathe in a way you do not like, but let me help before you lose her." Ravel stared hard at his infamous captive. He didn't trust the Dalrysan, but even he was shaken to his soul by the miracle Ellysetta seemed to have wrought. Tears were spilling down Velseranus' cheeks. Dalrysan did not cry. Ravel didn't know what to believe, but Mauricia's power was nearly spent, and the Fey Ryza was not waking. "Do it," Ravel snapped. "Terrace, Seer, put red to his throat. Jarrell and Vaughn, you take his back. If any of you sense the slightest inkling of ill intent, slay him. The rest of you, crack the weave, but be ready to seal it again at a moment's notice." A new surge of power rippled through Mauricia, a brisk, powerful wind that swept across her awareness. "Little sister." Mauricia felt her heart clench. "Galen?" "It is I, Agiana."
Galen, how?
There will be time for answers later, Adriana, I promise. For now, take what I can offer you, finish your work, and return to your own self. I am here. Your mate is here beside me. We will not let you fail.
But Galen, the weave is impossible. I don't even know where to begin.
It is a spirit weave, Maricia, and it is defending itself against you. You are weary because it told you to be weary. Your power is spent because it told you to spend your power. It is impossible because it tells you to believe that. It's an illusion, little sister, as most spirit is.
Galen.
You were your mate. Though I've never liked him much, I cannot help feeling pity for him.
He gave a laugh that had been rare even when Maricia was a child. The sound of it filled her with renewed strength.
So do this thing, Adriana, and return to him.
Maricia felt her brother's determination bolster her, an endless supply of power and sheer will from which she could draw forever. He was a tower of strength. He always had been. He was her hero, the brother she had idolized all her young life. I will do this. She directed her attention to the spirit weave, focusing her concentration, gathering the strength of those connected to her and weaving their wills to her own. She attacked the weave, not with subtlety, but with bold determination, cutting through steely threads of spirit as if they were tailor's silk. The weave tried to defend itself, swamping her with fatigue and self-doubt, but she persevered until the last thread was severed and the barrier fell away in dissolving bands of power. "We did it!" she crowed, laughing at the dimming, now powerless threads.
"You did it, little sister."
"Galen, oh, Galen, I've missed you. Her voice broke off as her attention wandered away from the dissolving threads of spirit, and she caught sight of yet another weave.
"What is it?"
Though no hint of worry colored Galen's mental voice, the mere question was enough.
"Maricia!"
Dax did not try to hide his concern. "There's another weave." She breathed an odd sigh. "You should see it. It's brilliant, beautiful." Huge bands of power were woven in a tight sphere, the thick multiply ropes of the weave shining white, blue, red, green, and lavender. Fivefold. Blessed Terran's fire. It's a fivefold weave, and masterfully done.
"Did Ellysetta weave it?" Rain asked.
"I don't know. I'll touch it to see if I can sense the maker." Maricia approached cautiously, surprised that she couldn't sense power emanating from the weave. A fivefold weave with threads that thick should have throbbed with power. But this one would have been invisible if Maricia had not sent her consciousness into Ellysetta's body. It was, like so many things about the woodcarver's daughter, a mystery. Maricia reached out with her senses, brushing gently against the outermost curve of the shining sphere, and gave a shrill cry as something attacked. She had a brief impression of blazing eyes and deadly fury before she found herself flying out of Ellysetta's body, returning to her own with a painful jolt that sent her sprawling backwards into the grass. She groaned and heard the sound echoed by several others. Hands reached out, helping her to sit up. "I'm fine," she muttered, waving her quintet away. It wasn't exactly true. Her head felt as if someone had taken a hammer to it. Dax and Bell were struggling to sit up, each rubbing his head. Beside them, surrounded by glowing magic and naked poison blades, Galen was doing the same. "Are you all right?" Maricia's question to them all was instinctive, even though she knew before they nodded that they had suffered no serious harm. Her gaze rested longest on Galen, drinking in the sight of him. She would have thought that after 1,000 years as a Dal Ryzen, his appearance would have changed, but he was Fey, immortal, held forever in the beautiful perfection of his prime, as familiar to her as he ever had been. Love filled her and flooded her eyes with shimmering tears. "God's blessing on Ellysetta Baristani," she whispered to herself, giving the spread-fingered fanning wave of the Lord of Light. She turned to Rain. "The weave wasn't hers, Rain. The spirit weaves were all of them, even the most powerful ones, but the fivefold weave belonged to someone else. Someone put it there deliberately." "What?" Rain stared at her in surprise. "But why?" "If I were to guess, I'd say someone wanted to be sure she would never use her magic. Maybe they even wanted to prevent anyone from realizing she had magic."
Why would anyone do that to her? I don't know, Rain, but I can tell you this. If the strength of that fivefold weave is a measure of what it was made to contain, her magic isn't just strong as we've suspected. It's a vaster power than I've ever known. Chapter 15. Ellysetta groaned and peeled open her eyes. The now familiar headache was worse than ever, pounding sharply at her temples. A loud, confusing barrage of thoughts and concerns flooded into her. She had a blurred image of faces hovering over her, then hands reached out to touch her. The cacophony in her mind grew deafening. She gave a small cry and flinched back, coming up against a solid wall of blessed quiet. She huddled closer, seeking shelter, and Rain wrapped his arms around her. Warm peace, edged with fierce protectiveness, blanketed her, muffling the noise of the others. What is it, Shaitani? I can hear them all. In my mind, all at once I can hear them. Shield yourselves, Rain commanded. Your thoughts disturb the Fey Riza. Immediately the voices quieted, though sensations of surprise and curiosity rose sharply. Vetador, Mauricia said. Ve Kujin Valar. You are in pain. Allow me to help you. For the first time, Ellysetta understood how hard it was for Mauricia to stand there, waiting patiently for permission to weave comfort while Ellysetta's headache beat at them both. Do not fear Mauricia, Shaitani. She means you no harm. I know, Ellysetta frowned. That was no lie. She knew Mauricia wanted only to heal the headache, nothing more. She knew it as surely as she'd ever known anything in her life. It was as if she could see into the other woman's mind, into her soul even, and find her intentions shining like a beacon. Ellysetta looked at Dax, wondered what he was thinking, and the answer was simply there. He was worried for his mate. She was so weary, yet would not cease trying to heal Ellysetta. He distrusted Galen Velseranis, no matter what the Fey Riza had done to make his scar disappear, no matter even that Mauricia believed he had been returned to them without a taint of evil. Ellysetta's gaze moved from Fey to Fey, plucking thoughts from their minds as easily as picking wildflowers in a meadow. Many thoughts bordered on reverent awe. She could take the scar from Adal Raisin and restore his soul. She was a gift from the gods, or perhaps a god herself, sent to save them. She flinched away from those thoughts, even more quickly than she flinched from the darker suspicions of a few of the warriors, who were thinking that in taking the scar from Adal Raisin, she had overturned the judgment of the gods and upset the balance of millennia of Fey law. To change that which the gods had ordained could never be good, no matter how wonderful it seemed at first. Ellysetta sought out the Dal Raisin, whose scar she had supposedly removed, found him ringed by watchful warriors. She skimmed his mind and discovered his thoughts were as easy to read as the others. Stunned disbelief was foremost in his mind, followed by joy at the unexpected treasure of standing in his sister's presence and causing her not even the slightest twinge of pain. Pale, ice-blue eyes met Ellysetta's. He knew what she was doing, knew she was plucking thoughts from the minds of all the Fey, knew she was in his mind now. There is nothing I would hide from you, Kifala Shazan. His mental voice was calm and steady, a rock of unwavering acceptance, completely devoid of fear. My mind and my soul, which you have restored from despair, are open to you without reservation, though I warn you there are memories of things that would make a Shadalin weep. Even with his permission, she shied away from sifting through his mind while he was watching her. She turned instead to Rain, but his thoughts were completely hidden from her. She touched his hand and sighed in relief when his concern touched her senses. That much, at least, had not changed. At her touch, he glanced down at her. Shaitani, will you not let Mauricia at least try to relieve your pain? A small frown creased his brow. Squeezing Rain's hand, she turned to the Shadalin. If it will give you peace to heal me, then do so. For the first time, she wasn't afraid to accept Mauricia's touch, because she knew the other woman only wanted to stop the pain that Ellysetta's headache was causing them both. As Mauricia raised her hand, Ellysetta realized she could actually feel her summoning her magic, could see the swelling glow as it responded to her call, and watch her spin the power into shining thread that she then wove together in a visible pattern. Lavender spirit, green earth, and cool white air whispered through her, soothing clenched muscles and throbbing nerves. Then it was done, and Mauricio leaned back into her true-mate's strength, utterly spent. Ellysetta touched her temple. The headache was still there but muted. "Belavo." "It is my honor to serve the Fey Risa," the healer replied. Her gaze went again to her brother and stayed there. "You have truly wrought a miracle. There is nothing I could ever do to repay you." "He is healed, then?" Rain asked. "No hint of Dalrisen in him?" "He and my sister Marika walked the earth 1,000 years before my birth. Galen's soul was dark from war long before I knew him, but even that is gone now." She stepped towards Galen, waving away the instinctive protests of Dax and her quintet as she reached out and laid hands upon her brother. "He is as unshadowed as an infant." Suddenly there were tears in Mauricia's eyes, and she flung her arms around her brother, clinging tight. Over his sister's shoulder, Galen met Ellysetta's gaze, and his voice sounded in her mind. "For this moment alone, I owe you my soul." His ice-blue eyes squeezed shut, and his face drew tight in lines of intense, barely checked emotion as he returned his sister's embrace. Ellysetta turned her face into Rain's chest. "For once," she whispered, "it appears I may have done something right with this magic you've awakened in me." He stroked a hand in her hair. "What you have done is a miracle, as Mauricia says." "Kivala Shezan, most honored lady," the deep baritone voice sounded behind her. The voice was slightly raspy, as if rarely used, but the tones were familiar. She'd heard them in her mind just a moment ago. She turned. The man known and feared throughout Celeria as the Dark Lord swept into a graceful bow so deep that his brow nearly touched the ground. He straightened as gracefully as he had bowed, towering over her own not inconsiderable height by more than a head. "Kivala Shezan," the Dark Lord repeated. "I am Galen Velsaronis, brother of the Shadelin Mauricia von Soland, and once a proud warrior of the Fey. I have been Dalrisen for the last 1,000 years, the most lost of all lost souls. But you have restored me." "I am Ellysetta Berestani, Ser Velsaronis, and in truth, I don't know what I did or how I did it, but you are welcome all the same." "You are not what I expected. You are innocent." The pale gaze sharpened, grew so intent that Ellysetta could almost feel his look like a physical touch, probing, as if he were searching for something. Then Galen's face cleared, and he dropped to his knees before her. "Ellysetta Berestani, true mate of the Terran soul. Of my own free will, I pledge my life and my soul to your protection. None shall harm you while in life or death. I have power to prevent it." Slowly, so as not to alarm the many warriors ringed around them, he unsheathed a black facha and drew the blade across his palm. Fisting his hand, he let 6 drops of blood splash on the knife. "This I do swear with my own life's blood, in fire and air and earth and water, in spirit and Osran. I do ask that this pledge be witnessed." Utter stillness fell over the park. The Dark Lord knelt there before her, his head lifted proudly, his eyes never wavering from hers as the silence stretched out. A muscle worked in Galen's jaw. "She restored my soul. Luta Sheva is my right." "Your right," Rain repeated. "You lost all rights the day you turned down the dark path. You laid Dalrisen hands on my true mate, and that should have earned you death. Instead, she cleansed the darkness from your soul. That doesn't mean I trust you, Velsaronis." Galen shifted his steady gaze from Ellysetta to Rain. "I serve no other master, despite what you may believe, and with my soul sworn to her service, I never shall." When still Rain did not witness the pledge, he added, "You should be leaping at the chance to witness my oath. Luta Sheva guarantees I can never betray her." "Rain," Ellysetta touched his hand as a silence stretched out again. He stared hard with cold, cold eyes at the former Dalrisen. "If ever, even by accident, you betray her or bring her to harm Velsaronis, your life is forfeit. Only I will not send Fey to kill you. I will send the Terran, and there will be no next life for you." Galen's pupils lengthened to narrow slits. "I would have it no other way." "Then your oath is witnessed," Rain said. The words seemed torn from him. "Witnessed," Bell echoed, followed by the rest of Ellysetta's quintet, Mauricia and Dax, then all the other Fey in the park. The blade in Galen's hand flashed bright, sealing the bond. He offered the blade to her, handle first. "Your Shaitan is your first protector, Kemphala. Know that I am your second. Third," Bell corrected. Galen met Bell's hard gaze with his own. "Third," he acknowledged, then smiled faintly. "For now." Ellysetta accepted the proffered blade. "Thank you, Ser Velsaranis." Bright green surrounded the former Dalrisan's hands, then dimmed to reveal a platinum chain and sheath, which he extended to her. "To you I am Galen, Kemphala." "Why did you come here, Velsaranis?" Rain broke in. "You were Dalrisan, and you entered a city occupied by a Shadowlan. Just for passing through the gate, your life was forfeit. Surely you knew that." "I knew." The Dark Lord rose to his feet in one lithe movement. "I came to protect my sister. The Eld are preparing an attack. They may already be here." A sudden gust of cool night wind swept through the park. Ellie shivered. Galen's eyes narrowed. "Your Shaitani is cold, Terran soul, and weary." Green earth blazed first in Kieran's hands, then a moment later in Galen's. "I will tell you what I know, but see to her comfort first." He held out a cape of soft blue wool. Behind him, the fur-lined velvet cloak that Kieran had just completed dissolved back into the elements. Rain wrapped the blue wool around his crewmate's shoulders. "Ellysetta and I will fly back to the palace. Join us there immediately, Velsaranis. I have many questions for you, and you have much to explain." He swept an imperious look at the Fae surrounding him. They stepped back to give their king room to summon the change. As he shimmered from Fae to Terran, the power that radiated from him washed over Ellysetta like a shower of hot rain. She shuddered, feeling her skin tighten with prickling awareness. Rain Terran's soul turned his massive head and purred low and deep. His wings stretched out, rising high on his back, then spreading wide, fully extended in the male Terran's gesture of strength and dominance. She walked to his side and closed her eyes as air swirled her upwards. Her hands buried themselves deep in the soft fur on his neck, and with a roar, Rain Terran's soul leapt into the night sky. As the Terran's soul and his mate winged away, Kieran approached the man who was his uncle. There was a challenging light in the younger man's eyes. "I hold Earth in the Fey Rise's primary. It was my place to make her cloak." The infamous Fey met Kieran's gaze. "You weren't fast enough." She stood there shivering while you fussed with fur and velvet. "Extravagance has its uses, young Fey, but expedience is better. You serve the Fey Risa. Learn to serve her well in all things." Kieran stiffened. "I was only a moment or two behind you. You stand outside the fading lands. A moment or two could mean her life. It was just a cloak to ward off the chill. And what will it be the next time? You've already failed her once. Where were you when she laid hands on the most murderous Dalrisan who ever lived?" Leaving Kieran speechless, Galen Velsaranis turned and broke into a run, swiftly catching, then outstripping the other Fae as they ran towards the palace. The 5 warriors of Ellysetta's primary shared a fulminating look, then burst into their own land-eating run, racing after the Dark Lord. Rain and Ellysetta reached the palace first. Her quintet traversed the distance on foot with surprising speed and arrived well before any of the others. Ellysetta was sitting at the secretary in Rain's suite, penning a note to her parents, when Bell burst through the doors. The other members of the quintet followed so swiftly that all 5 warriors nearly ended up in a heap on the floor. They were breathless and flushed, perspiration trickling down the sides of their faces. Kieran bent over, hands on his knees, and dragged air into his lungs. "Well done, brothers. We beat the smug churvel." "You all look like you could use a drink." Cool and unwinded, Galen smiled at the new arrivals from the sofa near the window. "Water, or perhaps something a little stronger to help you regain your strength." Kieran bared his teeth and snarled. Bell cursed quietly and straightened. "How did you manage it?" he asked, wiping the sweat off his brow with the back of his arm. "We passed you outside on the palace steps." "Did you?" Galen rose with a single fluid motion. "Are you sure?" "That was spirit." Velsaranis shrugged. I am a master of it, as am I. If it was spirit, I would have known. But then I do have at least 1,000 years on New Beliard Veljalani, and countless lifetimes more experience. With a casual arrogance that set Rain's teeth on edge, Galen promptly commandeered the small stone-topped bar in the corner and began handing out glasses of ice water and taunting evaluations of the quintet's shortcomings with equal measure. Judging from the fulminating looks in the warriors' eyes, they were none too happy to have the former doll rise and appoint himself their Chatok, their mentor in the dance of knives. So the elder on the move, planning an attack, and you came to warn your sister, Rain said. And how did you come by this information? Galen shrugged and left off taunting the others for the moment. He selected a crystal goblet and pulled the stopper from a flagon of Pinal. My men reported Eld troop movements along the western border, not long after I stumbled across an Eld raiding party in Norban. Your men? The Brotherhood of Shadows, the Alrizan who still protect the fading lands. He poured a stream of pale blue liquid into his goblet, filling it generously. We guard the borders against Eld attack. The rumors are true, then. Some are. I don't eat small Silurian children for breakfast. He lifted the goblet to his lips, met Kieran's angry stare over the rim, and smiled wickedly. Infant Fey playing at being warriors are much more satisfying. Rain's eyes narrowed. Kieran is your sister's son and a fine warrior. Young, but stronger in earth than any other Fey in the fading lands. He holds a master's strength in air and fire as well, plus a 4th-level talent in spirit and water. If you prick him one too many times, Velsaronis, you will regret it. I doubt that. He may be my sister's son, but he has his father's reflexes. I'm so glad you've returned to us, Galen, Dax announced dryly from the doorway. I'd forgotten what a pleasure it was to have you around. He, Mauricia, and her quintet entered the suite. Galen raised his glass to Dax. You never were and never will be good enough for her, but at least you're Fey and possess some minor ability to ensure her protection and happiness. Not like that worthless mortal Marika chose. He downed the rest of the Pinal in one swallow and set the goblet aside. But enough of that. He raised a hand. The suite doors closed with a bang and bolted. Shining nets of air and spirit shot out from his fingertips to seal the room. It happened so quickly that even Rain was left blinking in surprise. Galen arched a dark brow. I'm a master of earth, air, spirit, and fire, and a 5th-level talent in water, mentored in the dance of knives by the great Shanasorn von Soleil himself. He looked at Kieran, and his face hardened. I was the sharpest blade in the fading lands, and still the mages murdered my sister while she was in my presence and under my protection. One brief hesitation, one split second, cost her life. He met Kieran's gaze steadily. If I demand perfection, young Fey, it is because nothing but perfection will do. Not when protecting the fading lands, and certainly not when protecting a Shadowlin who has true-mated a Terran soul and can bring the Dark Lord back from living death. You said you stumbled across an Eld raiding party, Rain interrupted. Tell us what you know, Mauricia. Verify every word he speaks. When his sister's hands closed around his arm, Galen lifted his chin. 3 days ago I found the remains of a Silurian woodsman just outside Norban. He'd been tortured and slain by an Eld raiding party, led by an apprentice mage. The Eld were seeking information about a red-haired child found there some 24 years ago. His gaze flickered to Ellysetta, touching on her flame-red hair. I tracked the Eld and found them in the final moments of a battle with 2 Fey. Truth, Mauricia said. That must have been Sean and Toril, Rain frowned. The Fey, Sean and Toril. They were slain? One was already dead. The other took his last breath before I could reach him. They died with honor, as warriors should. Galen reached into his tunic and tugged 2 pendants free. I have the Sarazu Kir to verify my claim. Mauricia touched the stones and closed her eyes. These are the crystals of Sean and Toril, and their death happened as Galen has said. Do you have any idea what the woodsman might have known about the Fey Ryza that was so important a mage would come to interrogate and kill him for it? Rain asked. The woodsman's memories were gone, Galen answered. Someone, your Fey warriors, by the look of it, erased them before the mage got to him. If the woodsman was already dead and Sean and Toril died before you reached them, Bell said quietly, how is it you know they erased his memories? Galen hesitated. You are observant, Beliard Veljalani. He tilted his head in acknowledgement. As I said, I'm a master of air, earth, fire, and spirit, and a 5th-level talent in water. From what I can tell. He met Rain's gaze without flinching. I'm also a 4th-level talent in Osran. Mauricia gasped. Both her quintet and Ellysetta's suddenly looked alert and deadly. Galen bestowed a gentle smile on his sister and freely condemned himself. I summoned the man's soul back from the dead to learn what I could before firing his body. Oh, Galen. Use of Osran is a banishing offense, Kieran said. Galen gave a bark of laughter. That's not much of a deterrent when one is already banished for far worse now, is it, puppy? Besides, Fey law also forbids tampering with Silurian memories, so I'm not the only one to break Fey laws when the situation warrants. He eyed Rain coolly. I never expected to walk again in the fading lands. If you choose to deny me entrance because I called Osran as a Dalryzen, so be it. I will not deny you entrance, but you will not call Osran again. It is forbidden. Galen's jaw hardened. I will do as I have always done, whatever is necessary to protect the Fey. As you protected us when you threw us into the Mage Wars for vengeance's sake, no less than you when you scorched the world. Stop it, both of you, Mauricia snapped. If the Fey stole the woodsman's memories, what kept you from calling their souls back from the dead to learn what they knew? Kieran sneered. The temperature in the room plummeted. The chill was cold anger coming from Galen, followed a moment later by mocking acceptance. Well, puppy, I did try, but by then I was Seldor pierced and my magic wasn't quite as manageable as it usually is. Untruth. Mauricia smiled at her brother's quick scowl. At least about trying to summon Fey souls. You were Seldor pierced. I caught a few barbed arrows while dispatching the last of the Elden Raiders and the apprentice mage who led them. I couldn't send spirit. That's why I came to Celeria in person. There's no trace of Seldor in you now. The Fey Ryza must have removed the barbs when she healed me. She didn't, Val said. She touched you and lit you up like a candle, but she didn't remove any Seldor so far as I could see. And yet the Seldor has vanished from my flesh. Everyone turned to Ellysetta. If I did it, I don't remember it, and don't have any idea how to do it again. So, she truemates a Terran soul, restores a Dalryzen's lost soul, and disintegrates Seldor with a touch. Yet she is still here in the city, rather than safe behind the faring mists. And Mauricia as well? Rain bristled at the reproach. Not because I wish it so, believe me, he retorted. I am bound by honor and Silurian law. Her father and Dorian set aside her Silurian betrothal only on the condition that I wed her by Silurian custom, and the formalities of it take time. Were that not so, I would have taken her and returned to the fading lands days ago, just as I would have commanded your sister to return the moment I learned that the Silurians had been negotiating a trade agreement with the Eld, and that she and Dax knew of it. Galen speared his sister with a penetrating look that actually made the imperturbable Mauricia flush. But whatever scathing remark was on the tip of his tongue went unsaid. He turned back to Rain. The Eld are on the move. Whatever attack they have planned will come soon. You should leave now in the night. Take your Sheatani and go. I've told you I cannot. She does not complete the required prenuptial ceremonies until tomorrow. We wed and depart after that. Do not place honor above your Sheatani's life. That's the sort of thinking that led you down the shadowed path so long ago, Velsaronis. I will honor my vow. To do less makes me unworthy of her. A knock sounded on the doors. Keel opened them upon Rain's command. Mauricia pulled her hand from her brother's arm, a small instinct of courtesy to spare his pride, as Rowan stepped into the room. So it is true. Rowan pinned Galen with a hard glare. How is it that you still live, Dalryzen? He held his hands close to his blades, tension and aggression vibrating from him with almost visible force. Peace, Rowan, Keel murmured. Galen is Dalryzen no longer. The Fey Ryza has restored his soul. So we heard, but I didn't believe it until now. It still doesn't excuse him for bringing his taint into this city and tormenting my brother's true mate. Your brother's true mate? Galen glanced from Rowan to Ellysetta. Not Ellysetta, Mauricia clarified. Talisa Disseaborn, Lord Burial's daughter. Galen's face went blank with surprise. You didn't know she could true mate? Nay, how could we know? Lord Burial's marriage bond was a purely mortal one. We knew the girl was slightly empathetic, but we never suspected anything more. If we had, we certainly would never have allowed her to waste herself on Seaborn's heir. Then why do you have 25 Dalryzen stationed on Lord Burial's lands? Rain asked. You knew Lord Burial was a descendant of your cousin Dural. That Fey blood, Velsaronis blood, ran in the Burial family line.
Yeah, I did know that. Dural's disappearance was what brought me back to Celeria 700 years ago. He was gone without a trace. His mortal mate slain, his son orphaned, and they weren't the only ones. All along the borders there were tales of midnight raids and folk gone missing. It was then I formed the Brotherhood of Shadows. We began patrolling the borders, stopping the raids when we could. As for the 25 Dal Ryzen, they are there to protect Lord Burial. Too many of the raids over the years have targeted Dural's descendants. Why? We don't know. Over the years I've sent more than 100 Dal Ryzen into El to find out. None of them ever returned. So back to my earlier question,
Kieran interrupted with an open sneer.
Why didn't you summon the souls of the Eld you killed and ask them?
Galen gave a small, tight smile.
The mages soulbind their followers to them, boy. If you summon a soul owned by the mages, you might as well send a thread of spirits straight to the High Mage himself and set up a flare to light his way back to you. Using Osran opens your soul for things to get in. I'd personally rather not have one of those things be a mage.
Osran, Rowan interrupted. He speared Rain with an incredulous look.
Galen is a Dal Ryzen who freely admits to wielding Osran, and you let him draw breath within the same room as the Fey Ryza? Have you gone mad?
He has, Kieran muttered. Galen is Dal Ryzen no longer, Maricia answered, flashing a dark look at her son. The Fey Ryza restored his soul. What would you have Rain do? Slaughter him now that he is whole once more? Or banish him for something he did while living outside our laws?
The Dark Lord has blood-sworn himself to the Fey Ryza.
That dry remark came from Terrace, the new holder of fire in Ellysetta's primary. Rowan's jaw dropped, and he turned a shocked look on Rain.
You have gone mad.
Rowan, Maricia gave him a warning look. Is everything all right with Talisa? Shaking his head with astonished incredulity, the warrior was slow to answer.
The husband came, demanding her return. Lord Burial nearly drew steel on him before he would leave.
He flicked a quick, shuttered glance at Galen, then directed his attention to Rain.
It was all I could do to keep Adriel from slitting Seaborn's throat.
Adriel still with his Sheatani? Rain asked.
Did the husband find him there? Nay, Adriel had enough sense to cloak himself in spirit before Seaborn entered.
Rowan's jaw flexed.
Can you not speak to the King Rain? Is there no way to dissolve the marriage as your betrothal was dissolved?
Some other time it might have been possible. But you heard the nobles tonight. Dorian rests on the blade's edge of a rebellion. Even if dissolving a marriage were within his power, Dorian couldn't do it now. Not to benefit the Fae at the cost of his own subjects. Go back to Adriel. Tell him to have patience. Even as he said it, Rain knew the advice was worthless. No amount of patience would make Talisa a free woman. If she left her husband of her own volition, Seaborn could simply claim the Fae had used magic to control her mind. There were many Solarians who'd be all too happy to believe it. Rowan started to leave, then stopped at the door and turned to pin Galen with a fierce glare.
I'll be watching you, Dal Ryzen, with Red never far from my fingertips. It's heartwarming to be the object of such affection,
Galen quipped when the door closed behind Rowan with a bang. What did you expect, Vel Saranis? Rain asked.
Death, he said simply, but I received salvation in its stead.
He bowed in Ellysetta's direction and gave a fanning wave.
I will do everything in my power to prove myself worthy.
He straightened and his shoulders squared.
And you, Terran soul, should not make me the focus of your suspicions when the High Mage has fixed his eye upon your mate.
I am quite aware of the Eld threat, but the attacks on Ellysetta and the recent host of troubles with Celeria all appear to have been orchestrated by Dal Ryzen, not by mages. Rain nodded to Maricia, who took her brother's hand again.
I ordered no attack on your mate, not by command or implication,
Galen said. Truth, Maricia said. And yet your Fecha ended up in the hands of a street child who stabbed her with it last week. Rain lifted a brow. How do you explain that?
I've fought along the borders for the last 7 centuries. I've lost a blade or two in the process. One of those could easily have fallen into enemy hands.
Galen frowned.
Since I did not order that attack, the most obvious suspects are the mages. But that makes no sense. This High Mage is no fool. Why would he send a search party to Norban to torture a woodsman and slay 2 Fey for what they learned about the Fey Ryza if he simply intended to kill her?
The blade was numbed, Maricia said. Perhaps it was meant only to injure.
To injure, he repeated. For what purpose?
Galen had walked the earth for 2,500 long years. More than half that time he'd spent fighting Eld. He knew their ways, and he knew the mages never acted without purpose. The Fecha was meant to implicate him, obviously. It was only a diversion, a false trail. But the attack itself, a numbed blade not meant to kill, was that a false trail too? Images whirled in his mind. The tortured woodsman, the two dead Fey, the mage searching for a lost child who he claimed was the daughter of the High Mage of Eld. Another image superseded the others, a great and legendary treasure bearing pestilence in its golden chalices. Galen's gaze swept across the room to fix on Ellysetta, and horror dug its talons deep in his belly. He'd come to kill her, and she'd saved his soul. She was innocent, as bright a soul as he'd ever seen. But what if there was darkness in her even she did not realize? Conscious of Mauricia's hand on his skin, he clamped a fierce hold on his thoughts. His face went still as stone.
You said there have been several attacks on the Fey Riza, he said to Rain. What else has happened besides the stabbing?
She received an ensorcelled gift yesterday, Rain answered. When she touched the thing, it summoned a demon and opened some kind of rift behind her.
A rift?
Like the portals demons use to escape the Well of Souls, only much larger.
Didn't anything come through it?
Nay, but she was being directed towards it by a spirit weave. The tension that gripped Galen abated slightly. If Ellysetta was indeed an unwitting agent of the High Mage, he would not set a trap to capture her, unless the demon attack was yet another false trail intended to speed her delivery to the Fading Lands. What better way to make the Fey rush her behind the safety of the faring mists than to make it seem as though her life were in danger? No, he wouldn't believe it. His suspicions sprang from the last 1,000 years of living as a Dalrysan, which he'd survived by suspecting a trap in every gift and seeking the enemy in every shadow. She'd restored his soul, and he was blood-sworn to her service, bound to protect her above all others in life and in death. She was an innocent, a miraculous gift from the gods. What's wrong, Galen? Mauricia's concern swept across him. He secured his wayward thoughts and emotions behind the barriers of his mind, where she could not access them except through forceful truth-speaking.
I do not like the sound of these Eld attacks.
That was truth enough to reassure her. What is the Well of Souls? Ellysetta asked.
Silurians call it the underworld, Rain answered. It's the home of unborn souls and the dead who haven't yet earned passage to the next world. It's also the home of demons. The Eld have long used Azran and Selkar crystals to summon demons from the well, Galen added, but in the last few years, they've learned how to open a physical doorway between the Well of Souls and the living world.
He felt the weight of every Fey's sudden, penetrating stare. They had not known about this new Eld accomplishment then.
They use it to travel, and they're completely undetectable unless they use Azran to open the doorway. If the rift that opened behind the Fey Riza was such a gateway, it's possible the spirit weave directing her could have guided her through the well directly to the High Mage himself.
Rain dropped a hand to the hilt of the mecha at his hips.
Can they open a doorway anywhere? Into this room, for instance? Nay, from what we've seen, either a third party must open the endpoint for them, or there must be a Selkar crystal bespelled to open the portal at a given time. I tried once or twice to open a doorway on my own, so I could learn more about the process, but the results were rather alarming. What guards the Well of Souls doesn't like to be disturbed.
You think the Eld will use these doorways to attack us here in the city?
Wouldn't you? Eld armies are massing along the border. If there are mage claimed in the city, and considering the attacks on the Fey Riza, there must be. The High Mage could use them to open enough portals to deliver an invasion force to Dorian's doorstep without warning.
If that were the case, why wouldn't he already have done so? Ellysetta asked.
Perhaps he was not yet ready, Kimfala. Perhaps discovering your presence here in Celeria City has prompted him to act sooner than he would like, or perhaps he postponed his planned attack to give his envoys time to capture you.
Galen turned back to Rain.
If the Eld sent a demon for the Fey Riza, they'll be back, and most likely in force. The High Mage doesn't tip his hand so boldly. He doesn't want to remind anyone what the Eld are capable of. He's been very careful to keep the mages quiet, to project a friendly face to the world, and all the while, he's been rebuilding Eld power since the Mage Wars. He has spies and emissaries in every king's court around the world.
And how do you know that?
Because I have spies and emissaries in every king's court as well, while the Fae have spent the last 1,000 years hiding behind the faring mists, licking their wounds from the Mage Wars. The rest of the world has taken the opportunity to rebuild, to grow strong again, to forge alliances that don't include the Fae.
Rain's lips thinned. If you're trying to tell me I've been a bad king, save your breath. I know it all too well.
That's not true, Mauricia objected. You've no right to judge him, Galen. You know nothing of what it's been like, of what he's been through, of what a triumph it was just to reach the first day when he could cling to sanity without the help of every Shadelin in the Fading Lands. We haven't hidden behind the faring mists only to lick our wounds. We caged ourselves there to protect the world, too.
Mauricia, the Fae are weak. Their enemies are strong. The reasons don't matter. A wounded champion and an unarmed boy die just the same when the blade falls on their necks. Seta, Rain snapped. We return to the Fading Lands tomorrow. Ellysetta and I speak our Silurian marriage vows after the council vote. You will come with us, Galen. I want to know everything you know about the Eld and their plans. It is time for the Defender of the Fae to actually start defending them again. Until then, Ellysetta must stay here, safe in the palace, under constant guard.
Rain nodded to Mauricia, and her hand dropped back to her side.
Is that it? Kieran demanded incredulously. The questioning is over?
He pointed a shaking finger at his infamous uncle. Before you grant him passage through the faring mists and celebrate his return in the streets of Darsa, won't you at least make him tell you whether or not he and his brotherhood have been murdering Silurians?
Kieran, Mauricia murmured, frowning at her son.
No, Mother. He needs to answer. Our alliance with Sileria is in danger of destruction thanks to rumors of Dalryzen murdering villagers in the north. We need to know whether he did it or not.
Kieran is right, Rain agreed. He nodded, and with obvious reluctance, Mauricia put her hand back on her brother. Answer his question, Galen. The former Dalryzen hesitated, as if weighing his words, then shrugged.
The Brotherhood and I have executed a number of Silurians.
Mauricia stifled a gasp. Truth! Oh, Galen, why?
They were mage-claimed. We could not let them live to spread their evil. How could you know they were mage-claimed? Kieran challenged. Did you personally see these peasants in the company of mages, carrying out their will? Because we all know there's no way to tell who is in the service of the mages until they act.
That's not entirely true, young Gitanos. Your Dalryzen have found a way to detect mage-claiming? Rain queried sharply. The secret invisible power of mage-claiming was one of the Eld's most deadly weapons.
We have. Mage-claiming leaves marks on the claimed ones. These marks are invisible to the naked eye, even invisible to Fey vision, but they appear in the presence of Azran, like black shadows on the flesh over the claimed one's heart.
Azran again, Kieran spat.
Azran is just magic, boy. A mystic-like spirit. Despite what all Fae have been raised to believe, it isn't evil, and weaving it won't turn you into a servant of the dark so long as you wield it wisely and with caution.
He glanced at Ellysetta and knew he must learn the truth, if only to determine how best to protect her. Look. Before the others could react, a small, shadowy spiral sprang to life in his palm, and a chill, sickly sweet aroma wafted through the room. Mauricia cried out and fell back away from her brother. Ellysetta cried out too, as much in warning as in fear. 12 red Phaetra flew fast and true, not quickly enough to penetrate the rapid weave that surrounded Galen and stopped the Phaetra in mid-flight. Ellysetta clutched a hand over her chest where the shock of his sudden action had made her heart all but leap out of her chest. A cold, dull ache throbbed in her left breast. Her skin tingled from lack of oxygen and the sudden rush of fear, and her teeth began to chatter. Somehow she knew Galen meant no harm with his weave, but her terror didn't abate. "Stop it, Galen," she commanded. "Stop it now!" She pressed the palm of her hand hard over the fluttering wildness of her heart. His eyes narrowed slightly.
"As you wish, Kemphala."
The former Dalryzen bowed, and his Azran weeb winked out. "The rest of you, put your weapons away!" Ellysetta's voice shook. By some miracle, her knocking knees did not collapse beneath her. Slowly, with hissing reluctance, The Fey sheathed their second round of blades. A moment later, Galen's shields fell, and the 12 red Faetra trapped by his weave clattered harmlessly to the floor. As fast as Galen had moved a moment before, Rain moved now. In a blur of speed, he was at Galen's throat, his long fingers wrapped tight around the other's windpipe.
What was the meaning of that display, Dalryzen? Rain demanded. Is it death you seek after all? If I'd meant harm, you'd all be dead already, Galen answered. I only meant to prove a point. By weaving the forbidden magic, I wove Azran. Did I summon demons, mages? Have I lost my soul again? Nay. None of those dire predictions came true, because the magic itself is not evil. It is forbidden. It is the magic never to be called. Only because ancient Fey who lived and died so long ago we hold no memory of them or their reasoning said it should be so, Galen shot back. Dalryzen don't have the benefit of hiding behind protective barriers and indulging ourselves with self-righteous adherence to laws long past their use. We survive by wit and speed and will, and we've learned that to defeat our greatest enemy, we must understand that enemy's most powerful weapon.
With a growl, Rain released his grip on Galen's throat and thrust the older Fey away from him. In the Fading Lands, we hold true to our honor and our laws. If you intend to live among us, you will do the same. And if you refuse to consider change, don't expect to survive the coming war, Galen countered. Muttering a curse, he spun on one heel and started to pace. Halfway across the room, he stopped and cast a hard, searching glance Ellysetta's way. His shoulders slumped a little, then straightened. I didn't summon Azran a moment ago just to prove a point. I did it for a different reason, because there was something I had to know. Something like what, Velsaronis? Rain growled. Whether or not we could cut you with red before you raised your shields? Nay, that was not it. He smiled faintly. But it is good to know you can't. Sobering, he crossed the short distance to Ellysetta and went to one knee before her. He clasped her hands in his. Kemphala, know that I am yours. I will never betray you. I will defend you beyond death itself. I would walk the 7 hells if you asked it of me. Ellysetta didn't know what to say. Belavo, Galen. I am grateful for your kindness. Then forgive me, Kefala Sheson. Forgive you for what? She frowned in confusion as Galen rose once more and took a step back. Velsaronis, wary of the Fey's suspicious behavior, Rain stepped in front of Ellysetta and guided her back, away from the former Dalryzen. The eld who killed the woodsman and your Fey wasn't looking for just any red-haired child, Galen told the room. His eyes never left Ellysetta's, and I did not come to Celeria City just to warn you of eld troop movements along the border. I knew it, Kieran muttered. I told you we couldn't trust him. Loss, Kieran, Bell hissed. Let him speak. Rain held up a hand to silence them both. Why then did you come, Velsaronis? In a moment, first let me say, I no longer believe what I thought was true. And let me remind you all, you especially Terran soul, that no great gift from the gods comes without an equally great danger. The price of the gift is the willingness and courage to embrace the danger. If you cannot accept the one, you are not worthy of the other. I need no lecture on the price the gods demand for their blessings. I have lived with those prices all my life, Rain said. Galen bowed his head in acknowledgement. His expression grew still, becoming the blank, impenetrable stone mask of the Fey. The eld were searching for the lost daughter of the High Mage, he said baldly. He met Ellysetta's gaze. And I came to kill her. Chapter 16. Though once with joy our garden greened, love's blossoms fade round salted spring. My heart is lost, my hope is gone, and sorrow now my only song. Sorrow's Garden, a lament by Mara Val Elias. Ellysetta's quintet surrounded her in an instinctive reaction to the perceived threat. But even as they flung up magic in her defense, their emotions slapped at her. Astonishment, disbelief, fear. Worse, much worse, was the way Rain withdrew his hand from hers. It cannot be true, Rain said. But Ellysetta sensed his uncertainty, heard it in the faint vibration of his voice. I don't want to believe it either, Galen said.
But the possibility exists, and for her sake, if for no other, we cannot ignore it.
It cannot be true. It is not true. Rain turned and swept a hand palm up towards Ellysetta. Look at her. She is bright and shining. No Eld could ever be so bright, especially not the daughter of the High Mage.
The Eld are not born evil, Galen answered. They are corrupted by their environment and chained into dark servitude by the mages. The mages bind the souls of Eld children on the first anniversary of their birth, and continue until they own them utterly. But if she is the one they sought, she was smuggled out of Eld as a child. The soul binding was never completed.
Galen, you must be mistaken, Mauricia said. It's just another mage trick, meant to manipulate us and cast doubt and suspicion where there can be none.
That is entirely possible, he acknowledged. But when I called Osran a moment ago, all of you reacted the way Fey do. She did not.
He met Ellysetta's gaze again, his own filled with bleak sorrow.
She reacted like one who bears the mark of the mages.
Ellysetta flinched as though he'd struck her and clutched a hand over her betraying heart. No, it's not true. But even as she denied it, she recalled the cold, insidious voice from her nightmares hissing,
"Girl, you can't hide from me forever. He'll kill you when he learns what you really are."
Even worse came the mocking sneer from last week's horrific nightmare.
"You'll kill them all. It's what you were born for."
Rain? Tears welled in her eyes as she turned to face Rain and saw the horror and the revulsion in his stricken gaze. She reached out. "Rain, please." He flinched away, and her tears spilled over in hot lines that chilled rapidly as they slid down her cheeks. Rain's jaw clenched tight.
"Vasaranus, you said Osran reveals the marks."
Then do it." "No!" Ellysetta shrank back from Galen's approach.
"I will not hurt you, Kynfala,"
Galen vowed in a sorrowful voice.
"But we must know, one way or another. Knowledge is better than blind fear."
Gods, she wanted to turn and run. She wanted to flee them all, even Rain, and hide someplace where no one would ever find her.
"Courage, Ellysetta,"
Galen whispered in her mind.
"The mage mark does not make you evil, but it does put you in danger. We cannot protect you properly if we do not know how badly your defenses have been compromised."
Courage? When had she ever had that? She avoided confrontations and hid from her own magic because she was afraid of what was inside her and always had been. And now Galen wanted her to stand there and let him bear the horrible, secret blackness of her soul to the man she loved?
"If you won't think of yourself, then think of your Shaitan," he urged. "Just the possibility of this mark has raised doubts in you both. You'll never complete your bond without knowing and accepting the truth. Rain will die."
The mere thought filled her with fear greater than any she harbored on her own behalf. She stopped retreating. "All right," she whispered. "See if I bear this mark."
"Belavo Kemferaisa."
Galen's hand rose, palm up. His eyes began to glow as he summoned magic. His pupils stretched wide, revealing the inner dark of his eyes, a deep blackness flickering with red lights. A shadowy wisp of Osran swirled in his palm, and the sickly sweet chill of it pebbled Ellysetta's flesh. A cold, throbbing ache began in her chest, just above her rapidly pounding heart. Her fingers ached to clutch at the spot, to hide it, to repress it as she had all her life. She looked down at her chest. A single despairing tear trickled from the corner of her eye. There, on the soft ivory swell of her left breast, above her heart, revealed by the scooped neckline of her nightgown, a shadow lay upon her skin, a hideous, damning smudge. Rain stared in horror at the mark on Ellysetta's flesh. If Galen was to be believed, and God's help him, Rain did believe him, this was proof of mage claiming. The Eld had forged a foothold in Ellysetta's soul.
"Only one mark," Galen was saying. "It could be worse. It takes a full 6 marks to completely subjugate a soul."
Rain only half heard him. His mind was reeling. The instinct to kill anyone infected with Eld evil was so strong. His hand actually ached for the feel of red in his palm, and yet this mage-claimed woman was his Sheatani, his true mate.
the miraculous, bright and shining soul who had brought him out of the shadows of despair. She was the one he'd been sent to find and bring back to save the fading lands, wasn't she? She stared at him, weeping, hands outstretched, silently pleading with him for reassurance, for proof that he would not revile her. God's help him, he could not give her that. He stumbled back a step and then another and another, retreating from the promise and damnation she represented. Better to have died 1,000 years ago than face this torment now. His hands rose to his face. His fingers curved like Terran claws. He ached to rend his own flesh from his bones, to rip out the helpless need and hunger that bound him to her. He was a defender of the Fey, sworn to slay the enemies of his homeland, and she was mage-claimed. How could he let her live? He was a Terran soul, last repository of the greatest of all Fey magics, and she was his Sheatani. How could he let any harm befall her? How could she possibly be the key to saving the Terran and the Fey, while bearing the foul taint of the Eld on her body and in her blood? Madness tore at him. Howling fury and mindless rage fought to consume him. Only the smallest sliver of control kept him clinging to sanity, and Ellysetta's devastated emotions threatened to undermine that. "Rain," Marisia called to him. Her Shadalin's voice throbbed with power, with peace. He fought it off. Marisia could not help him, not this time. "I've got to go. I cannot stay here." His eyes met Ellysetta's and flinched away. He lurched for the glassed balcony doors and flung them open. "Keep her safe here tonight. Return her to her family in the morning." Without a single look back, he flung himself into the night sky. "Rain!" she called after him in desperation. Ellysetta, true mate of the Terran soul, daughter of the High Mage of Eld, Rain's most deadly and despised enemy. With a scream of fury and a scorching blast of flame, Rain Terran's soul raced into the darkness of the night. "Rain," Ellysetta whispered. He was gone, swallowed up by the night. He'd cut her off from his emotions, leaving her nothing, no tie to him, no way to reach him. She covered her face with her hands and wept. "Come away, little sister." Marisia tugged her back from the balcony. But beneath the compassion, Ellysetta felt the Shadalin's involuntary flinch. Even Marisia could not completely hide her revulsion at the taint in Ellysetta's blood. She pulled her tattered emotions tight. "I should go home now, tonight. There's no reason for me to stay here."
"There is every reason," Galen corrected. "You are still the Fey Ryza, and you are still in danger."
He nodded towards the window.
"The Fey Ryzen will be back. He has no other choice. He will realize it soon enough."
He paused, then added softly,
"Once the soul hunger begins."
Rain flew hard and fast towards the fading lands. Blind instinct more than conscious thought drove him towards the haven of Feybarin and his Terran kin. For centuries they had guarded him when no other creature could, and he knew that when the soul hunger began to consume him and madness claimed him once more, the Terran would grant him final peace through the fiery embrace of Terran flame. Ellysetta. Just the thought of her name made the Terran roar in fury. When first she'd called him from the sky, he'd thought the gods had sent a miracle to save him. Now he realized they'd sent her to complete his damnation. Daughter of the High Mage, mage-claimed, bound to his soul forever. He would give his life before risking the fading lands with a mage-claimed true mate. Marisia and the Fey called frantically to him from Celeria, but he ignored them, summoning a fierce tailwind to speed his flight. He raced across the sky towards the west, towards the protection of the fading lands and the Terran's waiting fire. The Terran had other ideas. No more than a few bells into his flight, a rich, resonant chorus of golden notes filled his mind. Terran song from Feybarin, authored by Sabarukai, leader of the Feybarin Pride. The rich notes poured through him, not soothing and restful as they so often had been in the past, but crisp with power and command. "We sense your approach, Rainier Eras," she sang. "Why do you return alone? Where is the one you were sent to find? Where is your mate?" He had not spoken with Sabarukai or any other Terran of the Pride since leaving the fading lands, but it did not surprise him that she knew of Ellysetta,
Quickly weaving as much information as he could into his Terran speech, Rain explained what had happened.
You left her, your mate. You left her there, among the humans.
What else was I to do? I could not bring her to the Fading Lands.
Terran do not abandon their mates.
Even across the vast distance between them, the great cat's disapproval vibrated down to Rain's bones. The glorious symphony of Terran's speech rang cold with deep, discordant notes. Sabarukai, did you not hear me? She is mage-claimed.
Mages, Sabarukai sniffed. You think we fear them?
She sent an image of claws indolently shredding rock.
Did not a single Terran once drive mage evil from the earth for 1,000 years? Terran do not abandon their mates. Terran defend the pride. She is the one you were sent to find, Rainier Eras. Bring her to us.
As the Terran soul, Rain was king of the Fey, but he was also a Terran of the Feybaran pride, which Sabarukai ruled. Still he resisted. She did not understand the dangers. She did not understand what she was asking him to do. It is to defend the pride that I must not bring her. She is the daughter of the High Mage of Eld, and she is mage-claimed. He will use her to destroy us. Through her, he can even use me. I cannot allow that to happen. The great cat's response carried an image of Sabarukai's ears and tail twitching with irritation.
Claiming a mate is never without challenge or risk. Only the strongest prove worthy. Such ways ensure the health of the pride. Bring her to us.
Rain's claws extended, curving and razor-sharp. Venom pooled in his fangs, and licks of fire sparked in the night sky. I cannot. I will not.
Rainier Eras, obey me. There is a reason you were chosen. Only she can save us, but only if you can save her. Do your duty, Terran soul. Guard her, protect her, bring her.
Her voice was cut off in mid-sentence. For the first time in his life, Rain blocked the song of his Terran kin from his mind. He didn't need Sabarukai's censure to know his duty lay behind him, there in Celeria City. Without Ellysetta, the Fey and the Terran would surely die. But he also knew, with terrifying certainty, that if he did not turn from Ellysetta now, he never would, even if that meant surrendering his own soul to the mages. And if the mages gained control over a Terran soul, many more people than just the Terran and the Fey would perish. After Rain left, the Fey spent several bells bitterly debating what to do about Galen and his knowledge of what was happening to Celerians in the north. Mauricia wanted to take him to Dorian and have him tell everything he knew. Dax and Bell vehemently disagreed. Galen's presence was a double-edged blade. He could swear under Shadowland oath that Celerians in the north were mage-claimed, but if questioned, he'd also have to admit to leading the Dalryzen and murdering Celerian peasants. Just having him in their company lent credence to Lord Seaborn's claims of Dalryzen Fey collusion. In the end, Bell and Dax convinced Mauricia it would be best to keep Galen's presence a secret, even from Dorian. The risk of revealing him was simply too great. Ellysetta spent the entire night curled up in a deep wing-backed chair in Rain's palace bedroom, staring out into the night, watching the mother and daughter cross the sky as the small silver bells of the night rang out in slow, lonely succession. A 25-fold weave hummed around the room, enveloping her in buzzing power. Galen had offered to add Osran to the weave, saying it would protect her against the powers of the mage mark, but the others almost pulled red on him again for the suggestion. What little sleep she got was tormented by new nightmares of Rain turning from her in revulsion, of Fey voices crying, "Mage claimed," in the same way the accusers of all her previous dreams had cried, "Demon-possessed!" Worst of all, she dreamed of shining, grim-faced Fey legions throwing 1,000 razor-sharp knives to pierce her, and of Rain Terran's soul, swooping down to scorch her with incinerating fire as she stood before them, crackling with dark power, her eyes bottomless pits of blackness blazing with red flame. Powered by strong, unnatural winds from the west, the sky itself turned against Rain. Sabarukai was not pleased with his defiance, nor forgiving of his stubborn refusal to hear reason. Strong headwinds surged across the skies like waves on a stormy sea. doing their best to push him back towards Celeria City and Ellysetta, forcing him to wrest each mile from the sky through fierce, hard-powered flight. Furiously, he refused to turn back. The winds became a tempest. Towering thunderclouds blossomed, buffeted and tossed about the sky. He kept his head turned into the wind and his wings stubbornly pumping. He flew for what seemed an eternity, with no idea how much progress, if any, he was making, but refusing to stop. As he flew, drawing further and further from Ellysetta's healing presence, he heard the rising murmurs of voices, of the millions he'd slain, hissing their accusations, as they had for centuries. Murderer! Destroyer! Worse were the forlorn, grief-stricken voices of the friends and innocents who died beneath his scorching fire. I had a family, children. My Sarah, we were to be wed come spring. Rain, my friend, how could you do this to me? They reproached him, wept for all their lost happiness, the lost days of life he'd stolen from them, reminding him that he, not Ellysetta, was the one with the true taint on his soul. If ever any creature deserved to be reviled and condemned, it was he. He raged against the voices, wanting to protest, knowing he could not. Gouts of flame spewed from his muzzle, turning rain to steam as it showered down from the thunderclouds, but still stubbornly he flew. It wasn't until much, much later, in the small bells of the night, that the clouds finally parted, and when they did, fresh fury swelled inside him. His wily Terran kin had used his stubbornness against him. He'd been so busy battering himself against their raging Terran-spawned winds that he hadn't noticed those winds had changed their course. Instead of blowing him back to Celeria City, they'd blown him hundreds of miles north towards Eld. Below him, the wide, long ribbon of the mighty Heras River cut across the landscape like a scar, and beyond that, the dark, dense forests of Eld stretched out as far as his Terran eyes could see. It was the first time he laid eyes on the land of his enemy in 1,000 years. Bitter memories flooded him, some his own, some memories he'd never seen before sung to him on a vibrant new melody of Terran song flowing on the winds from Feybarin. Look, Rainier Eras, the new song urged. Look and remember and learn. Vivid bloody visions filled his mind, despairing visions of the terrible war he'd once fought and the terrible price not only he but all the Terran and Fey had paid to end it. Devastating grief and loss. The grim determination and staggering sacrifice of so many Fey warriors, Shadowlands, mates, even true mates, who'd lost their immortal lives battling the enemy they had mistakenly allowed to grow strong. The Terran and the Fey had both been decimated in those wars, a blow from which neither race had ever recovered. Of the survivors, thousands more had willingly, selflessly sacrificed themselves again to build the faring mists. They'd given their lives, not just to protect the Fey as he'd always thought, but to protect him. He saw it now so clearly in the Terran song that his heart nearly burst from the pain. Despite the consuming darkness in his soul, despite the millions he'd slain when he scorched the world, neither the Terran nor the Fey had reviled him. Instead, they'd died to give him life. They died so he, Rainier Eras, the last Terran soul and the least worthy of them all, would not perish. Even Ellysetta, who called herself a coward, had faced the terrible blackness of his soul and offered him what he'd been too craven to give her, acceptance and healing through the quiet, steadfast courage of her love. Enough, he cried to the winds. I yield. The unnatural Terran-spawned winds died instantly. The skies cleared. If death is what you seek, it lies before you. We will not keep you from it. If life is your choice, you know where to find it, and you know what you must do. Sabarukai's final words resonated across a vast distance. Then the Terran song, like the winds, fell silent. Circling the calmed skies near the land of his enemy, Rain made his choice. His wing dipped, his Terran body wheeled north into Eld. Chapter 17. Ellysetta woke, exhausted to the faint light of dawn, still curled in the wing-backed chair, still alone. No courtship gift lay beside her, No Shaitanitsa awareness warmed her senses. Rain had not returned. Galen and Ellysetta's quintet were waiting for her when she emerged from the bedroom. They regarded her in silence, their fey eyes full of compassion and remorse. "Where is he?" she asked.
"We don't know," Belle admitted. "He isn't responding to anyone's calls."
Her chest felt as if a tight fist were squeezing slowly, inexorably around her heart and lungs. "It's over then. He isn't coming back."
"He just needs more time," Kieran suggested. "He'll be back as soon as he starts thinking clearly." "Of course he will," Galen concurred. "But we can't afford to wait for him. The High Mage is hunting you, Kampala. You aren't safe here. You must accompany the Fae back to the Fading Lands. It's your only hope of survival."
"The Fading Lands?" She stared at him as if he'd gone mad. "You made it very clear last night that's the last place I can afford to go. I'm the High Mage's daughter, you said. I bear a mage mark. You even planned to kill me to stop me from entering the Fading Lands."
"That was when I thought you were corrupt. You are not, but you are in grave danger. Rain has left. We must assume the mages know that by now. They will think to use his absence to their advantage, which means the attack will come soon."
Ellysetta turned away. At the moment, she didn't care if the mages attacked. She just wanted the hollow pain in her heart to stop hurting. "My parents agreed to send me to the Fading Lands only on the condition that Rain marry me by Silurian custom in a Silurian church. Well, look around." She flung out her hands to indicate the room. "Rain's not here. It's hard to have a wedding without a groom."
"You can wed by proxy," Galen answered without hesitation. "It was common practice among kings of old when they took a foreign bride. Beliard will stand for Rain, so the wedding can take place today, and we can quit the city before the Eld have time to attack in force." "Rain wanted the wedding to take place today in any case," Bell added. "Mauricia has a warrant he obtained from the king to ensure the archbishop's compliance."
She stared at them in sudden understanding. "You've both been planning this all night, haven't you?" Bell and Galen glanced at each other and nodded in unison.
"We are blood sworn to protect you," Bell said. "No matter what happens between you and Rain, the Lut Asheva bonds Galen and I have both made to you remain. Getting you out of harm's way is our greatest priority."
She almost started weeping again. What sort of cruel irony was it that Galen and Bell would be more steadfast than Rain? "Bell, answer honestly. Do you really think the Fae or the Terran will be safer with the daughter of the High Mage residing in the Fading Lands?"
"Whatever the High Mage is to you makes no difference," Bell answered. "You are the Fey Ryza, and your soul is so bright. I cannot believe he could ever use you for evil."
"You didn't answer my question."
"You did not ask the right question," he replied. "Would the Fading Lands be safer with a daughter of the High Mage living within? Perhaps not, but would our queen be safer with the power of the Fae, the Terran, and the Faring Mists standing between her and those who seek her harm? The answer to that question is now and always will be Aya."
There was certainty in his shining gaze, no doubt at all. She looked away. "I need to go home. I need to be with my family. I'll give you my answer after I've spoken with them." Her quintet and Galen exchanged glances, then nodded.
"We will take you."
Whatever hope Ellysetta harbored for parental comfort shriveled the moment she reached her family home. Her parents were waiting by the door, their faces drawn tight with more anger and disapproval than she'd ever seen. "What have you to say for yourself?" Loriana snapped the moment Ellysetta crossed the threshold. Fists planted firmly on her hips, she glared at her daughter. Beside her, Sol stood puffing rapidly on his pipe, a sure sign of his agitation. "Mama? Gone all night doing God's only know what?" Ellysetta had spent the night in torment because she was the soul-cursed daughter of the High Mage, and Mama was worried about the appearance of impropriety? She would have laughed if she weren't so close to crying. "Mama, please. You're upset for no reason. There was a disturbance last night, and Rain thought I would be safer spending the night in the palace. Didn't you get my note?" "Upset for no reason," she says, her mother growled. "An unmarried girl hies off to the palace to spend the night with a man, but her parents have no cause to be upset. Is this how we raised you? To act the slut for an immortal with a pretty face? Mama!" She couldn't have been more shocked if her mother had slapped her across the face. Never had Ellysetta heard her mother voice such an ugly accusation, let alone aim it at her.
Madame Berestoni, Belle began. Silence!
Loriana's roar cut them both off. She turned the full force of her fury on Belle.
You Fey have no comprehension of decency. You've tarnished our daughter's reputation beyond repair. No decent man would have her now.
Belle stiffened, and Loriana was angry enough to be pleased he was insulted. Ever since their arrival, these Fey had trampled on Silurian customs and honors, bit by insidious bit, tearing away the lifetime of moral lessons Loriana and Sol had worked so hard to instill in Ellysetta, seducing her with their evil magic ways and deadly beauty, endangering her soul.
Nothing happened, Mama, Ellie said. Rain wasn't even there. He left almost immediately after bringing me back to the palace.
You were seen, Ellie, her mother exclaimed. You were seen entering the Fey King's suite at night in nothing but your nightgown. Look me and your father in the eye and tell us the Terran soul hasn't mated you. Tell us he hasn't started you using magic. Tell us you've kept to the vows of your Concordia.
Ellie went pale, then flushed bright, betraying pink. Sol stiffened at Loriana's side.
He promised me. He swore a Fey oath.
It wasn't like that, Ellie protested quickly. Rain kept his oath. He swore to you he wouldn't mate with me, and he hasn't. Not really. And the magic was just little things. He was trying to teach me how to control my magic.
You need not explain or apologize for anything, Kemphala. You have done nothing wrong.
An unfamiliar Fey with piercing pale blue eyes stepped close to Ellysetta, towering over her in a manner that radiated protective devotion. But the moment he shifted his attention from Ellysetta to Loriana, his entire demeanor became one of palpable threat. He stabbed her with a look of such coldness, she actually felt the blood chill in her veins.
There are none who could guard your daughter's honor better than the Fey,
he stated in a voice dripping with disdain.
Even were that not so, she is meant for greatness, not for playing broodmare to a mortal or being shamed by filthy minds too blind to see her brightness.
Loriana stepped closer to Sol and instinctively clutched his arm.
Who are you?
My name, the man said coldly, is Galen Velceronis.
Loriana had never paid much attention to Fey tales, but every Silurian knew the terrible history of Galen Velceronis.
The Dark Lord?
Her tone rose, ending on a shrill note that made more than one of the Fey wince.
She speared Ellie with a horrified look. You brought the Dark Lord into my home?
Mama, Madame Berestoni, Belle began.
Out! She pointed a shaking finger towards the door. Get out of my house! You gods-cursed Fey sorcerers have put your last foot across my threshold. First it was magic, then demons, and dead men, and the ruination of my daughter's reputation, and now you dare to bring the Dark Lord himself into my family's home? I will not stand for it!
Mama, please!
Ellysetta held out beseeching hands. Never once in her life had she seen her mother in such a fury or so close to hysteria.
Don't you mama me! I want these Fey out of my house and gone from my doorstep this instant.
Madame Berestoni, it is too dangerous to leave you without any protection. Belle tried again. The Elden mages have...
Out! She shrieked. Get out! Sol!
Sol took the pipe stem from his mouth and put an arm around his wife's shoulders. Anger turned his eyes hard and cold.
My wife is absolutely right. You Fey have abused our trust and brought the worst sort of evil to our doorstep. You need to leave, right now.
Papa!
Ellysetta protested.
They go, Ellysetta, all of them, this instant. They can consider the betrothal contract null and void, too. The entire flaming world can burn like the seven hells before I'll entrust the Fey with my daughter now.
He jammed the pipe stem back into his mouth and clenched his teeth down hard.
Papa, you can't be serious. The Fey are here to protect us. We're all in danger.
Neither the furious expression on her mother's face nor the sober determination on her father's wavered the least bit. Ellysetta's lips trembled. She clamped them together and clenched her fists at her sides. She'd never defied her father before. She was going to defy him now.
I will be leaving with the Fey today, Papa, she said. She met his gaze without flinching. I'd rather go with your blessing in a church-sanctioned marriage, but I'll go without both if I have to. She saw the shock in her father's eyes, and it almost gave her pause.
You would choose the Fey over your own family? Her mother cried.
If I stayed here without them, I'd endanger us all. I won't do that. I've already brought enough harm to this family.
Loriana's expression went lax for one shocked moment, then hardened with determination.
If you walk out that door, Ellysetta Berestoni,
she declared in a tight voice, her face pale but resolute, You will not be welcome back."
"Lori," Sol muttered. He gave her shoulder a warning squeeze. "That's enough." Loriana yanked free of his grip and ran up the stairs in a flurry of skirts. The slam of her bedroom door rattled the glass table lamps in the parlor. Sol turned back to Ellysetta, frowning.
"I trusted you, Ellie, despite your mother's misgivings. And in return, what have you given us? Lies and deception, and now the Dark Lord? What sort of evil has Rain dragged you into?"
"It's not like that. Rain's been trying to protect me from evil, not drag me into it."
"Then how do you explain him?"
Sol jerked his head towards the infamous Fey behind her and lowered his voice.
"He's a dangerous man. The most murderous Dalrysan who ever lived. I can't believe Rain allowed him within 7 miles of you. I can't believe you brought him into this house."
"Galen's not a Dalrysan anymore, Papa. I restored his soul."
Her father's pipe fell out of his hand and clattered on the floor.
"You what?"
"That's what happened last night. That's why Rain took me back to the palace."
She spread her hands, staring at the smooth, seemingly mortal palms.
"There's magic in me, and not just the little bit you've always suspected. It scares me even more than it scares Mama, but I can't deny it any longer, and I'm going to have to learn to use it."
Her father's brow creased with dismay. He knew just as she did. There would be no reconciliation between Ellysetta and her mother once she began using magic openly.
"I love you, Papa. I always will. But you and I both know I don't belong here anymore."
Her throat closed tight, cutting off the last word. It was the truth, but saying it aloud was like stabbing a knife in her own heart.
"Ellie, no."
Tears rose to her father's eyes.
"We can go away. Leave the country if that's what it takes."
"No, Papa. I've been running all my life, and you've been running because of me. It's got to stop. The Fae can help me in ways you can't, and they'll keep me safe."
"Is this what you truly want?"
His eyes begged her to say no.
"It's what has to be."
His shoulders slumped in weary defeat, and she rushed on before she completely lost her composure.
"You agreed the wedding could take place today, immediately after the bride's blessing. I'll understand if you and Mama don't want to come, but I'd like your approval and blessing all the same."
"If I don't want to? Oh, Ellie."
Sol wrapped his arms around her and pulled her tight to his chest. The fragrance of fresh wood, pipe smoke, and polishing oil surrounded her, the scents she would always associate with love and protection.
"Of course I'll be there. We both will. You're our daughter."
"Thank you, Papa,"
she whispered against his throat.
"I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused."
She closed her eyes, sent up a silent prayer, and tried to summon her power. The crystal on her wrist glowed, aiding her, and a whisper-thin thread of spirit answered her call. She wove her thoughts into it and sent the thread into her father's mind.
"I'm going to order the Fae outside to stay, Papa."
She pulled back, meeting his eyes, and added,
"They'll remain invisible so I don't frighten Mama, but I want you to know they'll be there, protecting you."
She watched shock freeze his expression and stiffen his spine the moment he realized she wasn't speaking aloud, but through magic.
"I love you, Papa."
She sent that too, packed with every emotion in her heart, so he would know it was true. Breaking his shocked paralysis, he snatched her back into his arms for a final fierce hug.
"I love you too, Ellie girl. I always will."
Her chin trembled, and her mouth worked to hold back the sudden sob that fought to get out. Quickly, before she broke into fresh tears, she extricated herself and started for the door.
"I'll send someone for my things."
She walked past Belle and left her father's house. Galen and the others followed. Belle was the last to leave.
"Master Baristoni," Belle bowed to Sol, "the Fae regret causing your family distress. But please believe me, despite what your wife fears, the path Ellysetta walks now is the one the Bright Lord himself has prepared for her."
Sol nodded.
"Just keep her safe." "Oh, now that was well done,"
Kieran snapped as the door closed behind them.
"Insult the Feyrise's mother, terrorize her, and turn the whole family against us."
Galen curled his lip.
"What was I supposed to do? Follow your example and just stand there while that woman shamed the Feyrise and made her weep?" "My name is Galen Velseronis," Kieran mimicked, then scowled. "Why didn't you just shout it to the entire neighborhood? Terran's scorching fire!" "She asked me who I was. I answered. Or do you suggest I should have lied?"
"Stop it, both of you," Ellysetta snapped. She speared Galen with a stern look. Kieran is right. Marissa and Dax made it very clear the Fae can't afford any more notoriety at the moment. You no longer live outside Fae law. If you wish to serve me, as you have blood sworn yourself to do, you must do so with honor, and that does not include introducing yourself by name to people like my mother in order to terrify them into submission.
Kemphala,
Galen protested. Don't bother to deny it, she snapped. Irritation was better than tears. Anger bred strength, and strength was what she needed. I know why you did it, and you should be ashamed. Whether you like her or not, she is my mother and deserving of your respect. Kieran smirked at Galen until a sharp glance from Ellysetta wiped his face clean. And as for you, Galen is your uncle, your mother's beloved brother. He's your family. Learn to get along with him. You don't have to like him, but you might want to consider the fact that he's walked the earth more than twice as long as either of your parents. And he spent the last 1,000 years battling the enemies of the Fae. He's probably forgotten more Fae skills than you've ever learned. Try giving him a little respect, and maybe you'll get a little back. The same goes for the rest of you, she added, expanding her glance to encompass all her quintet. I'm sure there are skills Galen could teach us all, and we would be fools not to learn them. Galen looked shocked. All her quintet looked shocked. The mouse had roared like a Terran, and none of them knew what to make of it. Ellysetta squared her shoulders. They claimed she was their queen. It was time for her to start acting the part. I can't go back. That means I must go forward, and considering where forward is taking me, I'll need all the help and skills I can muster. So instead of battling among one another, why don't you find warriors of the Fae, put your energies towards something constructive, like coming up with a plan to get me through today's bride's blessing and wedding ceremonies alive. Long after Ellie's departure, Loriana was still sitting in her room weeping and praying for guidance, but the bright lord had remained stubbornly silent. Sol had come up earlier to try to convince her that all would be well, but she sent him away. How could all be well when her eldest child was rushing headlong down the same perilous and evil-shrouded path of magic Loriana had strived so long to save her from, with a dark lord at her side, no less? She held Father Navon's pendant in the palm of her hand. The amber crystal gleamed in the light shining in from the window. Perhaps, she thought, the bright lord was not answering her pleas now because he'd already done all his talking through the counsel of his servants. Great Father Tivrest and Father Bellamy had offered her a solution, a way to save Ellysetta's soul, even if Loriana could not keep her here in Celeria away from magic. She didn't even have to act. She had only to accept their offer by keeping this golden charm Father Bellamy had given her. Giving a last shuddering breath, Loriana made her decision. She rose to her feet, tucked the pendant back into her bodice, then sat down to pen a brief note to Sol, which she placed under her pillow for him to find if today did not go as planned. When she was done, she headed downstairs to heat water for a bath. It was time to prepare for the bride's blessing. Once more garbed as the elegant Servale, Anura's favorite, Colis Monza, approached the chambers of Celeria's queen. He walked unchallenged past the 2 guards standing sentry at her door, through the queen's parlor, into the adjoining bedroom, where 24 elegantly garbed dazzles stood talking quietly. Several of them cast long, appreciative glances his way, but he didn't spare them a look. His eyes were only for Celeria's small, beauteous queen. She sat at her vanity, looking impressively regal in a gown of silver lace. Ladies-in-waiting repinned her hair and touched up her makeup in preparation for her attendance of the season's last and most important meeting of the Council of Lords. Vale sketched a deep bow and declared with seductive extravagance, "Your beauty rivals the shining brilliance of the mother herself, my queen." Anura had known the moment Servale entered the room. She'd watched him in the mirror, told herself she would be cool to him, but still her breath caught and blood rushed with sudden heat in her veins as his throaty baritone slid over her skin like warmed silk. "So," she declared, meeting her favorite's gaze in her mirror, "you've returned."
"I know my presence displeased you, my queen," Vale murmured, moving closer, "but I could not bear to stay away any longer. Forgive my impertinence. I brought you this small token of my devotion." He offered a bouquet of perfect creamy white roses tied with a blood-red ribbon. "Their loveliness pales beside your own." She waved an impatient hand,
dismissing the hovering ladies in the flock of dazzles. "Leave us." The attendants and courtiers curtsied and bowed and backed out of the room to the adjoining parlor, leaving the queen and her favorite alone, with the door open to observe propriety. Honora did not move from the vanity, nor even turn to face him. Instead, she waited where she was, forcing him to approach her. It was a small trump she often played, so why, when she played it with him, did she feel like the nervous ingenue to his cool majesty? "Take them," he whispered, holding out the roses so that their heady scent wreathed around her. "Tell me you forgive me." His vivid blue-green eyes had always fascinated her. They had such mesmerizing depths. Feeling dazed and light-headed, Honora reached for the flowers. She gave a hiss as a sharp thorn tore the soft skin of her finger. "Curse my fool valet," Val muttered. He vowed he'd removed all the thorns. He knelt beside her, tossing the bouquet aside on the vanity and lifting her injured hand for his inspection. A pearl of blood welled up on her fingertip, scarlet against the pampered white perfection of her skin. "Forgive me, my queen." He brought the wounded finger close to his lips, then lifted searing eyes. Her breath caught in her throat again. Wordless, unprotesting, she let him carry her finger to his lips and shivered as his breath swirled over her skin. The warm, wet rasp of his tongue licked the tiny wound and curled around her fingertip in wicked seduction. She shuddered, eyes half closing as sensation clenched every muscle tight and heat pooled in her loins. A strange dark lethargy consumed her, dimming her vision, leaving only heat and pleasure and darkness. A voice soft and compelling whispered to her, "The Fey have betrayed you, Majesty. The Dark Lord is in their service. He is here in Celeria's city at this very moment, and the Fey are hiding him from you and the king. You must order the Dark Lord bound in Seldor chains and thrown in the darkest pit of Old Castle Prison, quickly, before it is too late." Colas watched the queen's lax, entranced expression crease in a frown as his words began to sink in. He could still scarcely believe the terrified thoughts he'd received from the Baristani woman's charm, but he didn't have time to investigate and couldn't take the chance she was wrong. Vel Serranus was too dangerous a Fey to leave guarding the High Mage's prize. He had to be removed from the equation. The taste of Anura's blood was fresh on Colas's tongue, the first link forged between them, not as binding as a mage mark, but a bond nonetheless. He leaned closer, pushing with a force he'd never dared use on her before. "This proves the Fey and Dalryzen are in collusion. They have been all along. They will destroy all that you've worked so hard to build. Celeria needs the Eld to help it stand firm against the Fey. Only the Eld can help you save your throne. The Fey must be defeated. The agreement must pass." "The council meeting has begun," Bell announced. "The weaves have gone up." He glanced around the palace suite and saw the tension in all the warriors visibly increase. The dangerous part of the day was about to start. Ellysetta stood in the center of the room, garbed in a simple, unembellished blue linen gown with a modest neckline, her hair hanging to her waist in a cascade of bright, unrestrained curls. Galen knelt before her, fastening a pair of empty steel-studded leather fecha sheaths to her calves. "I've tied an earth weave to these sheaths in Bell's weapons belts," he was saying. "Your fecha will reform exactly 30 chimes after he surrenders his steel at the cathedral door. You can enter the cathedral unarmed and answer truthfully that you haven't brought weapons into the cathedral. Should the priests question you, but you'll get your fecha back before you enter the Solaris. If anything happens during the bright bell, anything at all, just blood yourself with one of these blades. Bell and I will come running." The rules of the church, which required that brides on the day of their blessing arrive modestly dressed and completely unadorned, as a symbol of their willingness to throw off outward trappings of wealth and vanity, meant Ellysetta could not wear her Saraizu Kir jewelry or her fecha belts. But the Fey weren't about to let her enter the cathedral Solaris without some manner of protection. "The sash is done," Kieran said. He handed Belle a stiffened blue waistband that matched Ellysetta's dress. Belle fastened the band around Ellysetta's waist. "How does that feel?" he asked. "Good," she answered. Her 4 Saraizu Kir were sewn into the band. She could feel them pressing against her skin, humming with reassuring power.
"How do you feel?" Galen asked.
The sudden rush of tears that burned in Ellysetta's eyes caught her by surprise, and she barely managed to keep them in check. Directly on the heels of sorrow came a rush of anger. How did she feel? Both her mother and her betrothed had reviled her, and she learned her birth father was the most evil man on earth. How did he think she felt? She suppressed the tears and gripped the anger, hardening it into determination. She took a deep breath. "I feel ready," she said, and saw pride shining on the warriors' faces. They thought she was being brave. Nothing could be further from the truth. She was operating on pure nerves, driven not by courage, but by the sheer absence of any other viable choice. Let's get this over with. A carriage was waiting for her outside the palace steps, along with well over 100 Fey in full steel. Belle helped her inside and signaled the coachman. The palace gate swung open, the coachman snapped his reins, and the carriage rumbled out of the palace grounds, turning onto the broad cobbled thoroughfare of King Street. The Fey fanned out around the vehicle, magic shining. They passed several small mobs of protesters and Brethren of Radiance followers, who booed and jeered the Fey, but the unspoken threat of sharp Fey steel kept the worst of the rabble-rousers in check. Scarcely a mile from the cathedral, a man's voice cried out, "Halt, in the name of the Queen!" and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Ellysetta stuck her head out the window and saw a small army of armored soldiers standing in the center of King Street, blocking their path. 3 even larger groups were approaching from the east, west, and the rear.
"We have a warrant for the arrest of the murderer Galen Velceronis," the guards captain announced as they drew near. "In the Queen's name, I order you to surrender him to us."
Ellysetta didn't dare glance back at Galen, who stood near the rear of her carriage. How had they found out about him? He hadn't made any attempt to disguise himself, true, but though his name was as infamous as Rain's, without his notorious Dalryzen scar, she doubted more than a few people in Celeria would have recognized him. Her stomach took a sudden unpleasant lurch. Had her mother turned him in? The captain extended to Belle a parchment bearing the royal seal.
"I've been instructed to inform you that harboring Velceronis will be viewed as an act of war."
Ellysetta thrust open the carriage door and jumped out, ignoring Belle's silently hissed command to stay where she was. She snatched the warrant and scanned it. Her eyebrows rose in outrage. The charges against Galen included murder, war crimes, and acts against the interests of the crown, many of them stemming from the Mage Wars 1,000 years ago.
"This is ridiculous," she exclaimed. "Even if Galen was with us, and I'm not saying he is, I wouldn't give him up to stand trial for something that happened 1,000 years ago."
"There is also the more recent matter of murdered Celerian citizens in the north." The captain took a more aggressive stance. "Lady, I am here to arrest Galen Velceronis, who is known to be in your company. If you refuse to surrender him, I'm afraid I must take you into custody in his stead."
Belle stepped in front of her.
"She is the Fey Ryza of the Fading Lands," he warned in a cold, toneless voice. "She is no longer subject to the laws of your land. If you are fool enough to try to take her from us, you and your men will die where you stand."
He did not blink. He did not raise his voice. Behind the captain, his men shifted with visible nervousness, and their fingers clenched more tightly around their blade hilts. Several of the guards even drew their swords. The captain himself stood his ground, though his face lost most of its color.
"If that is the price of obeying my queen, sire, then that is the price I and my men must pay."
"Seta," Galen stepped forward. "There is no need for threats or violence."
"Galen, what are you doing?" Ellysetta objected. "Let me handle this."
"Las Kemphala, you cannot afford the delay."
He met the captain's gaze with glittering, icy eyes.
"I am Velceronis."
Ellysetta didn't think it was possible for the captain's face to go even paler, but it did. He swallowed and clenched his jaw.
"Galen Velceronis, by order of the Queen, I am placing you under arrest. Step forward, sir, and hold out your hands."
One of the men behind him moved closer and held out a set of black metal shackles with shaking hands. Beside Ellysetta, Belle gave a shudder of revulsion.
"Were you also ordered to bind him in Seldor?" he demanded.
"I was. The Dark Lord's power is too dangerous to leave unfettered."
No expression crossed Galen's face as one of the soldiers approached with the Seldor manacles, but fierce protectiveness rose up in Ellysetta. She had restored Galen's soul. He had blood-sworn himself to her. He was hers. She had not been able to stop her countrymen from torturing Belle last week, but she would not let the same thing happen to Galen. "Captain," she protested,
If binding Galen's powers is what you require, the Fey can do it. There's no need for these."
Before anyone realized her intent, she stepped between Galen and the approaching soldier and snatched the manacles out of the unsuspecting man's hands. Fiery pain scorched her palms and shot halfway up her arms. A shocked cry broke from her lips. The cell door restraints fell to the cobbles, and she stared in astonishment at her hands. The skin was bright red and already swelling with nascent blisters. Her quintet leapt to surround her. Blades hissed out of scabbards. Silurians and Fey faced each other, snarling over bared steel. The Terran's eye crystals pressed against Ellysetta's waist, tingled almost painfully in response to a sudden surge of powerful magic. Around her, each Fey held both steel and power at the ready, waiting for the signal to attack.
"Stop," Galen commanded. "Put down your weapons. I will go with them, bound in cell door, as they demand."
He stood unresisting as the soldier bent to retrieve the cell door manacles and locked them firmly around his wrists.
"Trust me, Kimfala. This is for the best."
Ellysetta flinched at the sound of the lock snapping closed. "We'll go to the king," she vowed. "We'll have Maricia truth speak you while you tell him what's happening in the north. He'll have to believe you."
"There isn't time for that. Go. Do what you must. I will be fine."
He didn't resist as the soldiers led him away.
"Get her to the Cathedral of El Jalani,"
he called over his shoulder.
"And get those shields up as soon as you cross the bridge."
To Ellysetta's shock, he threw back his head and laughed.
"Miorafella ti Feyriza, and God's bless meddling Silurian queens."
Why is he laughing? What did he mean, bless the queen? She turned to Bell and found him staring after Galen with a peculiar expression on his face. "Bell?" Bell turned back and flashed a quick signal to Seer, who hurried to Ellysetta's side and wove fire to draw the worst of the heat from her burned hands. Around them, the remaining Silurian guards backed carefully away, clearing the path to the cathedral.
"Look at your hands, Ellysetta."
Bell's cobalt eyes gleamed bright.
"The cell door burned you, badly, and you weren't even weaving magic."
Her eyes widened in sudden realization. "Cell door doesn't burn eld flesh."
"Nay," he agreed, "it doesn't. Such a strong reaction can mean only one thing."
A dazzling smile broke across his face.
"Beyond a shadow of a doubt, Ellysetta, you are Fey, full-blooded, immensely powerful Fey."
Whatever the High Mage was to her, he was definitely not her father. Celianne was already at the cathedral when Loriana arrived. The younger woman was standing in silent prayer at a shrine of the lesser goddess Asha, guardian of health, hearth, and family. As Loriana approached, Celianne removed a golden pendant from her neck and placed it in the altar's offering bowl, alongside the coins and jewelry left by previous supplicants.
"Someone in your family is ailing, Celianne?"
The girl gave a startled jump and spun around.
"Madame Berestani, I didn't hear you come in."
She clasped a hand to her chest, as if to still her pounding heart.
"Yes, I'm afraid my mother hasn't been feeling quite herself lately."
"Oh dear, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope it's nothing serious."
"A minor chest ailment, but after that nasty bout she suffered this past winter, I promised myself I'd make a point of praying for divine healing sooner rather than later."
Loriana forced a smile and tried to tamp down her own nerves. She wanted to take Celianne into her confidence, but she didn't dare. Celianne had no necklace to keep her thoughts secure from Fey intrusion, and Loriana couldn't risk the chance of discovery. A whisper of soft leather soles on the marble floor brought her spinning around. The Archbishop walked towards them down the center of the nave. As usual, his tunic was a pure, pristine white. But this morning, even the sleeveless robe worn over his tunic was white rather than blue, a symbol of his recently purified soul and his readiness to perform the sacred rites of the bride's blessing.
"Good morning, Madame Berestani, Madame Pierson."
Loriana and Celianne both sank into curtsies and kissed his extended ring. He turned his stern gaze on Loriana.
"Are you ready, Madame Berestani?"
She swallowed and nodded. "As ready as any mother can be on such a day."
"Put your heart at ease, madam,"
he offered with an uncharacteristic show of kindness.
"It will all work out for the best. You'll see."
A muffled commotion sounded near the main cathedral entrance. 5 Fey in full steel strode into the nave. A young man in the blue tunic and robes of a novitiate priest hurried after them.
"Sirs, you cannot enter the cathedral with weapons. It is forbidden."
Loriana recognized the Fey as one of the groups of warriors who guarded her home and her daughter.
Their leader, what was his name? Ravel something, bowed and extended a sealed letter to the Archbishop. Great Father, we come with the authorization of King Dorian to secure the cathedral before the Fey Rise's arrival.
Loriana's breath caught in her throat. Secure the cathedral? By the king's authority? Loriana's vague worries coalesced into sudden, sharp fear. Had the Fae somehow realized what she and the Archbishop had arranged? Had Father Navon's charm failed and allowed them to pick up some wayward, betraying thought? Her hands knotted together and fear buzzed in her veins, leaving her breathless and dizzy. Calm down, Lori, and think of something else. The Archbishop snatched the parchment from the Fae's fingertips, ripped open the seal, and scanned the document.
Your king,
the Fae continued as the Archbishop read,
has granted us the right to search both the nave and the Solaris, where you'll conduct the rites of the bride's blessing.
The Archbishop's hand began to clench around the note, but he stopped himself before committing the petty treason of crumpling the king's missive. Instead, he collected his composure with visible effort and gave the Fae an icy glare.
Search, then, but be quick about it. I'll not have your weapons polluting the Bright Lord's house more than a moment necessary. Are you the leader of these men?
Ravel bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement.
Then only you, under my supervision, may search the altar, luminary, and Solaris, and you will not bring steel or magic to any of those holiest of places. That is not negotiable.
Agreed. Without the slightest change in his expression, the Fae removed his knife belts and sword harnesses and swept a hand towards the altar.
After you, Great Father.
Behind him, two of the Fae walked slowly around the perimeter of the nave, checking under altars and opening the rows of carved and gilded wooden devotionals to peer inside the private prayer rooms. The other two warriors went row by row through all the pews, lifting cushions, inspecting hymnals, and checking under the pews themselves. Celianne huddled closer.
What do you think they're looking for?
She whispered. I don't know, dear, Lori lied. She patted the girl's hand. I'm sure it's just a precautionary measure to ensure Ellie's safety. Ravel and the Archbishop finished an equally in-depth inspection of the main altar and the raised platform of the luminary, and began heading towards the Solaris. Loriana couldn't tear her gaze away as the two men opened the heavy connecting door and entered the small sacred chapel. She forced herself to remain calm, breathing slow and steady, working hard to marshal her thoughts. The Archbishop didn't once look back her way, and his manner bespoke nothing more consequential than stiff affront at the invasion of the holy site entrusted to his care. They remained in the Solaris for what seemed like ages. All the while, Loriana waited for the accusatory cry. Time inched by. 1 chime, 5, a quarter bell. Perspiration gathered on her upper lip and slicked her palms. Her nerves stretched to the breaking point. Just as she grew certain of discovery, Ravel and the Archbishop returned to the nave. Without a word, Ravel gathered up his steel, and all 5 warriors headed for the main entrance of the cathedral. He paused at the doorway.
Thank you for your time, ladies. Great Father. The Fae regret any inconvenience, and we appreciate your gracious understanding and cooperation.
He bowed quite deeply, then spun away and made his exit.
Well,
Celianne murmured.
That was exciting.
Yes. Loriana excused herself and hurried to the Archbishop's side. Great Father. The cleric patted her hand.
Do not trouble yourself, daughter. All is well.
A few chimes later, Loriana's ears detected the clap of approaching bootsteps, and the familiar, despised tang of freshly woven magic soured her tongue. Ellysetta and her Fey guards had arrived. Ellysetta climbed the 13 steps of the Cathedral of Light's grand entrance and stood waiting while her quintet, with a great show of grudging acceptance, surrendered their steel to the young novitiate priest waiting by the cathedral door. Behind her, at all corners of the Isle of Grace, the Fae were spinning dense, impenetrable 25-fold weaves that rose up around the aisle like a massive dome of shimmering sunlit mist. Through the open double doors of the cathedral, she could see the Archbishop's pristine white form standing at the far end of the nave. Celianne stood on his left side, looking pale and frightened, no doubt waiting for the Fae to scream, "Eld spy!" and slay her. Mama stood on his right. The sight of her mother made Ellysetta reconsider her suspicions about who had betrayed Galen to the Queen. If Mama had done it, why would she show up for the blessing? To willingly lock herself behind magic shields with 100 Fey after turning Galen in for crimes against the crown seemed uncharacteristically reckless. With her quintet following close behind, Ellysetta approached the altar. She stopped directly before her mother. "I didn't think you'd come." Loriana's lips trembled before she clamped them tight. "You're my daughter, Ellysetta," she replied. "If you insist on leaving with the Fey, I can at least see you properly blessed and wed before you go." Her jaw worked for a moment. "Don't think that means I approve of your choice. I don't." Ellysetta nodded. Disapproval she could live with. The loss of her mother's love she could not. Then, because she had to know, she lowered her voice to a whisper and asked, "Did you say anything about the guest who came with me to the house this morning? Did you report him to the Queen?" Loriana drew back in genuine surprise. "No." Her brows lowered to a scowl, though I probably should have, come to think of it. Though Ellysetta was far from accomplished with her Fey gifts, she couldn't detect any hint of a lie. Her mother was very nervous and tense, which made perfect sense considering her intense dislike and suspicion of the Fey, but she hadn't been behind Galen's arrest. Ellysetta exhaled a relieved breath. "Thank you for coming, Mama," she said. "I know it wasn't an easy decision for you, and I love you for caring enough to be here, despite your reservations." She wished she could weave time like the Fey wove the elements, and erase the harsh words she and her mother had exchanged this morning. "You've always been my beacon. It wouldn't have felt right to receive the bride's blessing without you by my side." Tears filled her mother's eyes, but when Ellysetta stepped forward, intending to embrace her, Loriana turned away and choked out, "Please, Great Father, let's get started." Ellysetta's arms fell to her sides. The rejection hurt almost as badly as Rain's abandonment last night. But Mama was here, she reminded herself. Despite her doubts and obvious fears, Mama had come to stand at Ellysetta's side. Rain, wherever he was, hadn't even offered that much. Chapter 18. Rain woke to the astonishing sensation of velvety horse lips moving over his face, and the loud sound of equine teeth munching in his ear. He peeled open one eye and stared into a horse's large, thickly lashed brown eye. Above him, a dazzling bright blue sky stretched out. Below him was a soft, musty prickle of. He pulled a handful of the stuff up and stared at it. Hay. He was lying in a haystack in the middle of some farmer's field, with a big, heavy-set shire horse nibbling hay straw from his face and hair and munching loudly in his ear. He shoved himself off the haystack, away from the horse's hungry, grazing mouth, and staggered to his feet. Gods, he hurt. Every muscle, joint, and sinew ached from the bitter, arduous bells he'd spent battering himself against last night's fierce, unnatural winds. Sabarukai, bless her for the wicked Terran she was, had known exactly how to punish him for his stupidity, while leading him roaring and fighting from rage back to reason. She'd beaten the fury out of him, shoved bilious truth down his throat until he gagged on it, then left him exhausted and filled with the bitter taste of humiliation to make the final choice on his own. Now, in the bright light of day, as he stood in the quiet peace of a farmer's field with Eld behind him, and hope beckoning from Celeria City far to the south, he knew with the certainty of purpose he'd long been lacking that his choice was the right one. For every great gift the gods demand a great price. Rain should have known the gods wouldn't grant him the stunning, unexpected miracle of a true mate without demanding something in return. Even Marissia had warned him of it on that very first night after he'd claimed Ellysetta. "You cannot shirk your duty. Not to the Terran, not to the Fey, and definitely not to your true mate. Because, Rain, one other thing seems certain. Whatever task the gods have set before Ellysetta Baristani, it is fearfully dangerous. Else she'd not need a Terran to protect her soul." What could be more dangerous to her than bearing the taint of the High Mage himself? Yet just as Ellysetta had flinched from her first encounter with the Terran, Rain had flinched from his first true test of courage as well. Worse, he'd fled, and left her thinking she repulsed him. She was not to blame for who her father might be, nor for any cursed mage mark set upon her in infancy. And Rain's first duty was not to the world or the Fey or even the Terran. His first duty was to her. Gathering his strength, he spun a swift query on a weave of spirit and sent it arrowing south towards Celeria. The answer that returned several chimes later came from a young spirit master Rain did not know well.
The Fey rises at the cathedral. The 25-fold weaves have gone up. Marisia and Dax are with the mortals in the council. Those weaves have gone up as well. Marisia said if you contacted us, we should tell you to hurry.
I come. Rain returned with grim curtness. The weave dissolved as soon as the last crisp word was sent. His hands clenched into fists. Ellysetta was safe, secured behind a powerful weave and protected by more than 100 of the Fading Land's strongest warriors. The council, however, was another matter. He'd promised her he would not let Celeria fall to the Eld. After his terrible betrayal last night, he was determined not to fail her again. He had to get back to Celeria City, now, without delay. Rain bent his knees and sprang into the sky. A frenetic cloud of grey mist and magic swirled around him. The familiar exultation of the change shattered his senses, unmaking Rain, the Fey, scattering him to the clouds, then gathering him back up again as Rain, the Terran soul. Below him, the startled farmer in whose field he'd slept looked up from his plough, and in a small fenced pasture near his fields, a herd of cattle scattered in instinctive fear of the predator overhead. Rain circled the farm and the penned cattle. The great sun was already nearing its zenith, and he was still hundreds of miles away from Celeria City. He would need to fly as fast as he could to get there in time. He swooped down on the cattle pen once, twice, 3 times, thinning the small herd until his Terran belly was full, and then he swooped a 4th and final time over the haystack where he'd slept. Earth magic spun out, reaching deep into the rock below the field, finding what he needed and spinning it into his gift.
The Terran soul thanks you, Goodman, he called out to the farmer. I offer payment for your cattle, and Fey blessings on your house.
Ropes of air spun out behind him, generating a powerful tailwind that sent him racing across the Celerian skies at 3 times his normal speed. He swept through misty clouds like a gale, leaving them swirling madly in his wake. Behind, in the field he'd just left, the farmer and his family laughed and danced around a haystack with exuberant delight and threw fistfuls of hay straw into the air. Hay straw Rain had just transformed into purest, gleaming gold. Following opening remarks given by Lords Seaborn and Telios and half a bell of ineffectual salvos, fired by half a dozen lesser lords, Lord Morvel, one of Celeria's 20 great lords, took the floor to address the council. He began by reminding his peers of his initial magnanimous gesture of goodwill and acceptance towards the Fey, and the reason for his subsequent change of heart. Then he proceeded to expound upon the many economic benefits of demilitarizing the northern borders and expanding Celerian trade. From her silver throne, Anura listened to Morvel's bombastic posturing with half an ear and kept a surreptitious eye on the door to the chamber, watching for any sign that Galen Velsoranus' capture had been accomplished.
The borders have been all but silent for the last 100 years, Lord Morvel concluded, his voice carrying easily across the length of the marbled chamber. The Eld have extended the hand of friendship. Celeria must not cling to the narrow-minded exclusionism fostered by the fear-mongering of the Fey and a few misguided Celerian lords.
A murmur of agreement rose up from several quarters of the room.
Really, Morvel.
Lord Burial stood up in dissent.
The borders have been silent for 100 years. Life must be quite idyllic over there in the east. Remind me to visit you when next I go on holiday.
Several lords laughed. Lord Burial waited for them to quiet, then continued in a more serious vein.
Unlike my very fortunate friend Lord Morvel, in my lands we still see regular raids from the north. The Eld I know are not kindly guardians of light, but fierce and deadly enemies. Even with constant patrols and the help of the Dalryzen, I lost more than 30 villagers last year along the Heros River, men, women, even children.
Grim news indeed, Lord Burial, Queen Anura interrupted. But how can you be certain the raiders are Eld? Witnesses from other estates say Dalryzen are to blame.
With all due respect, Your Majesty,
I doubt Dalryzen are behind the raids on my lands, he replied. Galen Velceranus himself made it very clear not 2 months past that he could have walked past my safeguards and murdered me or any member of my family at any time of his choosing, and he has not done so.
Ah, yes, she murmured. Galen Velceranus, the Dark Lord. The same Fey who once thrust this country into a cataclysmic war that nearly destroyed the world. You would have this council believe he is some tragic noble guardian of the North, when all evidence speaks to the contrary. I have to wonder, Lord Burial, if your blind faith in this Fey, who by all accounts is a murderous war criminal, has anything to do with the fact that you're his kinsman.
The news brought the lords of the council to their feet, voices raised in outrage. King Dorian lifted the bell of order from its velvet cushion and rang it forcefully. Lord Corius snapped to attention beside the king's throne.
"Silence!" he called. "By the king's command, there will be silence in the chamber!"
"Lord Burial," Dorian commanded when the lords quieted. "Please explain to the council, as you have already explained to me, the exact nature of your kinship to Galen Velceranus, a man who, I might add, is also my kinsman." He shot a look at Anura, who arched a brow without remorse. Lord Burial bowed. "Thank you, sire." Turning back to address the council at large, he said, "Her Majesty is correct. It appears Galen Velceranus is indeed my kinsman, though like our king, I am not his direct descendant. I recently discovered that a man the family archives record as Gerion Dural, whose grandson Polus became the de Burial from which my line descended 650 years ago, was in fact Dural Velceranus, cousin to Lady Marissia and Galen Velceranus." Honora listened with only half an ear. A young clerk serving as a runner to the council was hurrying along the perimeter of the chamber, clutching a small sealed envelope. She watched his progress from the corner of her eye. The note passed from the clerk's hands to her master of affairs. "When did you learn that your ancestor was Dural Velceranus?" Dorian prompted. "Just a few days ago, sire." Lord Seaborn leapt to his feet.
"Was that before or after the Fae tried to steal my son's wife, Burial? What have you agreed to?" "Leave my daughter out of this," Can shot back. "And don't you dare impugn my honor or my loyalty. You've done that yourself. From the beginning you've supported Fae interests over those of Celeria. What have they bribed you with, eternal life? Must a border lord of Celeria now be bribed to defend the march? I do my duty, Seaborn. What of you and your cronies? Or has the glint of eld gold erased all hope of reason?"
Seaborn's supporters once more leapt into the fray, pointing fingers and hurling accusations. Telios and half a dozen others jumped up to rally round Can. Anura's master of affairs handed her the clerk's note. She cracked the seal and glanced at the 3 simple words scrawled on the parchment. "We have him." She glanced back at Vale, whom she had invited to serve in place of one of her regular attendants who'd fallen ill. He was watching her, his vivid eyes intense. He gave a faint nod. The bell rang again.
"Silence and be ordered!"
This time Dorian barked the command himself.
"Lords, take your seats and be silent!"
When the nobles subsided into grumbling compliance, Dorian turned back to Can. "Lord Burial, where does your allegiance lie?" Can stiffened his spine.
"Where it always has, with you, sire, and with Celeria."
"Have you now or ever accepted any form of payment or reciprocity from either Dalryzen or Fey in return for political favors?"
"Absolutely not."
"Have you now or ever put Fey or Dalryzen interests above those of Celeria?"
"Never, my liege. I am, first and foremost, a lord of Celeria."
"Lord Seaborn, since you levelled the accusation, I will ask you directly. Do you have any evidence to prove Lord Burial is in the service of the Dalryzen or the Fey?" Scowling, Seaborn muttered, "No, sir."
"Then the only thing the revelation of Lord Burial's ancestry proves is that he and I are distant cousins.
I will hear no further accusations against him without evidence, not even by intimation." Dorian's gaze came to rest on Anura. She arched a brow.
"Then perhaps we would be best served directing our questions to Galen Velceranus himself."
She turned cold eyes on Marissia von Solond.
"Since my guard just arrested him here in the city, in the company of Ellysetta Baristoni and the Fae."
The council chamber erupted. A trio of white-robed acolytes emerged from the cleric hall as Ellysetta rose from the cushioned bench before the altar of Adelis. The young boys filed up a small spiraling stone staircase, to a tulip-shaped balcony overlooking the luminary and began to sing. Their voices rose up like silvery beams, carrying freely through the cathedral's vaulted nave, enhanced and amplified by its carefully engineered acoustics.
"Stand, Ellysetta Baristani," Great Father Tivrest said, "and follow me to the luminary to offer Adelis your final devotions before the bright bell."
Gathering the folds of her linen skirts, she rose and circled round the altar rail to join the Archbishop. As her finger slid into his, she opened her senses and deliberately allowed his thoughts to flood into her. She even, Gods forgive her, dared to skim his mind. A barrage of focused, determined thoughts greeted her, probing.
"Shine your radiance upon her, O Lord. Banish the darkness from her soul. Guide her in the bright path and help her stand fast against the shadows. Shine your radiance upon her, O Lord."
Over and over the thoughts were repeated, and the only image in the Archbishop's mind was of a bright, blinding light. What she'd been expecting, Ellysetta really couldn't say, but she couldn't find anything dangerous or threatening in his dedication to saving her soul. He led the way to the round raised platform of the luminary and escorted her up the 13 steps to stand on the large engraved golden medallion at the luminary's center, directly below the cathedral's great golden dome and the spire that housed the statue of Adelis.
"Look up, daughter," he said, "and let the glory of the bright Lord illuminate your path."
She tilted her head back. Above her, the interior of the cathedral's great dome had been painted to look like a summer sky, and the illusion was nearly perfect. A golden disk gleamed at the dome's center. As she watched, a pinpoint of light formed at the center of the disk. It widened rapidly, and a beam of light shot down from the center of the dome, enveloping Ellysetta and the Archbishop in a shower of golden white radiance.
"Kneel, daughter, and say your devotions."
Ellysetta knelt in the shining warmth of the luminary and felt her skin soak up the light. It tingled in her flesh, almost like magic. She closed her eyes and turned her face skyward towards the source high above. "Adelis, bless me. Keep me always in the light. Shine your brightness on my path, so I may never lose my way. Help me, Lord," she added silently. "Grant me the courage and strength to defeat the evil that haunts me."
"Marisia, Dax, Anura, in my private chamber, now!"
King Dorian surged to his feet and swept towards a private room at the back of the council chamber in a billow of ceremonial robes. Fury etched his every step as he stalked away. He barely waited for the door to close before whirling on the three of them.
"Is it true?"
He glared at his ancestral aunt and her mate.
"Have you been harboring the Dark Lord here in Celeria City, beneath my very nose?"
Marisia reached out. "Dorian, I—"
"Answer the question, damn you! Don't bother trying to weed peace on me. It will not work."
"He came last night," Dax admitted, "but it's not what you think."
"It's not what?" Anura challenged. "Aiding an enemy of the crown? Abetting the murder of innocent Celerian civilians? Or do you still expect us to believe that the Eld, not the Dalrisen, are responsible for the Celerian deaths in the north?"
Marisia and Dax exchanged guilty glances.
"Oh, gods," Dorian exclaimed. "He did do it! He did it! You knew it, and yet you said nothing."
He stared at the pair of them as if he'd never seen them before. All his life he'd adored and idolized his legendary Fey relatives. He'd loved them even more than he'd loved his own parents. All his life he'd believed in one absolute, the honor and truth of Marisia von Solond.
"Dorian," Marisia began.
"Be silent!"
"But Dorian, the ones Galen killed were mage-claimed. He swore it, by Fey oath, under Shadowland touch." For a moment, Dorian's disbelief wavered. Fey oaths were inviolable and could not be sworn on a falsehood. And a Fey oath sworn under Shadowland touch ensured that not only the words, but the spirit of the oath were honest and true.
"A Dalrisen swore a Fey oath?" Anura sneered. "Under Shadowland touch? Don't take us for such fools."
Dorian's jaw clenched. The brief moment of uncertainty was wiped away.
"Anura's right, Marisia. As you've told us many times before, Dalrisen have set themselves beyond the bounds of Fey honor. Any oath of theirs is meaningless, and even if it weren't, the Fey would never let a Dalrisen lay hands on a Shadowland of the Fading Lands and live."
His eyes narrowed. Unless all that has been a lie, too.
Fey don't lie, Dax stated, glaring. We may not tell you everything we know, but what we do reveal, you can be assured, is truth.
How can I believe that now? You've both just been caught in open deception.
Galen did swear a Fey oath, Dorian, Marissia interjected. And he did swear it under Shadowland touch, my touch. Ellysetta restored his soul. He is Fey once more. Dorian gaped at her.
That's not possible.
Until last night, I would have agreed with you. Such a miracle is beyond a Shadowland's power. Certainly beyond mine, but apparently it's not beyond the power of a Terran soul's true mate. She took a step towards Dorian. Tears shimmered in her blue Fey eyes. Last night, for the first time in 1,000 years, I stood in my brother's presence. I embraced him, and I touched him with these hands. She held up her hands, while he swore a Fey oath that what he told us was true. Doubt crept into Dorian's eyes once more. She looked so earnest, filled with such profound joy he wanted to weep himself. Anura grabbed his arm and yanked him away from the Shadowland.
"Leave us, Fey," she barked. "I will speak to my husband alone, without your sorcery influencing him."
Without my... Marissia choked back whatever words were on the tip of her tongue. She took a deep breath and visibly controlled her temper. "Dorian," she said in a much calmer voice, "Kemajita Taikunos, grandson of my sister's line." The appellation tugged at Dorian's emotions. She hadn't called him that in a very long time, not since he'd ascended the throne after his father's death. "Everything I've told you is true. I would never lie to you, and I would never try to manipulate your thoughts. Everything I've ever done has been to protect and help you, as I protected and helped your fathers before you, as I hope to protect and help your sons after you."
"I don't know what to believe anymore,"
Dorian muttered, turning away from Marissia's outstretched hands and entreating eyes.
"Please, do as my queen says. Leave us."
Marissia's fingers curled in loose fists, and her arms fell back to her sides. Dax put a hand on her shoulder.
"Come, Sheatani,"
he gestured. The door leading back to the council chamber opened, and he escorted her through. When they were gone, Anura caught Dorian's hand.
"You know you cannot believe anything the Shadowland said. She lied about the Dark Lord. She hid him from you here in your own palace. The seat of your power. The place you call home. She did that even knowing her brother was murdering Silurians in the north. You can't afford to fall for her Shadowland tricks."
"But what if she's telling the truth? Even if the Fey and the Dalryzen are in collusion, what reason besides mage-claiming would they have for killing Silurian peasants?"
She gave a short laugh.
"The treaty, Dorian. Think about it. Under your leadership, Sileria has prospered and grown strong. We have become the leading power in the mortal world, yet the moment we consider signing a treaty that would give us independence from the Fey, Silurians begin dying in the north, and Rain Terran's soul appears after 1,000-year exile to stir up fears about a reconstituted mage threat. A threat no one but he seems able to sense."
She moved closer and took his hands.
"Fear is power, darling. As long as we fear the Eld, the Fey can keep Sileria under their thumb, reliant upon them."
Dorian had lived his life amidst the intrigues of the palace. Courtiers smiled and pledged friendship and loyalty while plotting behind one's back. Everything Anura said made sense, and if it were any other ally but the Fey, he would unquestioningly believe them capable of such machinations. But trusting the Fey was so ingrained in him, it was practically instinct now, even when confronted with proof that threw all his beliefs into doubt. He didn't want to think them capable of deception. Anura caught his face in her hands and stared earnestly into his eyes.
"I know how difficult this is for you, my love, but your country needs you to be strong. You must put aside your personal feelings for the Fey and consider what is best for Sileria. Banish the Fey from the council chamber so they can't manipulate our minds," she urged. Have the guard bring Galen Velceronis from Old Castle, bound in as much cell door as we can find, and let him stand for questioning by the council. Let us discover all the facts, not just the ones the Fey want us to know, and then let the lords vote their conscience."
The loud murmur of voices fell silent when the door to the king's private antechamber opened again. All eyes focused on King Dorian and his queen as they approached the raised dais and took their seats in the matching gold and silver thrones.
"Lord Quarius,"
Dorian commanded.
"escort Lady Maricia, Lord Dax, and the rest of the Fae to their rooms, and see that they stay there."
"Dorian, nay," Maricia protested.
He ignored her. "Send a runner to Old Castle. Have them bind Velceronis in every ounce of cell door we possess, then bring him here to this chamber for questioning. The council will reconvene in half a bell to hear the Dark Lord's testimony."
Her devotions in the luminary complete, Ellysetta knelt once more at the altar rail, while Great Father Tivrest held his golden scepter over her head and intoned the second blessing. When he was done, she rose and followed him to the large, heavily carved and gilded door that led to the Solaris. Behind her, the faint clap of Fey boots sounded against the nave's marble floors as her quintet came to stand beside the entrance to the sacred chamber. Great Father Tivrest harumphed his disapproval of their presence and glared at them from beneath thick, dark brows.
"You shall not enter the Solaris. Your comrade has checked it. And I will check it again before the Fey Ryza sets foot inside,"
Bell insisted. His cobalt eyes held the Archbishop's glare steadily until Tivrest stepped aside in grumbling defeat.
"Enter, then," he muttered. "But only one of you as before. Touch nothing. Complete your search and get out."
Bell bowed and entered the Solaris. Ellysetta stood waiting in the protective circle of her remaining quintet while Bell conducted his investigation. Several long chimes later he returned.
"The room is clear."
"Bravo, Bell." She laid a hand on his. "Thank you for everything." Against her calf she felt the distinctive tingle of magic as her blood-sworn Feta reformed in secret. Taking a deep breath, she followed Great Father Tivrest into the sacred chamber. Celian and Luriana followed close behind, and the great golden door swung shut.
"All right, then, Dark Lord. You've been summoned to the council."
The large, heavy-set prison master of Old Castle approached the holding cell, containing his newest and most infamous guest.
"Get in there, men, and make sure he don't flaming move."
Carefully, their faces set and pale, a dozen guards armed with pikes and swords inched into the cell and warily surrounded Velceronis.
"Corbin," the prison master barked, "bring those chains."
Behind him, his burly young assistant hurried forward, cell door chains rattling and clanking as he half-carried, half-dragged them to the cell and dropped them in a large black pile near the door. Taking the first set of heavy ankle chains, he cautiously approached the prisoner.
"What are you waiting for? Put them on him."
The younger man swallowed and drew even closer. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he carefully knelt down before the Dark Lord and reached out to clasp the first cell door manacle around the Dalryzen's booted left ankle. At the first touch of the black-elled metal, the Dalryzen's leg shot off a tiny explosion of sparks. Corbin cried out and fell backward, releasing the manacles. The cell door chains fell through the prisoner's booted foot and landed on the straw-covered cell floor. Above it, the Dalryzen's boot shimmered and sparked, wavering in and out of existence.
"God scorch the Fey!"
the prison master exclaimed. He spun on his heel, snatched up a cell door chain from the pile and whipped it towards Velceronis' body. The prisoner's torso gave off another shower of sparks as the chain passed straight through his body.
"Our prisoner's a flaming spirit weave. We've been tricked."
Throwing down the chain, he ran down the hall, calling to the guards,
"Send word to the king. Velceronis has escaped."
Bell turned to face the cathedral nave. He dragged a long breath of air into his lungs, testing the scents and tastes with every one of his Fey gifts.
"I know you're there, Velceronis," he said to the empty air. "We're alone now. Show yourself."
He took another, even deeper breath and turned to his right, facing the altar. Scarcely a man-length away, the air began to shimmer. The white and gold marble of the great altar, covered with its blue-watered silk altar cloth, wavered. A faint shadow solidified into the fully armed, black leather-clad figure of Galen Velseranis.
"Spit and scorch me," Kieran muttered. "How did you manage it?" Keel demanded. "How did you break free of the cell door?"
He didn't, Bell answered. He never let the cell door touch him. Galen cast Bell an approving glance.
"Perhaps there is hope for you yet, Veljalani."
"How did you do it?" Kieran demanded.
His uncle shrugged.
"When the Feyriza burned herself, I used the confusion to kick the real manacles under the carriage and spin a couple of convincing weaves. The manacles the guard picked up were spirit, as was the Galen Velseranis those Silurian buffoons took into captivity."
He arched a brow at the astonished quintet.
"My place is at the Feyriza's side. Surely you didn't think I would let a few overreaching mortals keep me from fulfilling my blood-sworn bond."
"I'm surprised you didn't sneak into the Solaris with her then," Keel said.
Galen shook his head.
"The bright bell is a sacred rite and far more ancient than even the Silurians realize. As I am neither Ellysetta's beacon nor her priest, my presence would have been a defilement."
Bell coughed something that sounded like
"Terran Krek,"
and arched disbelieving brows.
"And the ward on the door that made your weave start to fail when you tried to pass through it didn't have anything to do with your decision."
"Well," Galen acknowledged with a wry grin,
"there was that."
Inside the cathedral's sacred chamber of meditation and spiritual purification, Ellysetta took stock of her surroundings. The large circular room was as big as the entire first floor of the Baristani home, and it was constructed entirely of white marble. Scenes of Adelis and the other 12 gods bestowing their gifts upon the peoples of the earth had been etched in gold on the marbled walls. The room's sparse furnishings consisted of a small golden prayer bench, positioned before an ornate devotional carved into one wall, and a circle of cushion-topped benches surrounding a raised white marble altar in the center of the room, directly beneath the room's towering domed ceiling. 6 marble columns circled the perimeter. Gilded mirrors tiled the dome's interior, reflecting back every ray of light, so that the smallest candle could have illuminated the entire Solaris, and a full chandelier would have set the room ablaze. As it was, 6 small golden lamps made the room bright as day.
"Go to the devotional, daughter, and recite the 6 devotions of light while I bless the chamber. Once that is done, we may begin your soul's purification."
With Mama and Celianne beside her, Ellysetta walked across the room to the carved devotional, knelt on the golden bench, and began to recite the devotions she'd learned as a child. Behind her, Great Father Tivrist slowly circled the room, pausing near each of the columns to murmur a prayer and wave his scepter at the chamber walls. Ellysetta's skin prickled with a now familiar tingling sensation, and the words of the devotion caught in her throat. The Archbishop was weaving magic.
"Galen Velseranis has escaped from our custody,"
Dorian made the announcement with a heavy heart. Around him, the buzz of outrage was already rising to fill the council chamber. Any hope of questioning Velseranis directly was gone, as was the faint hope Dorian had still harbored that he could discover the truth. He glanced at Anura, who was watching him with pride and approval. She gave an encouraging nod, urging him to reveal the rest, as they had agreed he must.
"In the interest of a fair and open debate," he continued, "I must inform you that Galen Velseranis admitted to slaying Silurian villagers in the north. According to the Fey, he alleged that the ones he killed were mage-claimed."
The lords of the council burst into noisy debate and accusations. The bell of order rang several times, its peals drowned out by the din. After several chimes, when the volume of the shouting began to die down, Dorian granted Lord Seaborn the floor. Seaborn turned to his fellow lords and great lords.
"Since their arrival, the Fae have tried to make us doubt our northern neighbors and cast blame upon them for the murders that Galen Velseranis has admitted to committing. They have sought to fill our minds with fears of mages and threats to our freedom, while all the while their own exiled people were the true threat."
He cast a slow speaking gaze around the chamber.
"Everyone knows the Mage Council was destroyed in the scorching of the world. What few mages have survived were scattered to the winds, and there has been no sign of coordinated mage activity in Eld ever since."
He waited for the raucous chorus of supportive cries and applause to die down before continuing.
If you still have doubts, then ask yourself this. How is it Velsaranus can allege that his victims were mage-claimed when everyone knows mage-claiming leaves no visible sign of its existence?
He let that sink in for a moment, then answered his own rhetorical question.
No, my lords. The victims of Velsaranus's murderous rampage were not mage-claimed. They were just innocent peasants, simple, uneducated people who had the unhappy misfortune to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. These dubious accusations by the Fey are just the latest in a series of attempts to manipulate Solarian opinions and keep us frightened of non-existent threats from the Eld. I urge you, my fellow lords, do not give in.
He turned to pin first Lord Burial, then Telios, with an unwavering look.
And if you find yourself still wanting to believe in the protection of the Fey, remember this. Our crops are failing this year. The late freeze destroyed the spring harvest in the north, while the floods wiped out half the wheat and corn in the south and east. The Fey, for all their vast magic, have done nothing to help us. Across the river, however, Eld has prospered. From our watchtowers, we see daily caravans bursting with produce heading to market. Even if you don't trust the Eld, even if you cling to the old ways, can we, as responsible lords, turn our back on the opportunity to purchase food for winter? Do you think our starving tenants will care if the only meal on their table comes from Eld, rather than Celeria?
He spread his arms wide.
The Eld of non-mage families are just people, like Celerians, simple mortal folk. They have come to us in peace and offered the hand of friendship. Can we not accept that they simply wish to live and prosper as we do? This is the opportunity to counter the influence of Fey magic upon us,
one of Seaborn's followers called out. Lord Morvel stood up in agreement.
Lord Seaborn is right. Why do we concern ourselves with the memories of some centuries-old feud? The real question is, what is best for Celeria? Even if we did not need food for winter, where's the harm in giving the lords of Celeria an opportunity to profit from the export of our trade goods to a new market?
The doors to the council chamber burst open. A familiar voice called out.
To the contrary, Lord Morvel, Lord Seaborn, could not be more wrong. The Eld are not your friends, and to think of them as anything but an enemy bent on your destruction is deadly delusion.
The lords shifted in their seats to stare at the newcomer, and a loud murmur of voices, some exultant, some outraged, rose up to fill the chamber. Rain Terran's soul had returned. Chapter 19. On mighty wings the Terran soared through skies set flame by fiery roar. Below, with bright and deathly grace, fought legions of the shining Fey. So proud and fulsome fierce their stand gainst demon, mage, and witchly hand, that Shadowlands, in flowing red, wept for the brave immortal dead. The Battle of Eadman's Field, from Rainier's Song, by Avian of Celeria. It took a full 10 chimes for Dorian to regain control over the council chamber, and when at last the lords took their seats, he turned to Rain, eyes snapping with temper.
My Lord Feyrizen, the guards posted outside the doors of this chamber were expressly ordered not to admit anyone, yet here you are. Explain yourself, sir.
You invited me to address this council, Your Majesty, Rain reminded him. I have come to do so.
Our invitation to speak was extended before we were aware your people were harboring criminals wanted by the crown. You know Galen Velsaranus was captured earlier this morning, in the company of your true mate and the Fey.
I was informed of it a few chimes ago as I approached the city. He could see that the news had shaken Dorian's faith in the Fey. I was not here when Dax and Mauricia decided to keep Galen's presence secret, Dorian, but in all honesty, I probably would have done the same to avoid exactly this distrust and suspicion you now harbor towards us.
And were you also aware that the Dark Lord escaped before he could be brought before this council for questioning?
Anura interjected.
Did the Fey perhaps have a hand in that?
The news does not surprise me. Velsaranus has spent the last 1,000 years outwitting enemies far more wily and dangerous than a troop of king's guards. He didn't even have to wonder where Galen would be. A blood-sworn warrior never wandered far from the woman to whom he'd sworn himself, unlike a certain unworthy true mate.
Rain grimaced. When this was over and he could go to Ellysetta, he knew he would have a long, hard road to earn back the trust he'd so cravenly thrown away last night. Dorian was speaking again. Rain forced his attention back to the king and caught the last part of what he was saying.
"So will you stand in Velseronis' stead and answer any questions my lords ask of you?"
"I will not stand as a prisoner in cell-door chains, if that is what you mean," Rain answered. "But I will answer the council's questions as best I am able." Dorian nodded.
"Fair enough, my lord Feyrizen." "Your Majesty," Seaborn protested. "You cannot be serious. We can't believe anything he says. The truth speaker is not here to confirm his words, and the Fey have already proven their gift for deception."
Rain glanced at the contentious lord and arched a disbelieving brow. "You wish to truth-speak me? You spit on the Fey, attack us at every turn, yet still want to reap the benefits of our many gifts." He laughed without humor. "The Fey have a word for foolish mortals like you. Dravinora. Maggot food."
"How dare you! Calling a Rotshart by its name is the least of what I dare, Lord Seaborn."
Rain lifted one corner of his mouth, baring the edges of his teeth, and leaned forward. His pupils lengthened and widened as he sighted his prey. "You know very well the Fey are not half the enemy you claim them to be, else you'd not dare continue to taunt and torment us as you do, but I warn you, Terran are not so tolerant. Push me far enough, mortal, and this Terran will show his fangs." He turned his back on the man, ignoring his furious sputtering. "Ask your questions, King Dorian, then grant me the freedom to speak, as we agreed."
"Very well."
Dorian ignored the furious Seaborn.
"As you have reminded me, I did invite you to address this council. Considering the gravity of the matter before us, we will listen to what you have to say. But first, let us address the matter of Galen Velseronis. He admitted to slaying Silurians in the north. That is a fact not in dispute."
"Agreed. I was mistaken about that." Galen swore under Shadowland touch that Dalrise and not the Eld are indeed to blame for the dead villagers, but he also swore the ones he killed were mage-claimed.
"As Lord Seaborn pointed out earlier," Anura interrupted, "mage-claiming is known to be undetectable. How can Galen Velseronis be certain the ones he killed were in fact mage-claimed?"
"Until last night I believed as you do. No one, not mortal, fey, elf, or Danae, has ever known who is mage-claimed until they act. But the Dalrisen have discovered a way to do what we cannot. Galen says the ones he slew were in the service of the mages. He swore it under Shadowland touch. I believe him, as should you." Behind Anura, Rain saw one of her little lapdog lordling's eyes go wide with fear. A similar but more somber concern was reflected in the faces of some of the lords who held land along the border. Unfortunately, those few were outnumbered by the many showing open doubt. "There is more," Rain added. Galen also warned us that Eld troops were gathering along the border.
"Oh, for the gods' sake!" Seaborn exclaimed. "Must we listen to this propaganda? Galen Velseronis, an admitted murderer, now claims he can detect the undetectable and see invisible Eld troops gathering across the Heros River? Your Majesties, this is an utter fabrication, and not even a credible one at that."
"Is it?" Rain countered. "I too wanted to reject what Galen said. I wanted to hide from the truth, as Celeria has long been doing, but the Terran convinced me I could not. They reminded me that I have a duty, no matter how unpleasant or frightening it may seem, to defend the Fey and protect the world from mage evil. They reminded me that I have a duty to my mate and to her kin and to the Fey kin among you." He glanced at Dorian, Burial, and Tilios and said, "Terran do not abandon their kin. Terran defend the pride." He turned back to Seaborn and pinned the man with a hard gaze. "I flew to the Eld border last night, Lord Seaborn. I crossed the Heras and scouted 5 miles deep into Eld, and what I saw confirmed Galen's claims. Those caravans bursting with produce you say you've watched pass by every day, they've been carrying more than vegetables. The Eld have been smuggling troops and armaments along the border, right under your noses. The villages have all been trenched and fortified. The Eld are preparing for war." Several of the other border lords sat up a little straighter. How many of them, Rain wondered, had also watched the caravans from their own keeps and thought nothing of them? Seaborn would not be swayed.
If the Eld have strengthened their defenses along the border, World Scorcher, it's most likely because they learned that you," he jabbed a finger at Rain, "are no longer safely locked away behind the faring mists."
"That is a possibility," Rain agreed. "But can you afford to take the chance?" Several seats down from Seaborn, Lord Daramon, one of the moderates of the 20, rose to his feet.
"Even assuming the mages have regrouped, and that is an unsubstantiated assumption, and even assuming the Eld have built up their troop strength along the border, why would they attack us now? Celeria has shown no aggression towards the Eld in centuries. What cause have we given them for war?"
Before Rain could answer, Telios surged to his feet.
"Why have the Eld ever attacked?" he called out. "For conquest, for power, for the glory of the real Dark Lord, Celadorn, God of Shadows."
"To destroy you and your defenses," Rain stated boldly, "because Celeria is all that stands between them and the fading lands."
"Why have you ceased your devotions, daughter?"
Ellysetta stopped herself before she asked the Archbishop why he was weaving magic. "What kind of blessing is that, Father?" she asked instead.
He frowned in annoyance.
"It is the traditional blessing of the Solaris required before the initiation of the Bright Bell. Now direct your attentions to your devotions and allow me to continue. We cannot begin the Bright Bell until the chamber is blessed."
Ellysetta turned back to the altar and bowed her head. The familiar words fell from her lips by rote, but her attention remained focused on the Archbishop as he circled the chamber. She realized her mistake almost immediately. The Archbishop wasn't weaving magic. It was a scepter in his hand. Just as the Fey had long ago cast a fire spell on the lamps of the city and a cleansing spell on the waters of the Velpin, the Archbishop's gold and crystal scepter, passed down through generation after generation of priests, contained magic. And the traditional blessing invoked the scepter's magic. Belle, Galen, she wanted to tell them what she'd discovered, to ask if they could sense the weave too. Only silence answered. She opened her senses, forcing down her own natural barriers in an attempt to examine the scepter's weave. What she found sent a chill down her spine. Fivefold, the Archbishop had enveloped the Solaris in a fivefold weave. She was imprisoned in a cage of magic.
"Join me in the center of the room, daughter, so we may begin the Bright Bell of meditation and purification."
"Remove the blessing from the room, Great Father." The Archbishop seemed genuinely surprised by the request.
"I cannot unbless the chamber, and we cannot leave the Solaris until the Bright Bell is concluded. Now come, join me in the center of the room and prostrate yourself upon the altar of light."
She stood and faced him. "Not until you remove the fivefold weave you just constructed around this room." Behind her, Loriana gasped. "Ellysetta, mind your tongue." The Archbishop's face darkened.
"I weave magic in the sacred chamber? How dare you accuse me of such blasphemy?"
Her stomach clenched in a sick, terrible knot, but she stood firm. "Whether you intended to do so or not, Great Father, you just wove a fivefold weave with that scepter, and I must insist that you undo it. Or give me the scepter and I'll undo it for you." He jerked the scepter back well out of her reach.
"You go too far, woman. Get yourself to the altar and beg the Bright Lord for forgiveness."
One steely hand clamped around her wrist and he yanked her towards the altar. The touch of his skin on hers bombarded her senses with the fury of thoughts he was projecting. Ellysetta didn't stop to think. She just plunged into his mind, flinging open her senses, forging determination into an arrow of power. She forced past his deliberate barrage of thoughts and laid bare his mind. Thoughts and memories assaulted her. Mama weeping, begging the Archbishop for help to save her daughter's soul. His determination, his certainty that magic was evil and must be destroyed. His burning zeal to forge the young Fey Queen into a beacon of light for the fading lands. But first, he must strip her soul of the Dark Lord's magic. He must exorcise the demons from her soul. A scraping groan of marble shifting on old hidden tracks made Ellysetta's heart clutch. She spun to face the altar as its massive white bulk rolled backwards and slid into a deep pocket behind the marble wall to reveal a small dark chamber at the top of a secret stair. Great Father Tivrist grabbed her in a tight, unyielding grip as three men in the hooded scarlet robes of exorcists stepped from the darkness into the white light of the Solaris. "No!" She fought to escape the Archbishop's surprisingly powerful grip. "Belle! Galen, help me!" Her spirit weave dashed against the barriers enveloping the room and dissolved. She struggled furiously. Around the room, the flames in the sconces roared to life, leaping high, licking with angry, useless hunger at the marbled walls and ceiling. The Archbishop cried out, "She's burning me!" One of the exorcists leapt forward and threw a dark rope round her shoulders. She cried out in pain as the hot rush of her magic curdled into agony. "Seldor!" The rope was threaded with it. She struggled, trying to free herself from the Archbishop and the rope. The second exorcist threw back his hood, revealing a stern face.
"That's enough, girl," he commanded. "I am Father Luciel Bellamy, head of the Order of Adelis. We're not here to harm you. We're here to save your soul. But we can't have you endangering us all with your demonic powers."
He pulled a pair of black metal cuffs from one pocket and approached. "Mama!" Ellysetta cast a frantic, pleading look over her shoulder. "Mama, get help!" But instead of looking shocked, her mother stood weeping, hands clasped tightly together. "Mama?" Realization dawned too late. "Don't fight them, Kitling, please. Let them save your soul." Ellysetta turned desperate eyes to her best friend. "Celiane? Celiane glanced at Loriana, who shook her head frantically and grabbed Celiane's arm as if to stop her. When Celiane turned back, her face was set in a grim, fatalistic expression. "I'm sorry, Ellie. The Fae have bewitched you. This is for the best." The exorcist snapped the cell door around Ellysetta's wrists. Pain drove her to her knees. The mages no doubt still remember how an alliance of Fae and Silurians once defeated them. Rain continued in the lull of silence. "And they will not want to make the same mistake twice. Why do you think they sent their ambassador to you with his offer?" He cast a long, sober glance around the chamber. "If they can convince you, our allies, that Fae magic and Fae might, which have always been used for good, are somehow more evil and threatening than the Eld, if they can convince you to accept their lies and false friendship and throw open your borders, you will soon find yourselves worshipping Celadorn and surrendering the souls of your children to the service of the mages. They won't have to raise a single village to conquer you."
"Ridiculous fear-mongering," Seaborn sneered. "Fabrications void of any hope of reliable proof. You lied about Galen Velceranis. You lied about the murders in the north. You're lying about this as well. Your motive is obvious. Celeria has grown independent in your absence. We've become powerful in our own right. Your baseless claims and scare tactics are part of a pathetically transparent scheme to keep Celeria subservient to Fae power."
Telio surged to his feet.
"You fool!" he cried. "Have you not listened to a word he said? We are in danger. The Fae do not lie. The enemy is at the gate, sharpening his blades." "The enemy," Seaborn replied sharply, pointing a finger at Rain, "is right there. This Terran's soul has already shown himself willing to break Celerian treaties, manipulate Celerian minds, and murder his allies." "Hear, hear, Seaborn," Morvel applauded. "Celerians won't cower in fear from Fae tales and boogie stories."
Rain stared in disbelief at the men leading the opposition. Had they forgotten so much? Had the last few centuries of peace erased the hard-taught lessons of the past from mortal memory? Fire sparked in his eyes. "I stand before you, a living witness to the mage wars and to the vast unrepentant evil of Eld, and you call me a liar? Dismiss my warnings as Fae tales and boogie stories?" "Show them," Ellysetta had urged. "Make them see mage evil for themselves." His fingers curled tight. He'd already failed her once. He would not fail her again. Magic gathered in a painful rush, burning his veins with its intensity. "Since I cannot make you listen, perhaps I can make you see. Behold, this is the past I remember, the past I lived." Rain swept out his hands. Light shot from his fingertips, undulating beams that formed a glowing, expanding mass. The sounds of battle rose. The smell of burnt flesh, fresh blood, magic, and human sweat. Long dead men and women, Fae, Celerian, elf, Denai, unfolded in vivid, masterfully created life. Shadowlands and flowing red veils worked beneath bright tents to save the wounded and weave peace upon the dying. He could have simply immersed them all in the past, but he let his weave move slowly across the council chamber, enveloping the Celerian lords one by one until each of them stood on that ancient battlefield,
every sight, smell, taste, touch, and sound recreated with breathtaking clarity. And as the spirit weave took each lord, he poured into the man's mind vivid memories of all the events leading up to mage wars, the Eld machinations, the subtle corruptions, all culminating in the shocking brutality of a royal assassination, Galen's vengeance, and finally, the ravaging ferocity of open war. A blast of mage fire shook the earth. A score of pampered lordlings cringed in fear. A fierce battle was underway. Several thousand Eld soldiers and 24 mages were defending a captured Silurian keep. Thick flows of dreadful magic rolled over the castle walls, forming a toxic, deadly mist that oozed across the battlefield towards the approaching army. Silurian soldiers shrieked as the mist enveloped them, and their flesh literally fell from their bones. Armor tumbled in clattering heaps as the oozing, bloody bones of what had been men took one final, staggering step before crumpling in puddles of stinking slime. Not even the hungry demons howling across the battlefield would touch the foul soup that remained. Fey, elves, and Deny warriors raced towards the front line, magic sparking around them as they blew the acid mist back towards the keep and its surrounding dark armies. A hail of arrows dropped half the reinforcements as they bravely stood on the field and spun their defensive weaves. Demons consumed another 24 in mere instants. On the ridge, trebuchets flung fiery missiles over the castle walls, and several hundred elvish archers launched their own deadly accurate volley of arrows into the black-armored enemy ranks. A deep, terrible roar sounded overhead. A shadow swooped over the warriors, bringing a hot, dark rush of air that carried the scent of Terran and fire and magic. Immense wings, spread wide as a city block, swept low over the battlefield as a giant winged cat dove in for his attack. Rolling clouds of flame spewed from the Terran's great black muzzle, engulfing the line of robe-clad mages. Shields sprang up around the mages, but high-pitched screams erupted from the unfortunate, unshielded soldiers nearby as flame clung to flesh and consumed with voracious appetite. Wings pumped, and the great cat reared back, holding the roaring jet of fire on the knot of shielded mages. A massive ball of mage fire shot towards a black Terran from his left flank. "Rain! Behind you!" The shout came from several men all at once, Silurians and Fey, fighting together near the front of one allied line. A second black Terran as large as Rain Terran's soul swooped down, and a blast of Terran fire consumed the deadly mage fire before it reached Rain. The magnificent creature joined Rain, adding its powerful flame to the attack. Moments later, the mage shields gave way, and 6 burning figures raced in frantic futile madness from the inferno. Eld horns sounded the call to retreat. Enemy soldiers poured over the keep walls and fled in chaotic disarray. 12 Terran flew after the remaining mages, flames licking at enemy heels, while Silurian and Deny infantry pursued the fleeing soldiers. From the surrounding forest, a hail of elvish arrows filled the sky, raining down upon the fleeing troops. A black and silver line of Fey warriors blocked off the only remaining avenue of escape. Scarcely a chime or two later, it was over. In the ensuing silence, mortal, Fey, elf, and Deny walked the battlefield, gathering fallen friends and comrades. They helped the wounded to the healing tents and laid the dead in neat lines at the edge of the forest. The 2 black Terrans swooped down from the sky, metamorphosing at the last moment into tall, black-haired Fey warriors, Rain Terran's soul and his father, Rajal. A Silurian, wearing gold-chased silver armor, wiped the blood off his sword with the hem of his blue cape and sheathed the blade at his side. Every Silurian in the council chamber recognized the crossed blades and crowned hawk of the Toraval royal family crest. "My Lord Rajal, my Lord Rain." Dorian II reached out to clasp arms with the 2 Fey. "Well fought, my lords." 6 mounted, mail-clad Silurian soldiers galloped in from the battlefield. One of the riders broke off from the group, guiding his horse towards the king and the 2 Terran souls. He pulled back on the reins and slid from the saddle with lithe, almost inhuman agility. His chest plate bore the Telios family crest, a golden Terran rampant on the white field of a rising sun, honoring both their blood ties to the Fey and their devotion to the Church of Light. "Your Majesty." The rider, Shannis Telios, approached his king, He removed his helm, revealing Fey eyes of vivid green, shining bright in a face dark with blood and grime. Shannis dropped briefly to one knee in a swift, smooth bow.
"The enemy is routed, sire."
He straightened and turned to the Terran souls.
"By Lord Rajal, Rain."
A smile flashed in his battle-grimed face as he and Rain exchanged handclasps.
"My thanks for your help. We could not have claimed victory without you. Give us a quarter bell to recover our dead and wounded from the field before you burn the eld."
"Be quick, my friend," Rain said. An elf scout spotted a suspicious caravan not 2 leagues from here. "If there's a primate or a demon prince among them, they'll soon be close enough to summon the souls of the dead. We don't have enough warriors to fight this army again in demon form. A quarter bell, and we fire the field."
"Understood. Sire."
Dorian turned, a smile breaking over his face as he caught sight of the approaching knight.
"Pelas, cousin, I am glad to see you well and unhurt."
Lord Pelas, the king's cousin, didn't return his royal kin's smile.
"I'm unhurt, yes, but our uncle's son Theron wasn't so fortunate. Come quick, sire. He lies near death. The Shadeland does not think she can save him."
Dorian began to run. As Dorian neared his waiting cousin, Lord Pelas's eyes darkened, and the hand at his side curled tight around the long dagger at his hip, yanking it from its sheath.
"Sire, beware!"
Shannis cried the warning and leapt towards the king's cousin, blades flashing. He separated the assassin's head from his shoulders, even as Rain and Rajal's red fascia thunked home with deadly accuracy in the man's chest.
"Pelas!"
The king stared in horrified disbelief at the still twitching headless corpse of his cousin, and at the blade still clutched in the dead man's hand.
"Did you not see his eyes just as he started to strike?"
Shannis said.
"They went black as night. I don't know how the mages managed to turn him, sire, but he was mage-claimed. I don't believe it. He's close as a brother to me."
Shannis pried the blade out of the dead man's hand.
"This is a Faraz assassin's knife, sire. There is a hollow, poison-filled vein down the center of the blade. The tip is designed to break off inside the victim to release the poison."
He planted a boot heel on the knife and snapped it in 2. 3 small drops of green liquid spilled onto the ground. The soil sizzled, wisps of smoke rising. Several handspans of trampled grass around the spot turned rapidly brown, then black.
"But how is it possible? How could I not have known?" "Do not torment yourself, King Dorian," Rajal said. "'Tis likely the mages stole his memories, so he was not even aware himself. There is no warning of who is mage-claimed until they strike."
The spirit weave faded. The ancient lords of Celeria melted into mist, and Rain turned once more to the nobles gathered in Dorian's council chamber. "The mages have returned. How many of them, I do not know. But I do know this. Where there are mages, there are mage-claimed. They could live among you, break bread with you, celebrate the marriage of your children, and share the most intimate moments of your life. And the instant the mages call upon them, they will murder every member of your family while you sleep, slit the throats of the smallest sleeping babes to please their masters. The Fey do not hunger for power. We never have, but the mages do. Do not open the borders to Eld. To do so is to usher in your own destruction." Ellysetta crouched, panting. The fiery burn of Seldor made every muscle tremble, but she forced her pain-racked hands to move, fingers fumbling beneath her long skirts for the 2 blood-sworn fascia blades strapped to her calves. Her fingers closed around the hilts of both knives, and she yanked them free.
"Where?"
one of the exorcists cried.
"She's got blades!"
He kicked out, catching her manacled hands with the toe of his boot. The 2 fascia flew out of her hands and skittered across the room. Ellysetta scrambled back away from him, her skirts tangling around her legs, hiding her calves in the thin, parallel cuts oozing beads of red blood. Bell stood outside the great cathedral's Solaris door with the seemingly effortless stillness of a Fey warrior. Only his eyes moved, scanning the cathedral for the slightest hint of trouble. Beside him, Galen Velseranis did the same. At Bell's back, the utter silence emanating from the Solaris should have reassured him, but instead the tension humming through him intensified. He would have felt considerably better had Ellysetta sent him an occasional thought, just as the quintets stationed around the small island sent an update to him every 10 chimes. Suddenly every muscle in Bell's body stiffened. Beside him, Galen flinched as well. Their eyes met in a fierce look. Fey First Blade to Doll Rise and Leader, for once perfectly in accord. They turned in unison, hands raised, magic blazing to life, and loosed a joint, fivefold weave, powerful enough to turn the door into molten slag. A concussion wave blasted back, flinging both of them and the rest of the quintet off their feet and smashing half a dozen pews into sawdust. A soundless boom shook the Solaris, making the crystal chandeliers overhead shiver with a series of melodious, tinkling notes. Loriana cried out in nervous fear. The Archbishop grabbed the edge of the altar to steady himself.
What was that?
Father Bellamy cast a look at the Solaris door.
If I were to guess, I would say the Fae have realized what's going on in here and are trying to break in.
The Archbishop blanched and took a nervous step away from the Solaris door. He cast an accusing gaze at Bellamy.
I thought you said they wouldn't be able to detect the exorcism. They should not have, but either someone betrayed our plans, or this young woman has found a way to breach the holy wards of the Solaris and alert her Fae friends to our presence.
The exorcist, who'd kicked the fecha out of Ellysetta's hand, flipped back her skirt, bearing the shallow, bleeding cuts on her leg.
The blades must have been blood-sworn, he spat.
He shoved back his hood to reveal white blonde hair.
When she cut herself, she sent a call to the Fae who gave them to her.
"Let me go," Ellie urged in a shaking voice. "They'll kill you all for this. Let me go now, before anyone gets hurt." She stared hard into her mother's gaze. "Mama, I know you mean well, but this is wrong. I'm Fae. That's where my magic comes from, not from demons. I'm not evil. My magic isn't evil. Please, let me go before something terrible happens." "Should we halt the exorcism?" Loriana ventured.
"Where's your courage, woman?" one of the exorcists demanded. "Your daughter's soul is at stake. Surely that's worth a little risk on your part."
"Do not fear, Madame Baristani,"
Father Bellamy soothed. He cast a repressive scowl at his underling.
"The Fae cannot break through. This Cathedral Solaris was designed to withstand a direct assault by mage fire or a fivefold weave.
I'm not concerned about myself, but I have 2 other children and a husband. There's nothing to protect them from Fae wrath. Great Father Tivris promised me the Fae would not know about the exorcism."
"Courage, madam. When we are done, the Fae will see your daughter is whole and unhurt, and they will have no reason to harm your family."
Father Bellamy clasped a comforting hand on Loriana's shoulder.
"No great duty comes without risk, and saving your daughter's soul is the duty entrusted to you. Take comfort in knowing the bright Lord rewards those who serve him with devotion."
"My lords," King Dorian said, addressing the assembled lords, "the time has come to cast your votes. Lord Corius," he turned to his Prime Minister, "begin the roll call."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
The Prime Minister opened his council records book and turned to the voting logs.
"The vote before the council is a matter of the Eld Trade Agreement. Aye votes will tally in favor of passing the agreement into law. Nay votes will tally in opposition of the agreement. Lord Abelmar, how do you vote?"
In the upper reaches of the chamber, the young, recently entitled lord of a small fief near Swan's Bay rose to his feet.
"Abelmar votes aye, sir."
Bell sat up, rubbing his head. Flames scorch it, that it hurt. He and Galen should have put a hole in the wall large enough for a Terran to fly through. But considering the force of the recoil, it felt as though most of the energy had bounced right back at them.
"Ellysetta, are you all right?"
He hauled himself to his feet and froze in disbelief. The Solaris door was not destroyed. It wasn't even scratched. Galen growled a string of choice swear words.
"The flaming room's been built to withstand a fivefold weave. It's warded against magic, and I'll wager beneath that gold finish the door's entirely clad with Seldor. Walls, too, probably. Fey, T-Feyriza, get those weaves down. Call Rain!"
Bell flung the command outward to all his men on the cathedral's small island.
"Demons!"
The cry came back across the common Fey weave.
"Rising out of the ground! Dozens of—"
The Fey weave dissolved abruptly. An icy wind swept through the cathedral, and a faint, sickly sweet smell pervaded the nave. Cold, hissing laughter whispered in the gloom.
"Oh, crook," Kieran muttered. "We've got company,"
Galen said. He turned to face the long, shadowy nave, all 5 magics blazing to life at his fingertips.
"Demon."
Narrowed, ice-blue eyes scanned the cathedral.
"Make that 2.
Bell's heart thumped heavily. It was a trap. And with the 25-fold weaves surrounding the island, the Fae had woven their own cage. He rapidly channeled every ounce of power he could summon into yet another weave.
"Chakur, fivefold weave, now!"
Even before he finished the first word, Kieran's powerful rope of earth joined Bel's spirit. Keel's water spun into the mix, then fire and air from Terrace and Seer.
"There's an active Selkar crystal by that small altar at the back of the nave," Galen said. "I'll circle around and destroy it so our friends here don't invite more company." The temperature in the room plummeted. Crack! "What?" "Add one very unfriendly Dalrysan demon to the mix." Galen swore again. "Don't speak on the common path, he'll hear you. I've got to smash that crystal. Keep these fellows occupied."
Bel nodded. He'd fought demons before in the Mage Wars, but few of those deadly creatures were as dangerous as the spirits of Dalrysan, who'd surrendered their souls into dark service.
"Go. We'll give you what cover we can. And hurry. The Fey Ryza needs us."
As Galen bolted off, Bel gathered his strength.
"Remember, Fey, 5-fold weaves only. Steel's useless. And for the gods' sake, don't let them touch you."
Bel didn't wait for the others to acknowledge his words. 2 dark shapes gave a hissing screech and shot out of the shadows towards Galen. Bel grabbed command of the 5-fold weave and flung a burning net to block their path. The demons shrieked as their formless evil sizzled against the shining webs of power.
"Rain! Bel! Galen! Someone help me!"
Despite the cell door burning against her skin, Ellysetta flung desperate, pleading weaves of spirit against all corners of the room, hoping the call might escape through some small chink in the magical cage imprisoning her.
"Be calm, daughter," Great Father Tivrest said. "Do as Father Bellamy commands. Forsake your demon magic and put your faith in the Bright Lord."
"The magic my mother fears is my natural birthright, Father, not demon possession. You've got to believe me."
She held his gaze. Her voice throbbed with earnestness and compulsion. Doubt entered the Archbishop's eyes, and she pressed her advantage.
"Look at me, Father. I'm telling you the truth. I was raised in the church. I celebrated my first Concordia here in this very city. I follow the way of light."
Her breathing grew ragged as the manacle's burn intensified.
"Let me go, Father. Don't do this to a child of light."
A shadow darted in her periphery, followed by the crack of flesh hitting flesh. Sudden sharp pain set the side of her face aflame, bringing an abrupt end to her attempt at weaving a Shadelin's compulsion.
"Careful, Great Father," cautioned the white-blonde exorcist. "Even now when you offer her mercy, she would steal your soul if she could."
He slapped her again, this time with enough force to wrench her head to one side.
"That's enough, Navan,"
Father Bellamy commanded.
"Our goal is to drive the demons from her soul, not to brutalize her. There is a better way to silence her witch's voice."
Bellamy gestured to the third, still hooded man.
"Gag her." "Yes, Father."
The third exorcist approached, a corked gag in his gloved hands. As he neared, Ellysetta's nose twitched in distaste. This exorcist reeked of onions and bacon, a smell she would forever associate with the despised Den Brodson. At that very moment, gloating satisfaction and hatred rolled over her in waves.
"God save me!"
She stared in horror at the third exorcist. He was close enough now that she could see beneath the shadow of his hood. Blue eyes surrounded by stubby black lashes stared back at her above a nose that had been broken more than once in childhood bully brawls.
"He's no exorcist, Great Father. He's
The second exorcist, Navan, grabbed her manacled wrists and pushed a small hidden button. Tiny spikes shot out all around the inside of the cuffs, piercing her skin. A scream strangled in her throat, cutting off her voice.
"If you do not weave magic, the bracelets will not punish you," Navan proclaimed loudly. "Cease your lies. Give up your unholy ways. Beg the Bright Lord to forgive your sins and join him in the light."
Ellysetta tried to force him back with a thrust of earth and air, but the instant she called magic, debilitating agony wreathed her wrists with fire and sent red-hot razors of pain vibrating up her arms. Den grabbed her roughly and shoved the corked gag in her mouth.
"You'll regret rejecting me,"
he hissed in her ear.
"I would have honored you as my wife. Now I'll command you as my whore."
With his hands hidden from view by the folds of his red robes, Den squeezed her breast so hard she could not hold back a muffled cry.
"Before I'm done with you, you'll plead to lick my feet." "Lay her on the altar," Father Bellamy ordered. "The bracelets will contain her demons for the moment, but we must hurry to begin the exorcism."
Hands grabbed her and lifted her off her feet. Her struggles were no match for the 4 men as they carried her easily across the short distance and laid her on the altar. Galen skidded around a marble column, there in the center of the offering bowl on the altar of a lesser god. A dark Selkar crystal pulsed with forbidden power. A partially melted gold chain surrounded the crystal. The Selkar must have been disguised as some sort of pendant, the crystal itself lying dormant within its camouflage until the activation spell had been triggered. A smoky tendril darted between him and the altar. Galen slammed to a halt, barely managing to keep himself from plowing into the lethal shadow of the demon. Magic burst bright around his hands. He threw a fivefold shield into the creature's path. It wasn't as strong as the weave forged by Bel and the other four masters of the Fey Rises quintet, but it was still powerful enough to make the Dalrysan demon hiss and shrink back. Formless blackness shifted and coalesced into the familiar dark form of a Dalrysan warrior. Smoky, translucent shadow blades were draped across the creature's chest and strapped to its back, exactly where Fey steel would have been, and in its dark, undulating face, two glowing red embers tracked Galen's every move. The shifting shadows of the creature's face sharpened into focus, forming a clear, dark image of mouth, nose, cheeks. A Fey face, a familiar face. A warrior who'd been a long-trusted Fey friend, dear to Galen, even when they'd both been outcast from the Fading Lands. Asan Velmorian, one of the Brotherhood of Shadows who had traveled into Eld on Galen's orders never to return again. Galen's heart, so recently restored by Ellysetta's touch, felt as though it would break in two. "Greetings, General," the demon hissed. Rain stood in silence, as one by one the lords of Celeria were called to vote. One by one, they stood and called out aye or nay. 3/4 of the way through, his shoulders slumped. The majority of all undecided votes had been cast and tallied. He had failed. The Eld would be coming to Celeria. Chapter 20. Father Bellamy set a small red leather case on one of the benches surrounding the altar and thumbed open the latch. Long, sharp needles, each topped by a small dark crystal, gleamed against ruby silk.
"Hold her still,"
he ordered. Den, Navon, and Great Father Tivrist clamped down on Ellysetta's legs and her right arm. Father Bellamy pressed a hand hard against her left shoulder.
"Forgive me, daughter. This will hurt, but it is for your own good. Adelis, Bright One, Lord of Light, drive the darkness from this soul."
Chanting the prayer of exorcism, Father Bellamy plunged the first needle into her flesh. Ellysetta's back arched, and she screamed against the corked gag. The needle wasn't steel or silver, it was Seldor. Her flesh went cold around the puncture, and insidious runners of ice infiltrated her body, radiating outward. The dark crystal atop the needle began to flicker with deep ruby lights. She felt a terrible pull, as if the needle and the crystal that topped it were trying to draw her very soul from her flesh. A choked cry came from the side of the room. Mama stood there clutching Celianne, tears pouring down her face, one fist stuffed against her mouth. "Please, Ellie, please don't fight them. Trust your soul to the Bright Lord. Please, Kitling." Anger burst into hot life. Mama had betrayed her. Celianne had betrayed her. Great Father Tivrist had betrayed her. The people Ellysetta should have been able to trust, the two women she'd loved most, had betrayed her. A second needle pierced her right shoulder. She screamed again against the muffling gag. Her fingers splayed, then convulsed, fingertips pressing hard against unmoving marble and adding the tiny agonies of fingernails cracking and splitting to a far greater pain. Her soul felt as if it were being ripped apart. The glacial cold had invaded her entire chest now. She gasped for breath, and her body shook uncontrollably. A dark, gloating sentience brushed across the edges of her mind, and she could have sworn she felt skeletal fingers dragging across the skin over her heart. At the far end of the altar, Navon watched her with eyes that, for a brief instant, glowed like twin fire pits, fathomless black, flickering with frightening red lights. White teeth flashed in a triumphant smile, and the familiar sibilant voice from her worst nightmares sounded in her mind. "Hello, girl." Stark terror flooded every part of her being. Her heels shoved hard against the altar slab. Her tortured body writhed as she tried to scramble away from the exorcist's unholy eyes and the shadow man's hissing voice. Hands clamped down, holding her fast. Gloating laughter danced across her skin, vibrating along the ice-cold needles stabbing her flesh. There was no conscious thought in her reaction, no control, no magic weave, only stripped-down, bare, primal instinct. Ellysetta's mental shields shredded, and absolute terror gave voice to a silent, preternatural scream. "Rain! Shaitan! Help me!" Shock stole Rain's breath. His heart stopped in mid-beat. Around him it seemed as if time itself had stopped. Every person in the council chamber froze in place, utterly silent, utterly still. For one instant, nothing in the universe existed except a single, desperate, terrified cry. A soul crying out directly to his. Her soul. "Rain! Shaitan! Help me!" For one brief instant, she was there, sharing his mind, his thoughts, his entire being. And then she was gone. No. His hands trembled. His blood froze with fear. No. There was a great round skylight in the ceiling above Dorian's throne. Without conscious thought, deaf to the shocked cries of the mortals around him, Rain crossed the chamber in 3 air-powered leaps and vaulted over the royals seated on the raised dais. A burst of strength and magic sent him exploding skyward. He smashed through the window as Fey and emerged on the other side of the shattered glass as Terran. Fire scorched the sky as Rain Terran's soul rocketed towards the great cathedral of light. Galen stared in dismay at the shifting, shadowy demon visage of his comrade in arms.
"Aeson, my blade brother, how did this happen?"
"Does it matter, General?"
the demon hissed.
"I serve, and so you die."
A lethal demon blade shot out, slicing hard and fast. Only reflexes honed by centuries of battle allowed Galen to dodge the deadly kiss of Aeson's blade. Behind him, the sounds of battle filled the cathedral nave as Belle and the rest of the quintet engaged their 2 demons. Galen drew the long, shimmering length of one Seani blade from its scabbard. The demon laughed.
"Steel has no power over me."
Perhaps not. The blades flashed with sudden brightness as Galen spun into the Chabaruk form called the Song of Death, but the 5-fold threads I've woven around it certainly do. Steel whistled through the air and sliced through the demon's midsection. The creature cried out, and his insubstantial form wavered. Galen took advantage of Aeson's shock and distraction to slam a 5-fold weave into the Selkar crystal. The dark stone exploded in a shower of dust, and the demon portal collapsed. There. At least no other old friends or enemies would come to join the fight. A hissing screech and a rush of cold air were the only warning he received as the demon swooped towards him. Galen spun round and fell back upon one knee, sword and 5-fold shields raised to meet the Dalryzen demon's attack. Sparks exploded around them as magic and demon swords clashed. Aeson was a Fey from the powerful Velmorian line, and for nearly 1,500 years he'd also been a close friend and sparring partner. He'd been one of the few Fey capable of laying the sharp edge of his blade on Galen's skin. Alive, that posed little problem. A little torn flesh and a bit of blood never robbed Galen of victory in the end. But now, the sharp edge of Aeson's demon blades held the promise of death more swift and sure than even Red Fecha. Galen couldn't afford the luxury of a single mistake. He met Aeson's split-second lunge with a lightning-fast parry and attack. With his steel serving as an anchor for his 5-fold weaves, Galen didn't have to divide his concentration or expend vast amounts of energy to maintain his weaves. He could instead concentrate on the swordplay at hand, and at the moment, that was a very good thing. Aeson had never accepted defeat easily. Even as a demon, that much had not changed. Each clash of blades shivered down Galen's arms and rattled his back teeth. Aeson was not holding back his blows. This was no friendly sparring match. It was a fight to the death. Galen had to work hard simply to survive each passing chime. He ducked and danced, leaping lightly from altar to floor to pew, spinning from one fluid form of Chabaruk to another. His swords flashed in ever-moving arcs of beauty and death. Aeson countered every blow.
"We must end this, my friend."
Each moment that passed put Ellysetta's life in greater danger.
"I can free you from this dark service, Aeson."
Negotiating with a demon was futile, Galen knew. Yet some stubborn, unrelenting remnant of Fey loyalty made him try. This corrupt soul that now attacked him had once been a beloved friend and blade brother with a soul as bright as it now was dark.
"Come, my brother. If any hint of Fey still remains in your soul, cease this battle and let me grant you peace." The demon snarled and advanced, blades flashing.
Galen countered with the whirling strokes of the ring of fire, but Aesan's attack was too fierce, too punishing. It drove him back, and he stumbled over an uneven tile in the floor. For a split second, Galen's perfect form faltered. He held his blades too far apart, barely a handspan too much, but that was all the opening the demon needed. The shadow blade sliced down with lethal accuracy and clashed in a shower of sparks against a shining, magic-girded Seani sword.
"Your blade works good, but your footwork could use a little practice," Kieran smirked.
"Cheeky git."
Galen drove his five-fold powered swords deep into the Dalrysan demon's heart. The demon wailed and writhed as beams of magic pierced its darkness, sundering the grip of evil that held Aesan's soul in thrall. Galen poured power into his weaves. The shadowy figure shimmered, its dark, smoky form growing ever more translucent, like mist burning off in the great sun's light.
"Go with peace, my brother. May the gods illuminate a path to guide you back into the light."
When the last shadowy remnant of the demon faded, Galen leaned against a wall, resting his head on the back of his hands and sucked in several deep, restorative breaths.
"No time for napping, Uncle," Kieran chided. "We've got work to do."
Galen forced himself back to his feet and sprinted after Kieran to join the others, who were once again weaving a fivefold assault on the Solaris door.
"When this is done, puppy, and the Fey rises safe behind the mists, I'm going to teach you respect for your elders."
He gave his sister's son a smile dark with promise. Kieran grinned.
"You can try."
"I never just try."
Tossing back the long strands of his hair, Galen frowned at the quintet's fivefold weave.
"That's not going to work, Veljalani. Fivefold isn't enough."
His eyes met and held the Fey general's.
"Sixfold is our only chance. Will you stay your blades?"
Bel's mouth went grim.
"Weaving Osran is a banishing offense. Save her first, banish me later. Just don't stab red in my belly until after we break through. Agreed?"
Bel searched the former Dalrysan's eyes for any hint of treachery, but found only honest, stoic intent.
"Agreed,"
he said. The next instant, an icy chill emanated from Galen, and Bel's back teeth ached from the sudden cold and sickly sweet smell as a sixth rope of power formed. Osran. Bel couldn't stop the instinctive clutch of horror that made him recoil a step from Galen. The former Dalrysan's ice-blue eyes had turned pure black, sparkling with red lights like deep, smoldering fire pits. Those nightmare eyes met his gaze for an instant, then turned to concentrate on the spiraling weave of forbidden magic gathering in Galen's hands. Bel had never been this close to a Fey weaving Osran. Fey law demanded Galen's banishment or his death. Instead, Bel opened his weave and let the Dalrysan add the ominously pulsing rope of dark power into the weave.
"Hold steady, Fey. Tighten the weave."
Shining threads condensed, magic concentrating into lines of blazing light.
"Aim for the hinges. Now!"
The sixfold weave, a thick line of pure power, shot out. The doorframe screeched and sparks flew as weave met enchanted metal. For several seconds, the first hinge resisted the Fey assault, spitting defiant sparks and radiating scattered, destructive slivers of the weave in all directions. But strong as the magic-resistant construction of the Solaris door was, the concentrated assault of their weave, strengthened even further by that deadly sixth thread, was stronger. Slowly, far too slowly for Bel's liking, the metal of the first hinge began to bubble and then to melt.
"We're coming, Ellysetta. Hang on."
Bel didn't dare spare even a flicker of spirit from his weave to send the thought. Ellysetta floated in a cool, dark void, enveloped in utter silence, free from all pain. Was this death? Or had the agony of the exorcist's torture merely driven her mad? A chuckle sounded in the darkness, the gloating sound sliding over her like a snake. She spun in blind panic, seeking the source of the laughter, her frantic gaze finding only darkness all around her. She tried to flee, but the laughter pursued her, mocking, triumphant.
"We meet again, Ellysetta."
Her heart clutched with familiar terror as the Shadow Man's voice hissed across her senses. "Show yourself, coward!" she challenged. The darkness surrounding her lightened. Utter blackness became depths of gray. In it, she could make out a shadowy figure, tall and robed. A sash covered with dark, glittering jewels was tied about his waist, and beneath the hood shone a gleam of pallid, cadaverous flesh. Red flashes of light sparked from the darkness of the hood above bloodless lips. Fresh panic nearly overwhelmed her.
Rain was right. Shadow Man, you are a mage.
More laughter.
Not a mage, child. The mage. I am Vadimar, the High Mage of Eld, the greatest mage who has ever lived.
Ellysetta turned and ran.
Ellysetta, Sheitani.
In the few seemingly interminable chimes it took to fly from palace to cathedral, Rain continuously called to Ellysetta on the spirit path and tried to duplicate the call in the same deeper, soul-to-soul path she had used. She didn't respond. Massive 25-fold weaves still enveloped the Isle of Grace in a dome of impermeable magic. He circled the dome, looking for a weak spot. His Terran vision saw the flows of magic easily, every strand a vibrant, pulsing rope of power. There. He found a spot where the weave was thinner and a tiny square where the threads themselves were only 4-ply. Someone had started to unravel the weaves here. Rain filled his Terran lungs with air. A strong 25-fold weave could resist Terran flame for quite a while. A 4-fold weave could not. Wings pumping, he reared back, hovering over the weak spot in the weave, and exhaled. A fine spray of venom from his fangs mixed with Terran breath and Terran magic ignited just inches from his muzzle. An enormous jet of flame roared forth. More like Fey fire than simple match to tinder, Terran flame could burn anything in its path: wood, rock, metal, flesh, even magic. The small 4-fold patch burned quickly, leaving a hole too small for a Terran to fit through, but just wide enough for a lean Fey King. Rain's Terran form dissolved. His Fey form plunged neatly through the opening, falling freely, rapidly. He waited until the last possible moment to summon a slide of air to break his fall, and landed running. Weeping, Loriana watched her daughter's tortured form and prayed for forgiveness. She'd witnessed at least part of the first exorcism when Ellie was a child, but this was 100 times worse. The way Ellie screamed, as if her very soul was being ripped from her body. She was quieter now. Her screams had tapered off to a moaning, delirious ramble after Father Bellamy inserted the 8th of the required 12 needles. Her body was shivering violently, making the needles at her knees, thighs, hips, and shoulders tremble, and she was breathing in shallow, shuddering gasps. Loriana pressed her hands to her lips.
"Oh, Ellie, dearling, forgive me. I never wanted to hurt you. I only wanted you safe."
A muffled roar filled the Solaris, quiet at first, then growing louder. Great Father Tivrest cast a frightened glance over his shoulder.
"The Fae! They're breaching the Solaris door! Flaming hells, Bellamy! I thought you said they couldn't break through!"
Father Bellamy stared at the melting metal.
"That's impossible! I saw the ancient designs myself. The Solaris was built to withstand a direct assault by a 5-fold weave. But not a 6-fold weave," Navan said. "Someone out there's weaving Osran."
Loriana's lungs stalled. The Fae were breaking in? Dread shivered down her spine. The Archbishop had promised her the Fae would not be able to detect the exorcism, and he'd been wrong. He'd promised her the Fae could not break in, and now it seemed he'd been wrong about that, too. She had witnessed the Fae's fierce defense of Ellie. They would not treat kindly anyone who brought her harm. Galen Valseranis had once murdered an entire family line for the actions of only one member. Oh, gods, what had she done?
"There's not much time, then. We must exorcise what demons we can."
Father Bellamy reached for the 9th needle.
"You're right, Father," Navan agreed. "There's not much time. Not enough to continue with this charade in any event."
Before Father Bellamy could do more than look up in surprise, Navan plunged a black dagger in his back. On the other side of the altar, the 3rd exorcist drew another blade from within his robes and drove it between the Archbishop's ribs. Loriana screamed,
"Dear gods, you murdered them!"
"I do love a keen sense of the obvious," Navan sneered. "No one ever claimed she was the brightest candle in the lamp, but at least she came in useful."
The 3rd exorcist threw back the hood on his robe, revealing an all-too-familiar face. Loriana clutched her throat.
Den Brodson? What's the meaning of this?"
Den gave a dark smile.
"I'm fulfilling my vow, madam. I'm claiming what's mine. Thank you, by the way, for all your help in making it so convenient for me."
For the first time, Loriana saw Den for what he truly was.
Not the brutishly handsome son of a friend or a potential suitor for her daughter's hand, but as a sneering, cold-eyed manipulator who'd stop at nothing, not even murdering the Archbishop of Celeria to get what he wanted. "Ellie was right about you all along. You are a filthy little toad." Den's face darkened with a scowl. He turned to Yvonne.
"Let me kill her," he urged. "Not unless she gives us no other choice. The Master wants her alive. He thinks she may yet come in handy."
Loriana clutched Celian's arm. "Celian," she whispered urgently, "we've got to stop them. We've got to save Ellie." Her spine went rigid at the feel of a cold, sharp blade pressed against her ribs. She turned a shocked, disbelieving gaze on the girl she'd all but helped raise. "Celian?"
"I'm sorry, Madame Barastani. I can't let you interfere."
"No." Loriana's lips trembled as she whispered the denial. "Not you too. Ellie loves you like a sister. How could you betray her?"
"How could I betray her? Oh, Madame Barastani, what is it you think you've done?"
Celian's face twisted in anguish.
"They have my babies. They vowed to kill them if I didn't help them. You, of all people, know there's nothing a mother wouldn't do to save her child."
"They who? Who's behind this?"
"The mages of Eld."
At last, too late, Loriana realized how completely she'd been duped. They discovered her greatest fear and played expertly on it, convincing her that Ellysetta's soul was in danger. All Celian's visits, her whispered worries, had been designed to feed Loriana's fears, so she would lead her daughter into this trap. Everything Rain Velandaris had said was true. The mages were at work, and they would do anything to capture Ellie. They would turn Ellie's friends and even her own mother against her. Instead of saving Ellie, Loriana had betrayed her in the worst possible way. Darkness whirled past Ellysetta, but if there was ground beneath her racing feet, she did not feel it. When she stopped running, the High Mage was still there, a malevolent shadow among shadows, a chilling breath of ice down her back.
"Any hope of escape is futile," he whispered. "No one will come to your rescue. Everyone has betrayed you. Your mother, your friend, the Terran soul. You are all alone."
"Not everyone has betrayed me," she retorted. "Galen and Belle haven't. They're out there fighting for me even now. They will save me."
"Will they? Do you think they did not sense the exorcist hiding in the Solaris, or read your mother's and the Archbishop's intentions in their unguarded thoughts? They knew what was in store for you, and they wove a cage of magic around you to ensure you could not escape."
For one instant, her certainty faltered. Was it possible? Her heart fluttered in her breast, and doubt stabbed her like an icy dart. Why would they do that? She challenged weakly. She was ice-cold and shivering. Some dark, invisible force was pulling at her, tugging her towards the mage like steel to a lodestone. She resisted the pull, but her efforts were sluggish and exhausting.
"Because they know what you are, my child, Ellysetta, my daughter, my greatest achievement, the child I created to destroy the Fey."
"Liar!" She tried to laugh, but the chattering of her teeth ruined the effect. She felt so cold, as if all the warmth of the world had been siphoned away. "You outwitted yourself, mage. Seldor doesn't burn Eld flesh, but it burns mine. I'm no daughter of yours, and the Fae know it despite your trying to convince them otherwise." She'd hoped to rattle him, but it didn't work.
"You think in such calm and limited terms," he sneered. "Any mongrel dog can breed a whelp. Where's the genius in that? I'm talking about siring something far greater than flesh."
Cold winds swirled around her. Icy, invisible fingers tugged and poked and prodded, seeking every weakness in her defenses, leeching away her resistance, her hope.
"Your soul, girl. I'm the father of your soul. I created it, and now I've come to claim it."
On the lawn surrounding the cathedral, Fey warriors battled what appeared to be an army of demons. Many, too many warriors lay dead or dying on the ground, and the others fought a grim battle for their lives. As Rain ran, he saw yet another demon rising out of the ground and tasted the cold sweetness of Osran. He slammed a concentrated 5-fold weave at the spot, and the Selkar crystal buried there exploded. "Fey, follow the scent of Osran. Selkar crystals are buried in the ground. Destroy them to close the demon gates. Miorafella ti Feyriza! Miorafella ti Feyriza! The shout echoed from all corners of the embattled aisle. Rain took the cathedral steps forward a time and burst through the carved double doors leading to the nave. In one glance, he took in the shattered altar to the left of the door, the unmistakable signs of battle, and the group of 6 Fey weaving powerful magic at the back of the nave. Frost was forming on the pews near Galen, and the entire cathedral was filled with a sweet smell so thick Rain's stomach churned. The former Dalryzen was weaving deliberate, powerful Azran. Rage rose up inside Rain. A billowing gray mist surrounded him, sparking with the powerful magic of the change. A tremendous roar shook the cathedral, filtering through the small breach in the Solaris shields, and making the crystal sconces rattle. Loriana flinched and cried out, "The Terran soul has arrived," Navan said. He raised a brow. "I wonder if he'll scorch the Fey-wielding Azran as Fey law dictates." The second hinge melted, and now scorching tongues of Terran flame licked voraciously at the doorframe. A sardonic smile twisted Navan's mouth. "Apparently not. So much for Fey law. Grab the girl and let's go." Den bent down to grab Ellie, then hesitated when she moaned and her eyelids fluttered. "She's waking up. She's got enough Seldor in her now to be no trouble to us. Pick her up. I'll open the portal." Navan yanked the long wavy-edged mage blade from Father Bellamy's back and dragged the exorcist's crumpled form to the far side of the room. He gave a short laugh and glanced back at Den. "The Guardians are so used to pocket-sized bits of flesh. Bellamy will be quite a banquet for them." He jabbed the mage blade deep into the dead man's chest. The large, dark crystal in the pommel of the knife flickered with ominous red lights. Navan backed several paces away from the body, and Loriana heard him murmur something in a foreign tongue. The dead priest's body began to smolder. A small black pinprick formed in the air above. Dark shadows swept out of the small opening, hissing and circling around the body. Ellysetta cried out at the sudden familiar sensation of ice spiders crawling over her flesh. The feeling was much stronger than ever before. "You see," the mage whispered, "you can feel it, can't you? The darkness in your soul. The great gift I gave you when you were still a child in your mother's womb. Open yourself to it, girl. Embrace it." "Do not heed him." A strong voice, familiar yet not, penetrated her consciousness. A man's voice. "Don't grant him access to your soul. He uses your fears to hold you here when those you love most need you. Look at the truth he hides from you." Faint light penetrated the shadows enveloping her. The Solaris stretched up below her, as if she were perched above the chamber, looking down through a tinted glass. "You," the Shadow Mage hissed. "You will regret your interference." Ellysetta cried out at the sight of Celian holding Mama at knife point. Great Father Tivrest lay sprawled on the marble floor, a knife protruding from his back. Den was hefting Ellysetta's own limp body over his shoulder, and Father Bellamy... The exorcist was obviously dead. His mouth open in a soundless scream. Above him, a dark shadow widened like a gaping maw. In the swirling shadows, Ellysetta caught frightening glimpses of wild eyes, gnashing teeth, and wide, bloody mouths. She watched in horror as the priest's body was torn to shreds before her eyes. Flesh peeled back from bones. Blood sprayed up in unnatural red fountains. Bones splintered and turned to swirling white powder, clicking, hissing, slurping. The demons consumed every last scrap of Father Bellamy's body and soul. In seconds, all that remained was a shredded red silk tunic, sucked dry even of bloodstains. Above the remains, the dark hole widened rapidly and formed what appeared to be a doorway leading into utter blackness. The demons pulled back to frame the doorway, hissing, their formless shapes undulating like deadly shadow snakes. The second exorcist Navan motioned, and after a brief hesitation, Den walked towards the drowning blackness of the portal. Weeping, Mama stumbled towards it as well, prodded forward by the knife in Celian's hand. Ellysetta heard what sounded like a muffled groan, and a sudden sharp pain in her chest made her cry out, "Listen to me, girl." The High Mage's voice was back, but where there had been crooning seduction, now there was cold command. "Everyone you love has betrayed you. No one is coming to help. They've all abandoned and reviled you. You are alone. Your struggles only postpone the inevitable. You cannot hope to stand against me."
The oppressive weight of his will pressed hard against her own, urging her to give up and let the inevitable happen. She wavered on the knife's edge of surrender. Despair washed over her in steady, unrelenting waves. She was no warrior, the despair whispered. She had neither the skills nor the strength to defeat him. "No, child," a second voice urged. This time it was a woman's voice, throbbing with encouragement. "Do not heed him. The ones you love are near. Your mate is with them. They fight for you. You must not surrender. If you let the evil one claim you, your mate will die. And without him, nothing can prevent the evil one from destroying your soul. Fight him, child, for your mate, for your soul. Fight him for all the lives he has destroyed."
"Ellysetta! Sheatani!"
Rain's call flared across her senses, a bright, warm light blooming in the icy darkness. The pain of the exorcism and betrayal had driven her here, to this shadowy realm. The High Mage had kept her distracted, filling her mind with doubts, playing on her fears. But now, revitalizing energy filled her, a wellspring of renewed hope. Rain, he'd come back.
"Do not listen to those foolish creatures," the mage cried. "You cannot stop what is happening. Do not fight it. Let yourself go."
"No!" she shouted defiantly. The shadow world fell away in a dizzying rush. Her senses flooded back to her, nerves howling, Seldor burning like live coals embedded in her flesh. She woke, screaming. Chapter 21. Shrouded by the long, wild mass of her hair hanging in her face and blinded by pain, Ellysetta struggled to find her bearings. Dan had slung her over one beefy shoulder, with no regard for the way his every motion drove the Seldor needles deeper into her flesh, scraping metal against bone. 8 searing needles, each one topped by a voracious, evil crystal, fought to consume her blood and soul. She hung on to consciousness by will alone. If she let them take her into the well, she, the person who was Ellysetta, would never return.
"Ellysetta! Sheatani!"
Rain's call pierced the fractured shields surrounding the Solaris, and she almost wept with relief. Never had a sound been so welcome.
"We're out of time. Get her into the well now!"
Navon cried. Den sped up, rounding the corner of the altar table. Ellysetta's hair dragged across one of the velvet-topped marble benches, and there, still open, its evil implements winking in the bright light of the Solaris, sat the exorcist's leather case. Her hand shone out. Her fingertips snagged the corner of the case lid, and she yanked it towards her. 6 needles spilled to the floor, but she managed to snatch up a handful of the torturous implements before she lost her grip on the case. With every ounce of strength she possessed, she drove the razor-sharp points into the back of Den's leg. The butcher's son howled and dropped to his knees, spilling Ellysetta onto the floor. She landed hard, her head cracked against the marble floor, with enough force to leave her dizzy.
"Scourging thrice-damned slut!"
Ellysetta forced her eyes open. Den Brotzen was sprawled on the floor nearby. His torso twisted around as he tried to pull a handful of needles out of his leg.
"Don't pull those out, you fool!"
The pale-haired exorcist snapped the order.
"You can't enter the well, bloody! You'll drive the demons into a frenzy! Seldor wounds don't bleed as long as the metal stays in the flesh!"
Muttering a curse, Navon started towards Ellysetta.
"I'll get the girl," he barked. "Celian, get the mother into the well!"
Mama. Ellysetta caught a glimpse of her mother's tear-stained face and the knife at her ribs. Ellysetta yanked the gag out of her mouth. "Celian, no!" She scrambled back as Navon approached. "Don't listen to them! Fight them! Don't let them use you for evil!"
"Don't waste your breath," Navon sneered. "She traded her soul to the High Mage's apprentice and threw him to the High Mage himself, and now, my dear, it's time for you to renew your own acquaintance with the great Master Mar." Her fingers ripped at the Seldor needles at her hips and thighs. The needles fought extraction, causing excruciating pain as she pulled them free. 1, 2, by the 3rd, she was screaming. She flung the needles away and reached for another. "Foolish girl, do you really think that will help you?"
"You can't take me into the well bloody, can you?" she countered raggedly. "And without Seldor, my wounds will bleed." Navon reached for her leg. She kicked out, but he grabbed her ankle and yanked her towards him.
"True, but that just means I get the pleasure of piercing you myself."
She kicked again, catching Navon's jaw with the edge of her foot. His head snapped back, and blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth.
"Petchka!"
His fist shot out.
Pain exploded across the left side of her face, and the force of the blow sent her skidding backwards across the slick marble floor and halfway under the altar table. Her hands tangled in the bloody folds of Great Father Tivrest's robes, and her fingers brushed against something hard and cold, the scepter. Tivrest's crystal-topped scepter, which he'd used to generate the fivefold weave around the chamber. She was a long way from understanding the intricacies of magic, but she'd spent a lifetime reading Fey tales and Fey poetry. Crystals were objects of power. If Rain could close a demon portal by smashing the crystal that summoned it, it only stood to reason that smashing the scepter's crystal would destroy the fivefold weave it had created. She tried to grab the scepter, but Navan pulled her out from under the altar before she could get a good grip. She screamed as he plunged an exorcist needle back into the bleeding wound at her hip. "Mama!" Her body arched in torment as Seldor punished her use of spirit. "The Archbishop's scepter! Smash it! Hurry!"
"Broadson, you sniveling portal!" Navan snapped. "Grab those needles and get over here. Help me plug her wounds."
From the corner of her eye, Ellysetta saw her mother break free of Celian's grip and lunge towards the Archbishop's body. Loriana grabbed the scepter and lifted it high. As she brought it smashing down towards the unforgiving marble of the altar, Celian snatched the scepter from her grasp and gave a brutal shove that sent Loriana sprawling. Her head cracked hard against the edge of the altar table, and her body crumpled to the floor where she lay motionless. "Mama!" Ellysetta tried to crawl to her aid, but Navan still held her ankle, and Den was limping towards them, gathering the needles she'd pulled out of her body as he approached. A cold smile curved Celian's lips.
"A worthy effort,"
she said, but the voice that issued from her lips was not her own.
"What strength you possess to weave such powerful spirit, despite the amount of Seldor in your flesh. I dare say 20 rings will not be enough to hold you. My master has done well indeed."
A loud thud boomed through the Solaris as something rammed hard against the door. The door shuddered and began to give way. Celian, or rather the creature controlling Celian, cast a backwards glance.
"Navan, Broadson, have done with your fumbling. Bind her remaining wounds tight, even with the scepter's weave intact. It won't be long before the Fey break through. I am coming to you now. Bring the girl to me in the well."
Ellysetta glimpsed what looked like glittering stars moving in the darkness of the Well of Souls. As the lights drew closer, she realized the stars were actually reflections off the collection of jewels fastened to the sash of an Elden mage. He was approaching the Solaris. There was no time left. She turned back to Celian. The awful mocking black eyes stared back at her from her friend's face. Ellysetta's teeth clenched, and her muscles drew instinctively tight. Waves of torment shuddered through her as she reached for her magic. "Please, God, help me!" "Smash the scepter, Celian!" Every needle in her flesh shivered, and each tiniest tremble sent bolts of discordant energy stabbing through her body. The threads of her magic, never cooperative to begin with, bucked and fought her will only to unravel helplessly as Seldor worked its evil. Screaming in torment, Ellysetta redoubled her efforts. She could feel the barriers in her mind rebelling against the call, restricting the flow of her power even as Seldor punished her for the attempt. Writhing, she shrieked aloud, "Gods, help me!" She felt a tiny snap, like a soap bubble popping on the skin. An ephemeral wisp of cool, sweet, tingling magic breathed through her, an unfamiliar thread, untouched by the bane of Seldor, throbbing with power. She seized it, formed it, and thrust it into Celian's mind with a dagger-sharp command. Celian's head reared back. Black eyes flickered, darkness fading to bright, familiar blue. Horror and confusion were etched upon Celian's face. "Ellie? Smash the scepter's crystal, Celian!" "Ellie, Celian put a hand to her head. Already her eyes were darkening again. "For the God's sake, do it! Quickly!" Ellysetta pushed the compulsion deeper, only to reel back in sudden terror and comprehension as she brushed against Vadamar's familiar evil, gloating consciousness. "Excellent, wonderful girl," he hissed. She had a split-second image of a pale, triumphant face and glowing silver eyes. A voice murmured words in a tongue she did not know. A phantom blade plunged deep into her chest, piercing her heart with ice. She shrieked in denial as a terrible dark descended upon her. Loriana stirred. Dazed consciousness returned, girded with nauseating pain. "Dear sweet Lord of Light," she heard Ellie's voice cry out, Smash the scepter, Celiane! For the god's sake, do it! Quickly! And then she heard a terrible scream. Ellie's scream. Loriana's eyes snapped open. Her daughter lay on the Solaris floor weeping brokenly. Blood smeared her gown where she had yanked out 6 of the exorcist needles in defiance of her attackers, but her fierce resistance was over. Seldor manacles clanked against stone as Navan and Den grabbed Ellie's arms and hauled her to her feet. She dangled limply between them, her head lolling forward on her neck.
"Time to take you home, girl."
A man Loriana didn't recognize stepped out of the gaping black portal into the light of the Solaris. He was dressed in long, flowing scarlet robes, a sash studded with sparkling jewels tied round his waist. Memories of childhood lessons and picture books filled with illustrations of evil magic wielders gave her a name to put to the stranger, Elden Mage.
"You've led my master on a long chase all these years,"
the mage said, stepping closer to Ellie.
"but your days of hiding are over."
He nodded his head at the men holding Ellie.
"Get her into the well," he commanded. "Primages Severn and Goebel are leading the Blackguard not far behind me. They'll keep the Fey off our heels. Celiane, bring me that scepter."
"No, Cel," Ellie groaned and lifted her head with obvious effort. "Don't do it."
"Obey me now, girl. Remember your sweet Ser Lisa."
Celiane began to tremble. Darkness swirled in the young woman's eyes as awful blackness battled to consume her.
"Don't listen to him, Cel," Ellie urged. "Remember Father Selenor's teachings. For children of the light, there is always a choice. Fight him. Don't let him use you for evil."
"Celiane, obey me."
Loriana gazed through the tangled veil of her hair, gauging the distance between herself and the scepter. If she were quick, and if the gods were kind, she might just be able to reach the scepter and smash it before the mage managed to kill her. She accepted the prospect of her death without flinching. Ellysetta was her daughter, her beloved first child. Everything she'd done out of love to save Ellie's soul. Loriana would willingly lay down her own life to keep her daughter safe. She closed her eyes and gave a small, fanning wave.
"Adelis," she murmured softly, "help me right this wrong. I'll pay whatever price you demand, but please, Bright One, grant me the strength to save my child."
She took a breath, gathering courage and drawing her legs up beneath her. She would have only one chance at this. A powerful boom rocked the Solaris door on its few remaining hinges, and the mage glanced towards it. Taking advantage of his brief distraction, Loriana scrambled to her feet and lunged, her fingers closed around the round head of the scepter.
"Mama, watch out!"
Ellie cried. Loriana glanced up just in time to see the mage fling a globe of blue-white magic at her. It came fast, too fast to dodge. Celiane lunged towards Loriana, but instead of attacking her, Celiane pushed her out of the way.
"Madame there!"
Her voice was cut off abruptly as a blue-white light consumed her. Loriana cried out in horror as Celiane literally dissolved before her very eyes.
"Fool!" the mage spat. "Idiot!"
A second globe of magic gathered in his palm.
"Mama!"
Using her captor's grip as anchor, Ellie screamed and kicked out with both feet. She caught the mage behind one knee just as he released his magic. The deadly mage fire went high, scorching the air over Loriana's head and exploding harmlessly against the magic-fortified wall behind her. With desperate haste, Loriana smashed the scepter against the marble floor. The crystal shattered. The Solaris door burst inwards with a thunderous crash. Rain, Terran, Sol, and Ellysetta's quintet leapt through the Solaris doorway, swords bared, magic blazing. Never had Loriana seen a more welcome sight.
"They're coming, Ellie! The Fey are—"
Her cry broke off as a sudden sting set fire to her chest and a wave of weakness swept over her. She looked down, half expecting to find a smoldering hole in her chest. Instead, a dark, jeweled dagger hilt quivered inches from her heart.
"Stupid woman!"
The mage swept out one arm, and Loriana went flying. Her body smacked hard against a column to the right of the altar and crumpled in a broken heap.
"Mama!"
Ellie cried out, lunging against her captor's grips.
"Navan, damn you!"
the mage shouted as he flung a roiling blue-white ball of mage fire across the room to halt the Fey's advance.
"Get the girl into the well now!"
Galen and Rain reacted with identical speed, spinning fivefold weaves in almost perfect unison and flinging them out with equal force to meet the deadly onslaught of mage fire. A third weave from Ellysetta's quintet followed a scant heartbeat later. Mage fire and fivefold weaves met with a concussive blast. The room shook from the deafening boom, and in the dome overhead, mirrored tiles shattered into dust. As the blinding flash of exploding magics faded, Rain saw Ellysetta struggling against two scarlet-robed men, screaming for her mother, whose fallen motionless form lay crumpled against the base of one of the room's 6 columns. His eyes flamed with fury at the sight of Ellysetta's bruised face and the cell-door manacles clapped around her slender wrists. Worse yet were the filthy, torturous needles plunged deep into her flesh. Without interference of the 5-fold weave protecting the Solaris, he could feel every burning pain as if it were his own, and a mix of shame and rage consumed him. The cowls of her captor's robes were flung back, revealing their faces. The pale-haired one Rain didn't recognize, but the other, the Terran soul, smiled with predatory fierceness. The butcher's son would pay for every wound he and his soul-cursed companions had visited upon the Terran soul's mate. "Keep the mage occupied," Rain ordered. "I'll see to the rolled charts holding my Sheatani." "Aye, Rain," Bell answered. Beside him, Galen and the other 4 warriors of Ellysetta's quintet wove powerful ropes of magic to batter the mage's shields. Blades were useless until they succeeded in breaking those shields, but then the mage would regret laying his accursed hands on the Feyriza. Rain shimmered into invisibility and raced around the perimeter of the room towards a gaping well of souls, reappearing beside the 2 men holding Ellysetta. The pale-haired exorcist grabbed a fistful of her flame-red curls and thrust the sharp edge of a mage blade against her throat.
"Come another step closer, Terran soul, and I'll slit her throat,"
he warned. "Nay, I don't think you will." Rain's eyes flamed. Air and earth shot from his fingertips. The pale-haired man's eyes bulged, and his mouth opened on a desperate, soundless gasp as Rain wove every breath of air from his lungs. The fingers of the man's knife hand straightened one by one, until the blade at Ellysetta's throat clattered to the floor. Fire flamed in Rain's eyes, and the man's skin turned bright red and hot to the touch. Convulsing, the man released Ellysetta and staggered back, beating fruitlessly at the unseen flames consuming his body from the inside out. Rain sent a red fecha flying. His aim was straight and true, and the razor-sharp blade sank to the hilt in the man's right eye socket. Deadly Terran venom worked fast. The man barely twitched before he fell dead to the floor and his body burst into flame. No death so swift and neat for the butcher's son, though. Rain smiled and pulled black. Nay, he vowed with grim pleasure. Not swift, not neat, and definitely not painless. The butcher's son took one look at the menace in Rain's eyes and leapt into the well. Free, Ellysetta raced to her mother's side. Rain spun to face the Sula mage battling the quintet behind him.
"Rain, watch out!"
Bell shouted. A hail of arrows came flying out of the well. Rain grunted as arrows sank into his shoulder, thigh, and back. Seldor set his flesh aflame, snarling. He spun to the left and sent an incinerating blast of fire into the well. The pain nearly drove him to his knees. He roared a furious challenge over the echoes of the screams from within.
"Fey, Tiferiza!" he cried. "We've got company!"
Black-armored Eld soldiers poured out of the well like bees from a disturbed hive. With them came 2 men wearing the deep blue robes and heavily jeweled sashes of experienced and very dangerous primages. "Mama!" Desperate with fear, Ellysetta fell to her knees beside her mother. "Mama, hold on! I'm here!" She started to pull the knife blade out of her mother's chest, but stopped before she touched it. Unless she could prevent the wound from bleeding, pulling that knife free would guarantee her mother's death. Ellysetta attempted to summon healing magic, only to bite back a cry as the Eld's poisonous metal burned her flesh. Sobbing, she yanked out the remaining exorcist needles and fumbled with the manacles. The metal scorched her fingertips. She found the button that retracted the spikes digging into her wrists, but she couldn't find the release catch. Where was the release catch? She could feel her mother slipping away as the cold dark of death crept ever closer. Rain spun a rapid series of 5-fold weaves, trying to block the Eld from escaping the well into the room, but there were too many. The primages peppered his weaves with mage fire, ripping holes in his defenses. Eld soldiers raced through black swords raised. A shadow flew at Rain from his right. He spun on his heel and brought the fecha in his hand, slashing up to greet it. His eyes widened with surprise. Galen grunted and plowed into him, knocking Rain off his feet, just as mage fire struck the exact spot where he'd been standing.
"Thank me later," the Formidal Rising quipped, patting Rain's cheek before jumping to his feet. "Fool, I could have killed you." "With black?" Galen snorted. "Not likely."
He pressed one hand to his side and wove green earth to stem the flow of blood from the wound made by Rain's fecha. With the other hand, he fired red fecha in rapid succession at the enemy, bringing down the ones who'd gotten past Rain's defenses, then firing more lethal blades into the well. Demons howled and swirled in a frenzy of hunger as blood poured from eld wounds. Chilling screams filled the Solaris as demons consumed the dying.
Not that it was a bad strike, Galen added. If you hadn't pulled back, you'd have pierced both liver and kidney. But black, in a fight? Your Chatok should be ashamed.
It was red until I saw it was you. Rain thrust him aside and spun a wide five-fold weave to block a sizzling globe of mage fire. He grunted as the painful concussion vibrated up his arms. Put your fecha where your mouth is, Velseranis. There are several hundred soldiers in there, and much as I'd enjoy a good 40-to-1 fight, it's too risky with Ellysetta here. Time to end this dance. He intercepted a fresh volley of eld arrows with a billowing cloud of fire and shot 3 red fecha at a small knot of eld who'd broken through the left barrier. Can you close that portal? Galen ducked a ball of mage fire and dug the curved end of a mecha into a soldier's belly, gutting him with one swift, brutal slice.
The mages aren't powering anything, so there's got to be a Selkar crystal around here. A big one, somewhere near the portal.
Try looking behind those 2 prime mages and the 60 or so armed eld beside them. Galen grinned.
I knew there had to be a sense of humor in you somewhere, Terran soul.
He arched a brow.
Keep the mages off me.
Rain met his gaze, humor replaced by somber promise. I will. The former Dal Ryzen's grin faded. He gave a short nod.
Belavo Kemfe Ryzen!
Mecha in one hand, red fecha in the other, he dove to the right and came up fighting. The mages had punched another hole in Rain's barriers. Soldiers were pouring through, scrambling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Rain spun a whirling vortex of air in their path. They screamed as it lifted them off their feet and flung them with shattering force to all corners of the room. Behind him, a loud explosion shook the Solaris, and he heard Bell and the others cry out in surprise. He glanced over his shoulder. The Sula mage had knocked the quintet off their feet. A globe of mage fire grew bright in his hand. He flung it at Seer, and the Fey died without a sound. Rain threw red at the Eld's back, distracting him just long enough for the rest of the quintet to scramble to their feet. Bell lashed out with a 4-fold weave. Kieran, Terrace, and Keel combined their weaves into thick ropes of magic and pummeled the mage's shields. Another arrow caught Rain in the back, just below his shoulder, piercing his lung. Excruciating pain dropped him to one knee and set his chest on fire as he wove air to keep the lung from collapsing. A dozen elds slipped past his shattered weaves and advanced on him, arrows and blades flying. "Hold on, Mama," Ellysetta pleaded. With every second she could feel her mother growing feebler, her life seeping away. She couldn't wait for the Fae to help her. She would have to find a way to weave healing herself in spite of the Seldor shackles. Gathering her strength, she stretched at her hands over her mother's wound. "Bright Lord, aid me," she whispered, and drew the magic up from the shining well within her. Seldor burned like fire at her wrists, but she set her jaw and persevered. She would summon magic. She would weave it. She would save her mother. The burn became agony shooting up her arms. A low, guttural, moaning cry of defiance rattled in her throat. "I will do this. I will. Please, Bright One, help me." A weak trickle of earth flowed into Loriana's body. Not enough. Not nearly enough to save her, but enough so Ellysetta dared pull the mage blade free. She flung the evil thing as far across the room as she could, while keeping one hand pressed to her mother's chest. Her mother stirred, eyes fluttering. Ellysetta choked back a sob. "Hold on, Mama!" Loriana heard her daughter's voice calling to her, muffled as if it were very far away, but growing louder. When the mage had stabbed his blade into her heart, her world had plunged into darkness, and her consciousness had been cast on a cold black sea where relentless currents tried to drag her towards a terrible abyss. She'd fought against the currents, afraid of what lay waiting in the abyss. The fight had sapped her strength. She was tired now, so tired. But the currents had stopped, and her daughter was calling. With effort, Loriana opened her eyes and her laboring heart skipped a beat. For a moment, she thought she was dead, and a winged light maiden of Adelis had come to fly her to the haven of light. But then she realized the light maiden's face was familiar, different, so bright and beautiful, but familiar. A face Loriana had loved since the moment she'd first laid eyes on it 24 years ago. "Ellie," she whispered. A halo of light surrounded Ellysetta, a glorious beacon, fierce and untainted, blazing like the great sun. The light swirled and spun, reaching out to Loriana as if Ellysetta were trying to weave the brightness to chase away the dark of Loriana's approaching death. "Oh, Ellie," Loriana breathed. Awe, love, and regret bloomed in concert. Whether by the bright Lord's will or the proximity of her own approaching death, Loriana knew she was seeing for the first time the shining glory of her daughter's true soul. A tear trickled from her eye. All these years she'd been so blind. All these years she'd worried that the power trapped in Ellie was evil. Yet now she could see how very wrong she'd been. "You're so beautiful." She tried to lift a hand to her daughter's face, but her limbs felt heavy as stones. Ellysetta caught her mother's faltering hand as it started to fall and clasped it to her cheek. Tears spilled freely down her cheeks. She could feel the cold invading her mother's flesh as death crept inexorably closer. "Stay with me, Mama. Don't leave me." "I promised the bright Lord my life for yours." Her mother's lips curved in a faint smile. "It was a good bargain." Her voice grew thin and her words slurred as breath and strength faded from her. "I love you, Kitling." A sudden flash of darkness crowded the edge of Ellysetta's vision, and rough hands grabbed her shoulders, hauling her to her feet. 2 Eld soldiers had broken past Galen and Rain's defenses. "Let me go!" Ellysetta fought their hold. "Mama!"
"Mama!"
one of the men echoed in a mocking falsetto voice.
"Mama! Mama!"
His face went hard. His black sword slashed down. Ellysetta screamed, and Loriana's eyes opened wide in a silent gasp as the blade sliced through her neck. Ellysetta screamed again as her mother's head rolled grotesquely free of her body. "No!" she cried in horror and disbelief. "No!"
"Mama's dead, girl," the man sneered. "Gone to meet her maker, and now you're coming with us to meet yours."
A red fascia thunked home in his throat. He gave a choked sound and dropped stone dead to the floor. Beside him, his partner met a similar end. Ellysetta barely registered their deaths. Numb and frozen with shock, she stared at her mother's body. A memory played in her mind, of Rain speaking of Serial's death. They cut off her head so she could not be healed. Not even Mauricia could heal Mama now. She was gone, irrevocably dead. A strange, frighteningly empty place opened in Ellie's soul. A cold, barren, aching place, where always until this moment there had been a glow of warmth that corresponded with the presence of her adoptive mother. Anguish burned like concentrated acid, searing into the deepest, most guarded part of her soul. Rage and something else rose up to greet it, strong and wild and violent. That dreadful something swelled within her, straining against the confines of the barrier within her mind. Her head, her body, her entire being felt as if it were on fire. Pain gripped her with stabbing, thorny hands. White agony crowded her vision, and violent tremors shook the ground beneath her feet. Tremendous pressure strained her senses, relentless and intensifying beyond her capacity to bear. She screamed again, a ripping shriek of anguish, denial, and fury that reverberated with wild force through consciousness and soul. The lifelong unseen barrier within her snapped. Power, hot and violent and immense, poured through the breach. Seldor shrieked at her wrists, then shattered, its acid evil no match for the blazing strength of her magic. She threw back her head as the magic rushed to fill her. It didn't feel as she had expected it to. It wasn't black and evil and twisted as her mother had always raised her to believe magic would be. It wasn't sickly sweet and corruptive like what the mages wove. It was electric and exquisite, glorious and frightening all at once. She reached out for more, drawing it to her effortlessly until she felt as if her body was gone and she was living flame. She was an infant goddess who had just discovered that she could do more than merely rail against those who had wounded her. She was a young Terran who had just discovered the purpose for the venom in its fangs. She was magic, pure and hot, endless and deadly. Her mother was gone, and the Eld were to blame. She would destroy them. With a roar of fury,
Rain swung the heavy, deadly swords in his hand, gutting his 2 opponents, then whirled to fling searing fire at a knot of 10 more trying to get to Ellysetta. From the corner of his eye, he saw one of the prime mages turn towards Galen, blue-white mage fire gathering in his palms. He snarled and plowed a rumble of earth beneath the Solaris floor. Floor tiles buckled and shifted. The prime mage staggered. The globe of mage fire veered sharply left, scything through 6 eld. Blackened, half-consumed corpses dropped to the ground. Without warning, a blast of power slammed through Rain, so fierce and so raw it made him stagger. From 1/2 continent away, he heard the savage, triumphant roar of the Terran in his mind, and an instinctive echoing cry tore from his own throat. Ellysetta. He spun to face her and froze in his tracks. Power crackled around her like a nimbus. Her long, fire-kissed hair blew back away from her face on an unnatural wind, and her eyes blazed like twin suns as she faced the Elden warriors. "Sheatani," he whispered. He lifted a hand to shield his eyes as her incandescent form rose up into the air. "You will die for what you've done!" Her voice was a crack of thunder. The Solaris' crystal chandelier shivered a delicate cry of warning a bare instant before the ground shifted violently. Glowing with angry green earth, soil erupted into the room, and a giant fissure opened up in the marbled Solaris floor. Shrieking, several Elden warriors tumbled to their deaths. Massive chunks of plaster, glass, and stone rained down from the dome and ceiling, crushing indiscriminately. Lightning seared the air. Through the shattered roof, Rain glimpsed roiling black clouds marbled with blue, white, and red lines of power. In mere seconds, Ellysetta had summoned a raging tempest in the sky. Violent fists of wind tossed grown men like matchsticks, flinging bodies through the air. Torrential rain poured down, vaporizing into mist as it touched the fiery aura surrounding Ellysetta. A barrage of barbed Seldor arrows darkened the sky. The Eld soldiers had recovered from the shock that momentarily gripped them all. "Don't harm her, you fools! The Master wants her alive!" The shout came from the mage battling Bell and the remaining members of Ellysetta's quintet. He sent a blast of blue-white mage fire to intercept the arrows. The mage fire consumed over half the arrows, but the rest continued on their deadly course. Rain flung a shield around Ellysetta, but the protective bubble collapsed inward as soon as it formed, absorbed into Ellysetta's glowing aura. She swept one arm forward, and a fiery 5-fold weave of magic shot from her fingertips. The arrows disintegrated instantly. Another 5-fold weave seared the air. This one aimed directly at the mage standing beside the Well of Souls. "Ellysetta, nay!" Rain flung out his own weave to weaken and misdirect hers, but his magic fell away from hers like tinder curling back from the heat of a blaze. He could only watch in horror as Ellysetta's weave sliced through the air with lethal accuracy. The blazing shaft incinerated the prime mage's shields as if they were paper. In slow motion, Rain saw the large, charred black hole appear in the mage's chest as the 5-fold weave burned through him, saw the look of disbelief on the mage's face as he realized his prey had slain him, then saw the man's flesh bulge outward as Ellysetta's magic ignited the concentration of power held within the mage's body. Rain barely managed to shield his eyes before the mage exploded in a violent blast of light, heat, and vaporized flesh. Rain waited for the agony, waited for Ellysetta to shriek in horror and pain as the death she had just caused claimed her own life and then his. The pain never came, nor did its corresponding deadly price. The mage's final scream still echoed amid the din of battle as more tendrils of fire shot out from Ellysetta's fingertips and scorched through Elden warriors. Bodies flamed like kindling. The Elden warriors who had rushed in with such triumph scattered in fear and confusion, screaming as tongues of fire and a hail of red facia rained down on them, decimating their numbers in seconds. Dozens fell before Rain heard the remaining primate cry, "Retreat!" The Elden invaders fled back into the black chasm that had spawned them, leaving half their number dead and dying in the ruins of the great cathedral's Solaris. Ellysetta's hand shot out. The red-robed Sulamage leapt for the well just as a sizzling bolt of power incinerated the spot where he'd been standing. The remaining primate wasn't so lucky. Rain shattered his shields and cleaved him in two with one savage blow. Demons howled and swept out of the well, circling and consuming the mage in seconds. Shredded blue mage robes and the jeweled sash that had circled his waist fell in a small heap to the floor. Galen smashed a fist of 5-fold power into the Selkar crystal holding the well open. The crystal shattered, and the doorway to the Well of Souls collapsed. "Ellysetta, Sheatani," Rain turned back to her and reached out with all his senses, crooning her name on every pathway, including that fragile thread of communion she'd forged between their souls, and the even more astonishing thread over which he'd not shared fellowship with another Fey since the Mage Wars.
Kymriza.
Primitive driving rage still throbbed within her, hissing, hungry for blood and death. At his call her head turned. Her eyes seared him, and an answering fury rose hot in his veins. His own eyes went fire-bright, and a low growl rumbled deep in his throat as the Terran strained for dominance within him. He held her gaze, a match of power to power, will to will, mate to mate. "They hurt us. They slew our mother kin." Her voice was a vibrant, multiply thread, the voice of Ellysetta, and something more. Those whirling sunburst eyes turned to regard the brutalized remains of Luriana Baristani, and her rage flared higher. "They must die."
"Aya," he vowed, "and they will. They will flee from us like prey on the plains of Coran. This I promise you, but not yet, Kymriza. First, we must save the Terran and the Fey."
Her attention shifted back to him, and he forced his own anger to calm. He held out his arms.
"Come back to me, Ellysetta. The Pride needs you, and so do I."
He spun compulsion and need on every path they now shared. At first he wasn't sure his call had pierced the veil of bloodlust, but then he felt her rage shift. The furious, whirling radiance of her eyes dimmed slightly, and he felt the gentle part of her soul swim slowly back to the surface. "Rain!" This time her voice was all Ellysetta, shocked and shattered. "Oh, Rain!" The blaze of light surrounding her winked out, and her body plummeted from its great airborne height towards the torn, jagged tumble of marble, earth, and stone below. He leapt forward, magic flying instinctively from his fingers in a rapid weave of air that slowed her descent and cushioned her fall. She hovered above the ground, embraced by air until he reached her and snatched her to his chest. Her skin was warm to the touch, the pulse at her neck rapid but slowing, and even now she glowed with a visible brightness. Ellysetta's vast magic had at last been unleashed, and in that moment the facade of mortality that had hidden her all her life was ripped away, revealing the stately Fey Queen she was born to be. The familiar lines of her face were still there, but they seemed purer now, breathtaking. Even the endearing freckles that had sprinkled her skin were burned away, leaving silky, pale Fey perfection. She was still Ellysetta, but the shy mortal girl was gone. In her place stood a dazzling Fey Shadowlin with eyes that blazed with astonishing power. The remaining warriors of her quintet gathered round, mouths gaping, Fey stoicism lost in stunned amazement and breathless wonder. Nowhere in the fading lands was there a woman who shone so bright, nor ever had been except, possibly, the legendary Felana. For beneath Ellysetta's long auburn lashes, in a face that now gleamed with the luminescent beauty of the Fey, a Terran's eyes looked out where once mortal eyes had been, shining prisms of opalescent green with no hint of white. They glowed with latent magic.
"Rain," Bel breathed. "God's blessings. Rain, is she?"
"Terran. Soul," Rain confirmed. "The firstborn since I came into the world 1,200 years ago. The first female Terran soul ever recorded." In Eld, locked away in the dark stone confines of his cell, bloody and weakened from the punishing wounds he'd earned for aiding his daughter, Shanasorn van Soleil gave a weary smile of triumph. His mind reached out across a familiar path, instinctively sharing the vision. "Can you see her, Althea?" Alone in her silken prison, Althea wept with love and joy, and tried to hide her fear. "Aya, beloved, I do see her. She is glorious." Chapter 22. Farewell, dear brave and valiant soul. Take flight on gilded wing. Soar high and laugh upon the wind, while songs of honor sing. till once again the gold horn sounds your soul to battle calls, resplendent blaze of hallowed flame to triumph over all. Farewell, brave soul. A Fey warrior's lament. Outside the cathedral, the battle with the demons was over, and the remaining Fey warriors gathered the dead. 24 warriors lay side by side in the scorched grass, their luminescent glow of Fey life extinguished. The grim proof of their desperate struggle left Rain hollow inside, scooped out like a gourd drum so the loss could echo freely inside him. He'd seen too much death in his lifetime, lost too many dear to him. It hurt. No amount of battle fatigue had ever made it stop hurting. Oh, Rain, so many lost. Ellysetta's fingers twined with his, squeezing tight. He'd faced battles far worse than this, where the dead carpeted entire valleys and blood turned mighty rivers red, but this battle left a particular wound on his heart, a sorrow that would never be forgotten, because this was her first battle, her first bitter draught of loss. Friend, mother, so many of the Fey she'd begun to call by name, all lost in less than a bell. Rain would have given his own life to have spared her that. Come away, Sheatani. There are none here in need of healing. Demons do not leave wounded. Galen had dug the cell door shrapnel from Rain's shoulder, chest, and leg, while Kieran had helped a weeping Ellysetta guide healing weaves of earth and spirit to close Rain's wounds and steal away his pain. The whirling Terran radiance in Ellysetta's eyes had subsided, leaving Fey eyes, bright as spring grass with a slightly elongated pupil. The raw, wild power of the Terran had also quieted. Already her inner shields were instinctively rebuilding, as they'd been doing all her life. When the warrior stepped forward, intending to send their fallen brothers' bodies back to the elements, she stopped them. Nay, she said, my countrymen have been blind too long. Let these brave Fey serve the fading lands one last time, as proof of the evil of the Eld. She met Rain's gaze, and he nodded. The Fey tore down the weave surrounding the Isle of Grace, and King Dorian's armored guardsmen rushed across the bridges, followed by what appeared to be the entire Council of Lords.
What have you done? The holiest cathedral in Celeria, wantonly destroyed!
Lord Seaborn charged onto the scene, his florid face filled with righteous indignation.
Blessed gods!
He cried, catching sight of Great Father Tivreth's body being carried from the cathedral.
Is that the Archbishop?
He turned to face Rain, eyes wild, spittle flying.
Murderers! Demons! Servants of the dark! Be silent!
Ellysetta's voice cut across Lord Seaborn's, curt and commanding.
The border lord gaped. You dare? You impertinent peasant! I'll have you—
His voice broke off in sudden confusion as he realized the fiery-haired woman at Rain's side was not the same shy Celerian girl he'd sneered at before.
Who are you? What demonry is this?
Rain smiled grimly. Careful, Lord Seaborn. My mate is peasant no longer. She is Ellysetta Fey Ryza, a Terran soul now in more than title, and you threaten her at your peril. My word, King Dorian muttered, staring in stunned amazement at Ellysetta's changed appearance. How is this possible? It was obvious Dorian could not completely shield his senses from her unveiled Shadowland power, the dazzling beauty, the glow of love that made him ache to protect and serve her. A glamour, Rain answered. A powerful weave placed upon her when she was but an infant to bind her magic and hide her true heritage so the Eld would not find her. He turned a hard gaze on Anura, who stood gaping at her husband's side, staring at the drab who'd been transformed so unexpectedly into a beauty who overshadowed Celeria's most celebrated brilliant. So the Elden mages would not find her. Turning back to Dorian, he added, the mages attacked her in the great cathedral during the bride's blessing. He gave a quick, terse summary of what had happened, then eyed King Dorian grimly. The Eld have learned to travel through the Well of Souls. They can deliver armies right to your doorstep, and you will have no warning until they appear. Murmurs of fear rippled through the courtiers, punctuated by the mutterings of several nobles who remained blindly determined to doubt. Lifting his head, Rain addressed the entire crowd of nobles.
More than 24 Fey slaughtered, the Archbishop and head of the Order of Adelis murdered, Ellysetta's own mother slain before her eyes. This was not the work of the Fey or the Dalryzen.
He held Anura's gaze until haughty surety faltered and she looked away.
This was not the work of kind, peaceful neighbors offering the hand of friendship.
He eyed Seaborn coldly.
This was no fey tale or boogie story. A last hard glance at Morvel had the priggish great lord sputtering helplessly. This was a coordinated mage attack, engineered by the High Mage of Eld himself. The mages are alive and well and ruling Eld once more. The mage claimed are already among you. Take a good look, my lords. He gestured to the destruction behind him. This is but a taste of what the Eld can do, what they will do if you allow them within your borders. Some of the fierceness faded from his expression. What inspection you wish to make of the fallen, make it now. We burn the Eld dead within the bell and the others before dusk. It is not safe to let night fall on the bodies of the mage slain. For once, not even Anura gainsaid him. Ellysetta stood beside the curtained windows of Rain's palace bedroom. Outside, in the distance, beyond the city's western gate, twin columns of smoke rose up against the backdrop of a brilliant orange and pink sky. By Rain's command, the body of Great Father Tivrest had also been burned that afternoon in a funeral pyre just outside the city walls. Now only her mother's pyre yet waited. The bedroom door opened behind her. Even without turning, she knew it was Rain. She could feel every part of him reaching out to her, his scent, his mind, his soul, all calling to her senses. Her Fey heritage and the newly awakened power of the Terran stirred forcefully in reply. Stripped of the powerful barriers that had concealed and protected her all her life, every inch of her body felt fragile and overly sensitized, like tender new skin barely formed over a deep, painful wound. Her fingers tightened briefly on the drapery. Is it time? Your father is still in the chapel with your mother. I told him we'd give him another quarter bell, but that is as much as we dare. The sun will set soon, and your mother's soul will be in danger if we wait any longer. She nodded. I heard Lady Mauricia come in not long ago. Did the council reconsider? They did. The borders will remain closed. After witnessing the destruction at the cathedral, King Dorian had summoned his lords back to council to reconsider their vote. Lord Seaborn and a handful of Lackwits still voted to welcome the Eld, believing they would keep the Fey in check, but most, thank the gods, had more sense. What of Salian's family? Ellie kept her back firmly to him as she asked the question. I know you dispatched a quintet to look for them. She'd confessed the truth about Salian's heritage and why she'd kept it a secret from him. She heard Rain sigh. Her husband is dead, has been for days. Her mother hanged herself. She closed her eyes. We found her children sleeping in the apartment above her mother's shop. Galen checked them. They've both been marked. Oh, gods. Ellie pressed a hand to the cold, aching spot above her heart. She wanted to weep. How many times? Once, but that is enough. They do not have your Fey blood to help them fight further claiming. He hesitated, then added, They cannot stay in mortal care, and I cannot allow them into the fading lands. Galen has left to take them someplace where they will be safe. Where? He would not say. He merely said it was their best chance for survival, and their soul's only chance to remain free. She bit her lip and nodded. Salian would want that. She loved them so much. The distant pillars of smoke grew hazy as tears welled in her eyes. 10 days ago, I was a mortal girl with a head full of Fey tales. Now I'm a Shadowlan and apparently a Terran soul, but the Fey tale hasn't ended nearly as happily as I always dreamed it would. His fingers threaded through hers and gently tugged her around to face him. Sadness and understanding darkened the lavender of his eyes to violet blue. They never do, Sheatoni. For the Fey, there is always bitter with the sweet. For every great gift, the gods demand a great price, she murmured. Aya, and it is only through our willingness to bear the price that we prove ourselves worthy of the gift. What if the price is too high? Sometimes it can be. It was once for me. I bore it only because I had no choice. Sometimes that's all you can do. Is that why you came back? She asked. Because you had no choice? She saw him wince, felt the surge of remorse and shame. A day ago, she would have rushed to apologize and soothe him. Now she pulled away and put several steps between them. Galen and the others told me the soul hunger would drive you back to me, that you would not be able to deny it. Is that why you returned? I was a coward to leave you as I did, Rain admitted. I wasn't thinking. All my life, I've hated nothing so much as the Eld. And when Galen said you were Eld, when he revealed the mark, It was more than I could bear. I didn't know what I might do if I stayed, so I fled. Sorrow darkened his eyes. I know I hurt you. I know I've made you doubt me, and I regret it deeply. But the decision to return was my own, made freely.
Because without me, the Terran and the Fey will die? He shook his head. He spread his hands, searching for the words to explain.
The further away from you I flew, the louder grew the voices of the souls I bear, reminding me of my own unworthiness, and how bravely you accepted me despite the blackness of my soul. The Terran reminded me how much they and the Fey sacrificed to save me, when I was more unworthy of salvation than Galen when you restored his soul, and I realized if I failed you, I would fail in everything. My life would have no purpose, no honor, no hope. I would have no soul worthy of redemption.
He reached for her hands, gripped them tightly, forcing her to feel the emotion, the truth pouring from him into her.
When Serial died, I longed for the day another Terran soul would be born so I could at last join her in death. And here you are, a Terran soul. But death is my dream no longer. You've made me want to live again, Ellysetta.
As declarations of devotion went, it was beautiful, stirring. Ellie, the girl who drunk fey-tale dreams like water, would have near swooned.
Ellysetta, the woman who'd learned better, gently extracted her hands from his.
You think because I'm a Terran soul that everything Galen said is untrue, but it isn't, Rain. The High Mage confirmed he was my father. At the cathedral, during the exorcism, he gained access to my mind, and he told me.
He is a father of lies,
Rain answered without hesitation. He cupped her face, thumbs feathering across her cheeks.
You're a Terran soul. No Eld halfling could bear that power.
She covered his hands with hers, stopping the caress. He isn't the father of my flesh. Even he admitted that. But neither is he entirely a liar. Something of him does live inside me, not in my body, but in my soul. Something more than a mage mark. I can feel it even now. That bit of the High Mage was still there, cold and dark, lying like a stalking demon in her mind, waiting to pounce. I wield Azran, Rain. I used it today trying to save Celian. She sensed the fear that immediately consumed his thoughts. He too remembered Galen's warning about the dangers of weaving Azran on the mage claimed. She clenched her jaw and met his gaze. The High Mage put another mark on me when I wove Azran. She said it almost defiantly, and waited for his revulsion. The expected recoil didn't come. He drew her into his arms instead and would not let her pull away.
You should never have known such horror, he whispered. I should have protected you better. I will protect you better.
He laid his hand over her heart, and the warmth of his palm penetrated the chill of the marks.
We will find a way to unmake the marks, just as Mauricia unmade the mark that worthless Rotschart Broadson forced upon you.
When she looked up at him in disbelief, he smiled sadly.
I deserve your doubt. I rejected you when you needed me most, and I will live with that shame forever, but I will not make the same mistake again, Ellysetta. I will not turn from you. I am yours, no matter what magic you wield, no matter how many marks you bear.
The High Mage will try to use me to destroy the Fey, to destroy you.
He will try, but we will not let him succeed.
When she didn't respond, he gave a small sigh.
Wait here. I have something for you in the other room.
He slipped to the bedroom door and came back a moment later, carrying a bulky, silk-draped object.
I asked your father to make this for me that first night. I meant it to be a wedding gift, but I think it's more fitting now as a courtship gift.
He drew the silk cover away, revealing an exquisitely carved statue. Ellysetta's breath caught in her throat, and she reached for the gleaming treasure in Rain's hands. Fingertips touched grainless ebon wood and satiny fire oak. The carving seemed so real. She could almost feel the warmth of life in the wood. Papa did this. It's the most beautiful piece he ever made.
It is a masterful work of art, Rain agreed. No Fey could have done better.
Beneath Sol Barastani's skillful hands, a Terran mate pair had come to life in fire oak and ebonwood. The female was a lithe and lustrous creature with emerald eyes and gold-veined wings folded against her back. She sat on her haunches, a feline queen. At her side, A larger male Terran carved of almost grainless ebonwood had extended one wing, curling it protectively over his mate, the underside of his shadowy wing sparkling with diamond dust. Ebonwood and fire oak tails were entwined in an utterly Terran gesture of devotion, but the twining was so intricate that Ellie could scarcely believe her father had managed it without magic. Both Terran wore a look of tender pride as they gazed down on a pair of round little kitlings playing at their feet, one black, one a rosy auburn, both slightly mottled. "The mate pair looks exactly as I imagined them," Rain said. "From that very first night, Shaitani, I saw you more clearly than I knew. I saw your true soul, and my true place at your side, protecting and defending you from harm. The kitlings were your father's touch," he added. "He called them a father's wish for his daughter. When I went to see him in the chapel just now, he gave me the statue and told me I should tell you that." Outside, the sun hung low on the western horizon. Night was approaching. Rain held out a hand. "Come, Shaitani. Let us see your mother's soul safe to rest. When it is done, I ask that you consent to be my wife. Not because your father pledged to me your troth, and not because the gods declared it should be so, but because you wish to bind your life to mine." Ellysetta looked up from the exquisite Terran family in her hands. Rain's eyes were filled with open longing and shining with promise. Perhaps the girl who loved fey tales wasn't completely gone after all. She slid her fingers into his. "Aye, Rain, I will marry you." Loriana's body was placed on a gilded litter and borne by Ellysetta's quintet down the cobbled roads to her funeral bier outside the city walls. Sol walked behind the litter, holding the twins by the hand. Rain and Ellysetta followed them, then Marissia and Dax. Bringing up the rear marched all the Fey in Celeria, clad in full ceremonial dress, steel gleaming in the waning light, silken banners of red, violet, and gold waving in the breeze. It was a funeral procession worthy of a queen. "I never thought you would so honor her," Ellysetta whispered, brought to tears by the unexpected tribute. "I thought you would despise her for arranging my exorcism." "If honor were reserved only for those who never err, none of us would be worthy," Rain answered. "When she saw how she'd been used against you, she gave her life to set you free. There is much to honor in that." As they walked through the city, Fey voices rose in crystalline waves to sing an ancient Fey lament for valiant, fallen heroes. The song was one Ellysetta recognized, usually reserved for warriors who died performing great deeds, and she wept with a mix of love and sorrow and pride. She could not have held back her emotions even if she'd tried. They poured forth like a river overflowing its banks, weaving into the notes of the song. Ellysetta wore no Shaidalin's veil. She'd refused when Marissia made the suggestion, saying she'd already spent too much of her life hiding who and what she truly was. Her unveiled brightness shone like a beacon, now unleashed. Her innate magic, the compassion and healing peace of a Shaidalin, spread out in waves of light all around her. In the wake of the procession, the Celerians who had spent their last week in growing turmoil and groundless anger found themselves sobbing as if their hearts would break. The shining folk, who'd seemed so threatening of late, now appeared like heroes of old, noble and gracious and good. In their midst walked a woman of incomparable beauty, bright as the great sun, her hair like coils of sacred flame. Just the sight of her banished the shadows from their minds, and those who caught her verdant gaze felt seeds of love and hope bloom in their breasts. The procession wound through the streets and through the western gates, to the last unlit pyre. Ellysetta's quintet bore Loriana forward and laid her body gently on the oiled wood, then stepped back as Father Selenor began the Celerian service for the dead. When he was done, Sol stepped forward with a lighted brand to ignite his wife's pyre. Lilith and Laurel clutched Ellysetta's hands, not at all frightened by her changed appearance, but seemingly comforted by it instead.
"Does it hurt her, Ellie?"
Lilith asked in a small voice as the flames engulfed her mother's body. Fresh tears spilled from Ellysetta's eyes. She knelt quickly and caught her sister up in a fierce hug. "Oh, Kitling, no, not at all. She's with the Bright Lord now."
"In the Haven of Light?"
Laurel asked. "Yes, Laurel, in the Haven of Light. singing glorias with the light maidens. She caught Laurel in her arms as well, holding both girls tight and sending up a heartfelt prayer for the gods to grant them both peace and help them past the loss of their mother. The twins sighed and snuggled closer, their small arms twining tightly about her neck. Loriana's pyre burned quickly through sunset and the ensuing twilight, extinguishing itself just as night fell over the city. When the last flame subsided, Fey firemasters dispersed the remaining heat and gathered the ashes. Ellysetta and her sisters returned to the palace, while Rain took Soul aloft to throw the ashes to the winds, so they might settle in the soil of the land Loriana Baristoni had loved. Afterward, in King Dorian's private chapel, with the Fey, Ellysetta's family, Lords Burial and Telios, and the king and queen in attendance, Rain Terran's Soul wed Ellysetta Baristoni in a quiet ceremony officiated by Father Selenor. The grand pomp of the royal wedding Loriana had envisioned gave way to simple elegance, consisting of a few exquisite flowers and a priest, which was all Ellysetta had ever really wanted to begin with. She wore the gown Maestre Binchi had created and the wreath of the gentle dawn roses her mother had selected, but there the Silurian bride ended and the Fey Shadowland began. Around her neck and waist, dripping in loops of golden links, gleamed the Sarai Zukir of all the Fey who died on her behalf. Bel and Galen's blood-sworn daggers hung in jeweled sheaths at her hips, and Rajal Velandaris's crystal glittered at her wrist. Mauricia stood as Ellysetta's beacon, and with impeccable, unflinching grace, Master Fellows served as her honoria, because no matter how scandalous it might be to have a man stand as honoria, he said it simply wouldn't do for a queen to wed without one. When Father Selenor invoked the final blessing and pronounced them man and wife, a sense of peace and rightness settled over Ellysetta, almost as if Mama were standing there beside her, watching with love and approval, while Ellysetta joined her life with the man the gods had chosen for her. Following a brief bridal supper, Rain escorted Ellysetta to their suite for a few bells of privacy while the Fae prepared for departure. Once there, however, Rain found himself at a loss. He was freed at last from the restrictive Silurian customs and oaths of honor that had bound him since the day of their betrothal, and need for his mate beat at him. The call of her soul was so strong, the echoing desire in his body just as powerful, and the Terran clamored for its mate, but she had just lost her mother. He could feel her grief, her sorrow, battering at her and through her, him. To pounce on her now, demanding mating, seemed the vilest sort of selfishness. She needed time to grieve. Determined to do the honorable thing, he escorted her to his bedchamber, spun a swift earthweave that changed her wedding gown into a fine linen nightrail, and kissed her once gently on the lips before turning to leave. "Rain," she called when he reached the door. "You're leaving me?"
"Nay, of course not," he vowed. "I'll be right next door. You get some rest. We leave in the small bells before the city wakes, and our journey will be long."
Ellysetta frowned at him, perplexed by the way he was clinging to the bedchamber door. He looked ready to bolt. "But this is our wedding night." His gaze dropped. The knuckles on the doorframe clenched harder.
And I know it is not the happy day you wanted. You are grieving. My needs can wait."
Relief filled her. His hesitation wasn't because of her marks or the forbidden magic she wielded. "But my need cannot," she told him softly. "Yes, I'm grieving, but there's been too much sorrow, too many tears. I would end this day in hope, with joy between us. Is that so strange a request?" He peeled his fingers away from the doorframe. He crossed the room and approached the bed.
"Nay, not so strange. There is nothing I want more."
Slowly, giving her ample time to change her mind, he took her in his arms. Her long hair spilled over the crook of his arm, silken soft and so fragrant every breath was a scented bliss. He bent as if to kiss her, then paused again, just before his mouth met hers.
"Be sure, Sheatani, that this is what you want. If you have the slightest doubt, say so now, and I will go."
"I don't want you to go." She reached up to touch his face and pull him down to her. "I want this, Rain. I want you." He took her mouth in a long, slow kiss. his lips parting hers gently to share the moist heat of a breath as the kiss deepened.
"You are so beautiful, chère Tawny,"
his voice whispered in her mind, husky, low, intimate.
"You always were, but now, with your brightness unveiled, even more so."
"You make me feel beautiful." He always had, even when she'd still been plain mortal Ellysetta Barastani. He'd made her feel like the loveliest woman in the world. He kissed her slowly, leisurely, taking his time, nibbling her lower lip, teasing the upper one, feathering kisses across her face until she shifted and nipped at his mouth in impatience. His brows rose.
"Impatient, chère Tawny. What would you prefer? This?"
His hand trailed down the front of her nightgown. The fabric parted without a whisper of protest, falling away in silken swaths to bear the soft fullness of her breasts, the delicate torment of the sliding fabric, and the subsequent small breath of air drew her nipples tight, twin buds of soft pink. His thumb brushed across them, sending a tiny quake of sensation shooting through her that echoed across his own senses.
"Or perhaps this?"
Slowly he bent his head and took her in his mouth. "Rain, yes, that." Her breath hissed out on a heated sigh, and she clasped him to her breast, her head tilted back and her eyes closed as his tongue teased the sensitive peak. She tasted of sunlight and springtime, of blossoming flowers and crystal waters. Each stroke of his tongue on her flesh was a tiny sensory illustration of what life would be like in the haven of light. Beauty, pleasure, peace, completion, belonging. Everything he'd always wanted, and the promise of much more than he'd ever imagined. His body answered with an ardent surge, hungry for more than teasing glimpses of fulfillment, ravenous for the gift every Fey warrior dreamed of. He pulled back just enough to drink in the sight of her, pale and shining in his arms, the silvery glow tinted with deep, warm tones as her own passion rose in response. Her bright Fey eyes glowed a verdant green so rich and deep he could lose himself in them. Ducking his head again, he scattered soft kisses across her skin.
"When I was a boy, before I found my wings, I tried to dream of what my chère Tawny would be like. I could never picture her, because in my heart I knew I was destined to fly, and I knew the sacrifice that would require. But there's not a Fey warrior born who does not dream of finding his true mate. So at night, after my parents went to bed, I would sneak out of the Shalaba and lie beneath the stars and ask the gods if they could somehow find a way to give a Terran a true mate."
"You never told me that before." Color rose in his cheeks, making him look far younger than his years and more vulnerable.
"It was such a foolish, selfish dream," he said. "Being a Terran is a rare and great gift of its own, and as I grew older, remembering how I begged for more made me ashamed."
Her hands reached up to frame his face. The sweet kiss of her fingertips and the warm glow of her eyes bathed him in acceptance, soothing the sting of ancient childhood embarrassment. Wanting love is not selfish, Rain. We're all born missing the connections that make us complete. Her thumb smoothed across his lips, and she smiled when he answered the caress with nibbles and kisses. I dreamed of finding a place where I truly belonged. Even though I had a family who loved me, and even though I knew I was neither as good nor as beautiful as the princesses I read about in Fey tales, I still dreamed of finding my one true love.
He caught her thumb between his teeth, the flare of jealousy small but instinctive. Terran did not share. Just as quickly he realized what he'd done. He unlocked his jaw to release her and feathered a quick kiss of apology. "Did your true love have a face?"
She laughed softly, not missing the jealousy, nor misunderstanding its cause. "He did."
"Well, what did he look like?"
Her smile faded until only a wistful hint of it clung to her lips. "You." His eyes blazed, and his head swooped down to claim her mouth. His arms slid around her, steely bands that clutched her tight and pulled her hard against him. He kissed her until she was breathless and melting against him, then pressed his face into her hair and nuzzled the soft skin behind her ear. Perhaps I should not be so pleased that there has never been another in your heart but me, but in truth I cannot find the humility to be sad for it. A low growling purr of satisfaction rumbled in his voice. Can you not? She laughed, a bewitching sound that sent his pulse skyrocketing. Her hands roamed over his chest, cupping the swell of pectoral muscle. Her nails scraped lightly across his flat nipples, teasing them into small, tight points. She paused to rub a testing fingertip across the pebbled flesh, then met his eyes and smiled. Her power flared. Magic leapt from her flesh to his in a breathtaking flow of energy. Blood rushed to his groin in a hot, almost painful swell. He groaned and gave a rueful laugh. Careful, Ellysetta, or you'll finish me before I can even begin. Then begin, she insisted. Her hands trailed down his sides and tugged at the closure of his leather breeches. You've shown me what to expect, and I find I am impatient. He didn't need a second invitation. Earth sprang from his fingers, dissolving boots and leathers and the remains of her night shift, leaving both of them bare to each other. She gave a small gasp at her sudden nakedness, but despite the brief flood of color that darkened her cheeks, she did not flinch or pull away. She was the same to his eyes, yet so astonishingly new. Her beauty radiated on so many levels, a banquet to his senses, and her emotions caressed him in waves, urging him on, singing to his soul a new song of her own, not spirit, not Terran, but woman, captivating and compelling. Come to me, Rain. Make me your wife. He moved without thought, his hands reaching for hers, breath exhaling in a soft groan as his fingertips rediscovered the exquisite satin of her skin. At last he had the freedom to claim what was his. By the laws of her culture, and in the eyes of her family, the mating he'd hungered for was no longer forbidden. It was their right, his and hers. He stroked the gentle, slender curve of her body, from the roundness of her breast to the narrow tuck of her waist, and on to the soft flare of trim hip and thigh. A tingle of magic followed in the wake of his hand, the sparkling lights of his own essence dancing across her skin and setting her senses afire. It has been 1,000 years since last I knew a woman's body, he murmured. I pray I do not disappoint. Though he said it with a small smile, she heard a greater sincerity than he would have wanted to reveal. He feared the truth of this joining wouldn't be as stirring to her as the illusions he'd woven with such mastery. The only possible way you could disappoint me, Rain, would be to leave me now. She arched against him and slid a leg over his. Her foot traveled up the rock-hard muscles of his calves to tease the backs of his thighs. His sex gave a hungry, surging pulse as her gesture opened the nest of curls between her legs. You do play with fire. She laughed, a throaty purr that rolled over his skin and made every cell leap in reaction. Must be the Terran in me. His own Terran flexed its claws and gave an answering growl of approval. Then take my flame, Sheatoni, and burn for me. He bent his head and devoted himself to setting her afire, body and soul. Flows of magic swirled around her like 1,000 stroking hands. His mouth claimed first one breast and then the other, teasing the soft nipples into tight, aching peaks. Alternating breezes of tingling cold warred with sultry heat. The combination an intoxicating, erotic play that roused every inch of her skin to aching sensitivity. Her hands dove into the silky thickness of his hair, clutching tight. Her hips bucked against him in restless invitation, but he only laughed against her skin and left his weaves to tease and provoke her while he pressed a burning trail of kisses down the smooth, sweet softness of her belly, tasting each tender finger span of skin, drinking in her scent, rubbing it on his face and lips, breathing it in until her essence filled him so completely he could not take a breath that did not taste of her. Lower still his lips traveled. Hands found the soft swell of her rounded buttocks and gently lifted her hips. Ellysetta gave a thin, breathless cry as he bent his head to feast on her. She tried to close her legs against him in a last instinctive rush of Silurian modesty, but he would not allow it. As he reminded me, our vows have been spoken, Sheatoni. By your customs as well as mine, there can be no shame between us. All that you are is mine to discover and adore. She felt the slow, lingering lap of a tongue and nearly leapt off the bed. You taste of honeyed cream, Sheatoni. He took another leisurely taste of her, followed by an insistent, probing dart that was wholly wicked. All the while his weaves cupped and teased her breasts until she thought she would fly apart. Open for me. Gods save her. Inner muscles clenched tight in rippling spasms. She squirmed against the hands that held her fast and groaned as he laughed softly against her most intimate skin. Helplessly her legs fell open, and her eyes closed on wave after wave of indescribable sensation as teasing tastes became long, savoring strokes that turned her veins to rivers of smoldering fire. Pressure built up inside her as her hips assumed an instinctive rhythm, rising and falling to meet each sinful stroke of his tongue. At this moment, all he wanted in life was a taste of Ellysetta on his tongue, the scent of her filling his nostrils, the feel of her soft skin filling his hands. Through touch, skin to skin, he shared every fevered emotion speeding across her shattering senses. The sound of her sobbing pleas and the restless leap of her hips drove him wild. Within his soul the Terran roared. Ellysetta closed her eyes as a torment of sensation rolled over her. The roar of the Terran resonated along the thread of their bond like a bolt of lightning, setting every fiber of her being blazing to sudden, incandescent, throbbing life. Her back arched. She flung her head back. Rain! Oh, dear gods! Rain! The climax burst over her in 1,000 shuddering explosions, each stealing her breath and shaking her to the core. He rose up above her, eyes blazing, his mouth parted in a triumphant, near-savage smile. The hard, thick length of his sex entered her body on a single breathtaking thrust. If there was pain, he stole it from her, leaving only the feel of his body inside hers, stretching her, filling an emptiness she'd never known existed. His hips drew back and she almost wept in protest, clutching at his hips with an instinctive plea. He surged forward again, and she cried out in wild pleasure. Within her mind, she saw the Terran roaring in triumph as it leapt to claim and dominate. For the first time, her own wildness rose up in savage answer. Within her soul, she felt the sweep of wings and claws, the thunder of Terran bodies meeting in an ancient, untamed mating while together on their silken bed. Rain and Ellysetta's fey bodies surged in an equally fierce union. Her hand curled, and she raked her nails down his back, matching his unrestrained passion with her own. Rain threw back his head and roared. He rose up on his knees and drew her hips up with him as his body pounded in a relentless beat. As she sprawled on the silken sheets of their bed, Ellysetta's hair spilled across the pillow in coils of flame. Her breasts bobbed with each powerful thrust of his hips, and as he watched, the fey glow of her eyes grew brighter and brighter until they were whirling opalescent pools, blazing with an inner fire, Terran eyes. Again and again, he drove her to the edge and pushed her beyond it, loving the sound of her cries ringing in his ears, loving the shocked, dazed look on her face as pleasure shook and shattered her. Her inner muscles convulsed around him, silken tight, rippling in a series of fierce spasms that stole the breath from his lungs. Every muscle in his body clenched tight in response, straining as her climax detonated his own. It swept over him like a wild wind, ripping away all thought, all doubt, leaving only a bedrock of unshakable certainty in its wake. This was the primal, elemental beauty of life, the passionate exchange of flesh and breath and essence, two halves made whole. This moment with her was the reason he'd been born. She was the reason for his life. He fell back beside her against the softness of the mattress and regarded her from dazzled eyes as his ragged breathing slowly grew even. She was such a wonder to him in every way, a salvation he had never expected, a joy he had never deserved. And here, now, lying beside him, her soul so bright she shone like a star. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever known. Strength blazed beside her Shaidolin's compassion. Her will was threaded with the purest steel and the Terran's fierce wildness. When she finally embraced the entirety of her abilities, she would be a force of nature, a Fey Ryza of such power as the world had never known. It humbled him to realize that he, Rainier Velendaris, was the warrior chosen by the gods to stand beside her, to protect and aid her, to love her. Unexpected tears gathered with surprising swiftness, filling his eyes and spilling over. "Rain?" She reached for him in concern. He gave a small, embarrassed laugh and lifted a knuckle to wipe away the betraying moisture. This Fey learns humility, after all. She did not return his smile. "What is it? What's wrong?" "Las Kimson. Nothing is wrong. I only just realized something I should have known all along." He carried her hands to his chest, then cupped her face with one hand, while wrapping the other around her waist. He held her close, skin to skin, so that with her Shadolan senses she would feel for herself the wonder that bloomed within him. From this day forward, no matter what happens between us, even if we never complete our bond, even if we cannot say the Terran or the Fey, I want you to know this one thing, Ellysetta Berestani. He smiled into her eyes and gave her the words. My heart has followed where my soul has led. Kevosan Ellysetta, I love you. He felt the faint tremors that rippled through her when the truth of his emotions washed over her senses. Her brows drew together, and her forehead creased in a confused frown. She wanted to believe, longed to believe, but her fear of opening herself up to another betrayal made her doubt him. He pressed a kiss first at one corner of her mouth, and then the other. Your soul calls out, Sheatoni. Mine answers. He drew back to meet her gaze and held it with a steadiness she could not doubt, and I would have it no other way. He lowered his head and claimed her lips with aching gentleness and dazzling intensity, pouring into his kiss every hope, every dream, every ardent wish, all coupled with a steadfast vow. He repeated the words in Feyan, then sang them to her in the rich tones of Terran song, his song, the song she had been born to hear, carrying in its wordless symphony the essence of all that was Rain. Tears shimmered in Ellysetta's eyes. She could taste his emotions like a rich, many-layered spice, a truth she could not disbelieve, a promise she knew he would die before betraying again. He was offering her at last the love she'd always dreamed of, the acceptance she'd always longed for. Closing her eyes, she returned his kiss and drank in his shining promise of devotion. Her arms wrapped around his neck, holding him close. I love you too, Rain. I always have. Against her hip, his body stirred as love became passion and passion became need. She took him into her body, smiled with breathless wonder as once more he filled and completed her. And afterward, as they lay together in spent silence, the first fragile thread of communion that had fallen silent last night began softly to sing once more. A second, shimmering new thread joined the first, adding its own melody, tender and bittersweet, tempered by loss, deepened with forgiveness, and stronger than the song sung between them before. In the small silver bells of the night, with no fanfare to mark their passing, the Fey departed Celeria City. Sol and the twins were packed up as well, traveling west with Lord Telios and the Fey. They would stay on Lord Telios's lands near the Garaval, guarded by 10 quintets, who would help Lord Telios fortify his defenses and train his men in the Fey arts of war. Outside the western city gates, Rain stepped away to summon the change. Ellysetta closed her eyes as the swell of his magic swept over her, calling to her own long-buried gifts. And when he crouched before her in Terran form, magnificent and fierce, his black fur gleaming like the richest ebonwood in the silver bright light of the moons, she was glad she'd been born to stand at his side. She would choose him. She would always choose him. She would leave her family and everything familiar to her. She would embrace her magic. She would defy laws and kings and mages and demons, and even the Church of Light, to be with him. She would tear down the barriers that still lived in her mind, confront whatever darkness lurked behind them, and defeat the mage who thought to claim her soul. That soul, and every part of her, belonged to Rainier Velendaris. There could never be happiness for her that did not include him. At Rain's word, Ellysetta ran forward and vaulted into place with a boost of air. When she was seated, Rain drew back on his haunches and sprang into the sky. His wings unfurled, snapping taut as they caught the wind, pumping to gain height and speed. The night air was warm and sweet, and the mother's light gleamed like a beacon, calling the Fey home. Rain Terran's soul's shadow raced over the moonlit ground, heading west towards the fading lands. This is Abby Craden. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Lady of Light and Shadows by C.L. Wilson, presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2007 by C.L. Wilson. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.